It's been bothering me, what might have been done to you, and I knew there were many things you could bear, but some that you couldn't. It used to keep me awake at night, wondering if you could sleep comfortable or if you always had to have one eye open, if you could do anything without fear on your back. Fear, Casey said softly, staring out over the water, away from Pat, is your best friend in prison, and it's only a damn fool whoever forgets that. I forgot once, and then I never forgot again. He picked a flat stone from a small hoard he kept in his pocket, a leftover habit from childhood, and flung it in one sharp, hard movement. They watched it skip across the water, arcing and diving, hanging in the air and catching silver light against its wet body. It seemed almost a living thing, something that might cry out to the night and the wind and the sky, if it but had the choice. It sank on the downsweep of the fifth arc, the air currents closing over its silent descent and leaving no remark upon the dark water. "I'm all right, Patrick," Casey said, and took up the milk bottle again, cleansing it with several long-throated swallows. "You don't have to protect me, Casey. I'm not your tongue-tied little brother anymore, you know." "I know." Casey nodded at a point just past his brother's shoulder. "It looks like you've got a bite on your line." Pat gave his line a mild glance, and then turned to the side. The rod, consisting of fishing line knotted around the stout but pliable wand of willow, was bent in half, and the boat was beginning to drag slightly under the effort. Pat shifted his weight over to the other side, and taking the rod halfway up, pulled hard against it. It gave an inch above the water, encountered resistance from below, and sank back again. "Got Moby Dick on the line to you?" "Something like," Pat grunted, shifting his body further around still, and trying to brace his feet against the lip of the boat, levered his upper body against the pull of the rod. "You could do something other than sit there," he said through gritted teeth. "We'll sink with the two of us in the one end," Casey said sensibly. Pat muttered something decidedly filthy under his breath, and hauled back on the line, until his body was nearly parallel to the water, and only inches above it. Casey, seeing that with or without his help they were likely to capsize, decided that he'd best go down trying. He shimmied his body out full length, balanced across the seats on his stomach, and put the strength of one large hand to the assistance of his brother. "We'll have to try in unison," Pat grunted, taking a second to draw breath. "Right," Casey grunted back, and then they counted to 3, and strained and heaved and cursed, and felt sweat begin to bead on their faces. All to no avail. The rod bowed over in a high and tight arc, was at the limit of its give. "One more try, and then we cut it loose," Casey suggested, not wanting to even guess what might be giving such a monumental struggle on the other end of the line. Pat made an affirmative noise. Casey nudged himself over until he was on his side, affording his arms more leverage. Pat counted out. 1, 2, 3, and they gave an almighty heave. At the very limits of the pull, the line gave all at once, heaving the boat over at a harsh tip and sending the boys and other various contents out into a cascade of rushing, hissing air. Plastered and spluttering, they came up in time to witness the boat being pulled at an alarming clip across the frothing water. "Christ on earth! What sort of fish can that be?" "I don't," Pat replied, spitting out water. "Think we should be asking God." "What about the boat?" Casey asked as Pat looked toward shore. "You intend to chase it down?" Pat asked, and didn't wait for an answer before launching forward toward land. Casey cast one last glance over his shoulder at the swiftly disappearing boat, and decided some things were fated to be lost. He set out for shore, close on his brother's kicking heels. In any event, they needn't have worried about catching the boat, for it caught them, unawares. Casey, looking up in an effort to gauge the distance to the shore, sensed it behind him, and turned, getting a glimpse of blinding white and a hard blow to his shoulder, as the boat shot past like a large and unwieldy arrowhead, straight up the path of his brother's back. He yelled, but the speed of the thing was such that it was upon Pat before he'd even closed his throat around the sound. He swam towards the boat, arms slicing the water with a burning speed, closing his mind to the thought of what brute force must lay below. He stopped by the boat, which was now ominously still, no sign of Pat anywhere. He dove under the water near the prow, thinking Pat had been knocked unconscious. He couldn't see a damned thing. The darkness was palpable and heavy in his face, coming down with the weight of a stone on his lungs. He sensed movement in front of him and pushed toward it. In seconds, he was enveloped in the churn of water. Whether it was made by man or beast, he could not tell. Trying to infuse calm down the length of his arms, he groped in the inky blackness. Something of a sliminess, heretofore unknown to his experience, slid like a bolt through his hands. There was only a sense of great size and revulsion that made him want to fly in the opposite direction as swiftly as possible. He pushed up, gulped air, and dove again, trying to calculate how long his brother had been without air. When did brain damage begin? After 4 minutes and before 20? There was less frenzy in the water now, and the thought of what that might be panicked him. He located the side of the boat, sought with numbing fingers the line, and after what seemed very long minutes, found it. It was strung tight, and he followed its length down through the water, down and further still down, and found Pat at the end of it. He hung motionless in the water, frighteningly still. Casey found his chest, put a forearm under Pat's arms and pushed for heaven. They stopped just short of it. He could feel the water lighten, knew they were only inches from where oxygen diffused its particles and could give them resurrection. He dove, got under his brother's body and shoved upwards, hoping to give Pat a split second even of air. But something pulled with greater force in the opposite direction, something that sought darkness with a craving equal to his for light. He grabbed for Pat's ankle, found his knife, and lungs aching, pushed himself away from the light. He felt down Pat's right leg, which was, now that he felt it, straining unnaturally for a man who was unconscious. The line was wrapped hard, biting into Pat's ankle, and then feeding down sharply into the water. Casey slashed at it, the pressure of the water taking the force from the knife's blade. Short of gravity, it needed slack to loop itself in, but Casey, pulling on the line, couldn't supply any. "Please, God, please, please, please," he chanted furiously in his mind. He knew he'd have to pause soon for a breath, but that Pat could hardly spare another second without a breath of his own. He sawed at the line again, and felt it snap, just as something whooshed past him and broke the surface. He reached up to grab his brother, and his fingers met cold, black water, and nothing else. He scissored his legs and shot above the surface, gasping for air and looking frantically about at the same time. Pat was nowhere to be found. He dove again and again and again, clawing the water with increasing desperation. He found nothing. He tried for some last shred of calm and abandoned the idea swiftly. This panic was purely instinctual, born of dread and certainty that at some point he'd been bound to do this, to fail his brother in the ultimate and most final of ways. Breaking the surface, he could feel a weighted numbness settling into his limbs, and knew he didn't have much more time himself before the water would claim him as well. Tipping his head back and dragging a cutting breath into his lungs, he saw above him, clearly delineated in the night sky, the blue-white fire of Vega. Vega of Lyra, the star of high and eternal summer. It had been his father's star. Sometimes it will be all you have, and it will have to be enough. "Oh, God, Daddy! No, not like this! Not now!" he cried, with what power was left in his bruised throat. His voice fled into the night, dissipating quickly on the warm air. There was no way he could have reached to heaven, but perhaps an unbeliever's voice never could. Perhaps all the prayers by those less than pure in faith and heart merely sank under the weight of their own disbelief. He would try, one last time, and if he could not save his brother, he would not bother to save himself. Some mistakes a man can only live with once. He dove again, and brushed full length down the side of that preternatural whiteness he had glimpsed before. Something was shoved against him, and it took his panicked mind a moment to realize it was his brother, placed, it almost seemed, directly into his arms. He began to struggle towards the surface with him, and felt something brush the back of his legs before applying pressure and shooting he and Pat out of the water with amazing speed. There was no time for terror. He flipped over onto his back, pulling Pat up onto his chest and kicking for shore. A curious calm descended into him, spread its quietude into every last cell, and allowed him to function to the limits of his body, rather than flailing about and wasting precious time. Sometimes it will be all you have, and it will have to be enough. Just let him be alive, Daddy, and it will be enough. Just let him be alive, he silently prayed. They made shore, Casey's strength so drained that he couldn't stand and had to crawl onto the pebbled beach, pulling his brother by the collar with one hand. He bent over Pat, searching for signs of life, and finding by the moon's cold light, none. He pinched Pat's nose and sent his breath into his brother, trying to close from his mind the last time he'd done this. How helpless and tiny Pat had been then, a baby who simply forgot to breathe. Common enough, but in Pat, it had gone on long after the time when the brain should have seen breathing as an involuntary function. Pat had been 3, Casey 7, and it had been Casey who, turning against him in their shared bed, had felt the unnatural stillness, had leaned over him and seen morning's light strong against the delicate and purling blue of his brother's face. He had given Pat breath then, and it had been enough to save him. He only hoped it was now. Borrowed breath, stole from death. An old child's rhyme came unwanted into his head. How many times could you cheat death and not have to somehow ante up the balance? He blew again, counting carefully between puffs, putting his ear to Pat's lips and hoping against hope for some small flutter of breath. There was none. "Don't do this to me, Patrick. Don't you dare goddamn do this." He gritted his teeth and took a deep breath, forcing it as hard as he dared into his brother's lungs. There was still no response. He compressed Pat's chest, hoping to force water out of his lungs, and turned his own head to the side, towards the water, to listen for anything, even the smallest gurgle, to give him hope. Staring directly at him, with what appeared to be head and shoulders above water, was a being of such terrifying whiteness that he knew it had never before been blessed by light. It was of a distance that he could not distinguish singular features, but it appeared almost human. Long strands of kelp-like hair plastered to his neck. He could have sworn it was looking directly at him, but it did not seem to have eyes, at least not of a sort familiar to those who live above ground. There was a strong and undeniable sense of being stared at, however, of one species meeting another whose kind was long gone from the planet. "Thank you," Casey whispered, afraid to startle it, worried that the breaking of silence might provoke it to some action. It had been this creature, this strange being of lightless water, who had saved his brother's life, who had pushed them both with fearsome strength towards that thing it did not understand. Its head tilted back on the heavy neck, face bathed in lunar radiance, a thing of gleaming, glowing white. The mountains and water surrounding it, gentle gradations of winnowed blue. Sound issued forth from it, sound so small and forlorn, a strange and exquisite cry of loneliness that made every hair on Casey's body stand quivering. The cry of the last of its kind, stranded here out of time and season. Beneath him, half forgotten, Pat coughed, lurched to the side, and vomited a stream of water. Casey made certain he could breathe before glancing swiftly back at the dark, bottomless lake. There was no sign of the creature, not so much as a ripple on the water to betray its return to the place of profound darkness it had emerged from. "What was that howling?" Pat asked, still coughing, though he'd managed to struggle up to his knees. "Just a lost soul," Casey said softly, knowing there was no way to speak of what he'd seen, no words to describe a creature that should not exist during this tick of the earth's clock. A white creature of impenetrable solitude, who had risked its life for a glimpse of the moon, who had wanted to feel, just once, the blessing of light upon its face. However many thousands of years separated its kind from his own, he could understand that. How you could risk shattering your own soul just to feel the wash of moonlight on your skin. "Are you all right?" Pat asked, upright now and looking quizzically into his face. "Fine," he said faintly, meeting his brother's eyes. Casey knew Pat had seen it too, and that neither of them would ever speak of it to the other. Where shall we camp for the night? Pat, shivering in his soaked clothes, had returned to the realm of practicality. A small cloud sifted across the face of the moon, a bit of outflung ether, enough to cast a shadow. Casey shivered in turn, and felt superstition, primal and unsheathed, settle on his bones. As far away from the water as we can get, he replied. Chapter 12. Altar Boys and Angels. What advantages were possessed by an occupied, as distinct from an unoccupied bed? James Joyce had asked it first. Jamie pondered it now. Joyce had answered, the removal of nocturnal solitude, the superior quality of human, mature female, to inhuman, hot water jar, calefaction, the stimulation of matutinal contact, the economy of mangling done on the premises, and so forth. Practical reasons, certainly, and not without their own homely romance, but not entirely applicable to a man silly enough to bring a 19-year-old, rather forward-thinking, much-too-attractive girl away for the summer in some misguided notion that he was saving her from herself. Saving her for himself might have been more accurate, though Jamie, with some days of summer still facing him, didn't want to look too closely at his motives. At home, in the sprawling interior of Kirkpatrick's Folly, he had not thought of what close proximity might mean, what living in a 3-bedroomed, low-beamed snug of a cottage might actually be like, the result of which was they spent a great deal of time out of doors. The cottage, for it couldn't actually be properly considered a house, was flung down by a harsh hand in the hollow of 2 long sloping hills, which bore a close resemblance to an old woman's sagging breasts. It was situated on a long, narrow ribbon of farmland, complete with cows, sheep, and a small dairy. A working farmer, he'd spent his summers as a boy, learning the value of working with one's own hands. As years progressed, he'd spent less time here, though he always tried for at least a few weeks in the summer. Hard work cleared his head, enough of it, and he wasn't able to think at all. He'd found refuge in that state before. He wondered if that's what he sought now. If so, it wasn't helping a great deal. Sleep seemed not the only appetite whetted by the clean air and long sunny days. Their days had acquired a rhythm that hugged the land and animals. Up at dawn with the cows, followed by a breakfast they took turns making. Out again to work in the garden, both flower and vegetable. Jamie, who had understood the soil and its moods from a very young age, found in Pamela an avid student of horticulture. He taught her what plants were hardy, which fragile, which flourished in shade and which in sun. He gave her the Latin names, showed her what was poison in large amounts and healing in small, how to coax and encourage the haughty plants, when to behead the roses and when to leave them to die on the stem. Lunch then, and a few free hours in the afternoon, during which time he conducted what business he could from this remote corner of the world, made decisions at his kitchen table that would affect hundreds of lives, and tried not to think about how much he needed a drink. Pamela spent her afternoons walking around the lake that sat in a bowl at the lowest point of the property, horseback riding, or pretending to read the Republican literature he'd given her while actually idly daydreaming in the hammock. He watched her now, as she ambled and skipped along the shore of the lake. Montmorency, a stray dog who'd shown up on the first night and refused to leave since, following in her wake, a bright-brindled, lollop-eared, sun-stippled gadfly. He was quite possibly the ugliest dog God had ever seen fit to set onto the earth, and Pamela loved him to spoiled distraction. The affection was returned in unstinting full measure, doubled and trebled with the tongue-lolling abandon only canines could manage, causing Jamie to wonder if dogs didn't have it all sewn up in a way humans could never aspire to. Sitting at the table, papers ruffled by a slight breeze that came in the open door, he closed his eyes, felt the elements as they touched her singly, the sand's soft sucking at her toes, the pop and snap of shell-souled creatures. Delicate, luminous, exposed to shriveling air. And what of air? Air that sought with unfeeling digits declivities hot and healing, and played wimple-fingered through swirls of silken hair. And light, solar light, laying skeins of distilled sunflower down forearm and flank, kissing here, blinding there. Behold the handmaid of the moon. Moon or sun didn't matter. She had become for him a coruscation of flame. beauty that stood on the razor edge of terror, light that he could only just bear. He opened his eyes and saw her turn, wave at him, and continue on her way. Oh yes, light. Angel, if I had the courage to reach out my hand, would you have the sense to see that it does not grasp but only warns you, turns you away, that my currents would drown you even as they pushed you far from me? For I am afraid, here on my hill, in my exile. Touch me, soft eyes, soft, soft, soft hand. I am lonely here. Oh, touch me soon, now. I am quiet here, alone, sad too. Touch, touch me. Joyce again. Bloody man had understood too much about ineluctable human yearning, about the dreams of the cripple. And what did she dream? He knew too well. Her dreams were written plain, lay swimming in heavy-lidded eyes and indolent limbs. She dreamed her dark-eyed boy, the one who brought fire in his hands and flood with his heart. And what of his own role? There was in this play no part for the paternal. He had tried to father that which no longer needed nor wanted to be fathered. He had been a reluctant actor, at best. No, it was greed that had brought him here. Greed for the things he'd seen in her eyes, the flush in her cheek, the pretty cravings that played across her consciousness and showed themselves plain in her movement and expression. Yet he could not quite bring himself to return her to Belfast, to what waited there for her, to the loneliness that would again be his companion when she was gone. He returned with a sigh to the papers before him. 3 of the huge mechanical looms needed replacing at the linen mill. 4 of his best men at the distillery were nearing retirement, and he'd no one of equivalent skill to replace them, and a middle-aged woman, Penny McGee, mother of 5 children, had been hurt badly and would require the setting up of a compensatory package, and would likely not be returning to work any time in the near future. These things were small matters, dealt with easily. Retirement funds were generous, and Jamie's grandfather had long ago set the custom of the gift of a trip to any destination a man might wish upon retirement. The Kirkpatrick tradition held that you looked after your workers, and they would look after you, a theory that had stood the test of time and benefited all over the years. He rubbed the crease in his forehead and idly flipped the pages of the Irish Times. Generally, he tried to avoid news from home during his weeks here. It was time out of time, and he needed no reminder of what troubles lay at home. The same troubles for hundreds of years, technologically updated, dressed in different clothes, but wrapped in the same despair, futility, and frustration they had always come bound in. But this summer, between the lines of ink, he could smell smoke. The north was beginning to smoulder, threatening to ignite and torch them all in the process. It was, as such matters were, only a matter of time. In Derry, small tongues of flame were already beginning to lick at the tinder of age-old hates. Pretty Derry, with its famous walls, winding river and green fields, its very name a point of divisiveness. Londonderry to the Protestants, Derry to the Catholics, who wanted no reminder in their city of the bastion of imperialism across the sea. Men had been beaten, and badly, for using the wrong name in the wrong pub. Derry was an obvious flashpoint, the last stronghold of the Protestant, the place where they had beat back the Catholics 300 years before, and not let them forget it since. Derry, where the Apprentice Day March was strutted along the walls to anthems of bigotry and pennies were thrown down into the slums of the bogside. It had always puzzled Jamie, this, that men who lived in relative harmony despite religious and political differences, all year, could turn into beasts of an entirely different nature during one mad week each summer. Lucian Broughton had been present at both the marches in Derry and Belfast. Jamie had to admit, the man knew his business, knew where he had to establish a foothold. The speech he'd given on the lawns of Stormont was still being talked about a week later. His rhetoric had been carefully honed, filled with small tidbits for the subconscious. There had been nothing overly hateful, even the Times had taken a hopeful slant on it. This worried Jamie, more than if the man had been blatantly vile. There was something that smelled very bad about the whole situation. There was a picture of the Reverend, arms spread like an avenging angel, face wearing the look of a mad medieval saint. Jamie felt a small ticking fear began to turn over right then in his heart. As much as he did not want to be some inadequate replacement for the hope his father had given a community, he wondered if perhaps he'd made a dreadful and irrevocable mistake by refusing to enter the fight against Lucian Broughton. "Jamie?" He started, scattering papers onto the floor, where a few caught the faint summer breeze and drifted dreamily at the door. "Yes," he said more sharply than he'd intended, feeling like a child who's been caught out with his hand in the cookie jar. "It's a lovely day," she said, leaning into the doorframe, tanned and slightly flushed from the sun, hair in an untidy ponytail, long legs bare and dusty. "It is," Jamie agreed carefully. "It's only that, well, I thought a picnic would be nice. We haven't had a picnic all summer." "We haven't?" Jamie said incredulously. "No," she said, almost shy, a long ringlet of loose hair blowing across her throat and causing Jamie to swallow hard. "Well then, we must fix that now. Today, in fact, this very minute." He stood, thinking it was quite possible he was about to take complete leave of his senses. "I'll pack the food if you get the horses," she said, and Jamie, knowing her idea of a good meal was an extra spoonful of peanut butter on her bread, was tempted to say no. There was such an eagerness in her face, though, that he merely nodded and headed out to the stable to get the horses. He had determined, some short time ago, that a man of his years and experience ought to be able to draw and keep the invisible line between propriety and the seduction of a teenage girl. No matter how aggravating or bewitching said girl was. It was rather easy to be noble, Jamie reflected wryly, when the object of your indecent lust was not in view, and an infinitely more delicate matter when her lovely denim-bottomed self was only feet away adjusting the stirrups on her saddle, looking altogether too alluring in her thin cotton shirt, the colour of late summer delphiniums, her hair a slovenly mess of curls that served to make her look like a hungover nymph the night after a particularly decadent bacchanal. They rode in silence, the air heavy with thoughts unspoken but sensed nevertheless. Past a gurgling brown brook, through a field dark with dying heather, into a pine wood where the smell of sap, flushed out with the heat, was sticky and ripe on the air. Pamela, cantering slightly behind and away from Jamie, found herself in an altogether unwelcome flux of emotion. There were only a few weeks left to the summer, and then they would be back in Belfast, and she would have to make a choice. To stay under this man's roof, to be wrapped in the warmth and headiness of his governance, or to keep the silent promise she had made to Casey with a single kiss. She could not keep a foot in each world, not with the earth threatening to crack apart beneath her. She could not continue to pretend that she was in any way the equal of this man who rode beside her with effortless grace. His was a terrible beauty, an aching, tearing thing, that was best left alone. She could not stay, even if her dreams, pale in the light of reality, had been tempered by respect and care. Even if, she gave a weak smile as Jamie turned, gilt eyebrows lifted, green eyes soft. Even if the man could have her very soul if he but asked. For he would not ask, of that much she was certain. "Penny for your thoughts?" Jamie's voice intruded on her musings, causing her to flinch guiltily and flush. "Though perhaps they're worth more. To judge by the look on your face, I ought to have offered £100 or so." The knowing grin on his face hit a nerve, and made her retort more stingingly than she'd intended. "Perhaps, your lordship, there's not enough money in all your overflowing coffers to make me spill my private thoughts." So saying, she flashed him a look of icy disdain, and spurred her horse to gallop. Racing full tilt without a care for her safety was the only way it seemed she could outrun all the yearning in her soul. If only she could always go far enough, fast enough, to obliterate the hold he had over her. She didn't see the tree until it was too late to veer away, the young whip-like ends of its arcing branches catching her full across the face, blinding her and completely unnerving the horse who threw her instantly. Jamie was upon her in seconds. "Pamela, are you all right? Blink if you can't speak." He felt the length of her body with light, deft hands. "Nothing's broken." I, she stuttered, trying vainly to draw breath, feeling as if a very large fist had mashed her kidneys. "I think you've knocked the wind from yourself." Jamie helped her into a sitting position, then rubbed her back in great broad circles until she at last drew in a shaky breath. "There now, there's a girl. Are you hurt anywhere else?" "No," she replied, with what dignity could be salvaged in her current position. "And please don't address me as if I were one of your great bloody, broody mares." Jamie's relief quickly turned to anger. "What the hell were you doing, spurring him on like that? You could have broken his leg and your own bloody neck in the bargain." He looked at her in exasperation as she gingerly clutched her ribs with one hand and bit the back of her other to refrain from laughing. "Women," was Jamie's final and inadequate pronouncement as he got to his feet and scanned the horizon for the horse. "He'll go to the pond. He drinks like he's a camel about to cross the desert. We'll find him there. Besides, it's a lovely spot for a picnic." She cast a glance at the basket his obedient grey mare carried. "Please don't be angry, Jamie." "Come on, then," he said, in as short a tone as he knew how to manage. She wanted to scream at him, to ask why his memory held no echo, that she had laughed because they had so precisely been here before. Instead, she mutely took his hand up into the saddle. The pond sat in the middle of a glade of pine, a still body of water, murky brown and edged with grass, bent over and wilted from the heat. The air, strong with resin, was still and heavy. Jamie helped Pamela down from the horse, found a shady spot to tether it, just as her own horse, aptly named Lickety-Split, ambled into the clearing, reins dangling, blowing drops of water off his lips, looking supremely pleased with himself. Jamie unsaddled him and tethered him near his own horse. When he turned back, a blanket had been spread upon the burned grass, food laid out that was in quality and form rather alarming. Item by item, his consternation grew as each toothsome delicacy was revealed in all its aphrodisiacal glory. Oysters, grey, chill, and raw, figs melting in their own sugar, strawberries with a complement of Devonshire cream, and a bottle of Chateau de Papillon Blanc, 1954, a very good year, though hardly the picnicker's choice. The food of seduction, not subtle and somehow all the more effective for it. And in the midst of it, Lolita, bare feet limed with dirt, nose dusted with freckles, a strawberry tucked in her cheek, along with a flush that told him she was frightened of her own audacity. "What, no peanut butter and jelly?" he asked lightly, finding a seat on the grass beyond the blanket. "No, I thought a picnic called for something a bit grander." Still flushed and uncertain, she poured 2 glasses of wine near to overflowing and handed him one. "Tell me about her, Jamie," she said quite suddenly, nibbling on a fig in a manner as to make him believe that her virtue, such as it was, had better make a run for its life. "About whom?" he asked, quite used by now to her abrupt turnabouts in conversation. "The woman who taught you the art of love." The opening gambit, a bold move, designed to knock distracting pawns off the board with one sweep. Jamie decided to play. "What makes you think I know anything about the art of love?" he asked, reclining on his elbows, a look of curious amusement on his face. "Even a girl of 12 knows the difference between a man who simply loves a series of different women in his life, and a man who adores the entirety of female kind and knows, yes, knows," she stated, emphatically ignoring his grin, "how to really love a woman. And that would indicate to me—" She paused to take a swallow of her champagne, blissfully unaware that near to 500 francs of bubbles had just slid down her slender throat, "that a woman taught you the finer points. Oh, the instinct was there from birth, I've no doubt, but only a woman could have brought it into full flower." "Indeed," replied Jamie, feeling rather like a petunia must with a brimming water can poised above its wide-open head. "Yes," she replied, warming to her subject, and Jamie noted with a twinge of alarm, filling her glass for the second time. "You see, my father, who I might add attracted women in only slightly smaller droves than yourself, told me that for a man to truly love a woman, love her as she needs to be loved, must be loved in order that she not wither away on the stem before her prime, for her to blossom fully." All these metaphorical flowers, Jamie mused, were making him feel a bit like a bee who'd overdone it on the nectar. She must have a man who knows how to respond innately to her cues, without needing to be given point-for-point instructions. This last, given added emphasis by the tossing back the remains of her second, or was it third, flute of Chateau de Papillon Blanc, 1954. She was beginning to sport a perilously reckless glint in her eyes. If he'd the sense of a tiny wee gopher, Jamie reflected later, he would have taken his pieces, one by one, without hurting or alarming her, off the board, and made it clear he could not be a partner to this game. A woman was truly one of the great luxuries, the necessities a man simply could not do without, and a woman such as this one, fine and rare, eloquent and bold, was rather like having a case of the very best scotch set in front of an alcoholic, with the 3-day shakes. Surely, though, her question was harmless. She had asked, and he, struck into obliging by a combination of the sun's fist, alcohol, and a lurking weakness, would answer. Anything would be easier than watching her toss back champagne and oysters, with one sinuous toss of shiny black curls, as if she'd been fed them in her crib. Her name was Clotilde, and she was 31 and I was 18. Aha! A Frenchwoman, the best of teachers. Your father's sage wisdom again? Jamie commented with a light sarcasm. She nodded, taking the time to finish her delicate munching on a whisper-thin slice of toast, burdened with pâté. He said that every woman should have an Irishman at least once, and every man a Frenchwoman, a ripe one, I believe were his exact words. Have? Jamie inquired. In the biblical sense, of course, she said sweetly. Of course, he echoed rather stupidly, wondering if somehow the alcohol she was drinking was affecting him. Please continue, she prompted, as if he were the rather slow schoolboy he presently felt himself to be. As I said, her name was Clotilde, and she was a lady in the grandest sense of the word. The French sense, if you will. Ah, I see it. 4 impossibly perfect Chanel suits in sensible colors, black of course for lunch meetings, Montbrochet for days in the country, Dior for evenings out and very special occasions. But never the fripperie of, say, a Saint Laurent. No. Saint Laurent is the stuff of dreams, not hard-line serious couture. She knew the perfect wines, her brie was always just the right temperature, her servants knew their place, and she had a collection of lingerie that would give a harem the night sweats. He had best, Jamie thought with some alarm, hide what little was left of the champagne. He was slightly amazed by her assessment of Clotilde. She'd come very close, and indeed her servants had known their place, unlike, it would seem, his own employees. She was a madam, not some inconsequential mademoiselle. A married woman, Jamie? My respect for you grows immeasurably. He eyed her with mock sternness. One more interruption, and I'll not give you another word of my lurid tale. I shall be a paragon of silence. Pray, go on. She made a creditable attempt at seriousness, spoiling the gesture by lying down on her front, hands popped into fists under her chin. The Queen flashing the bishop a naughty bit of leg, he supposed. He sighed and resumed his story. Her husband died in his 80s, most honourably acquitting himself to the end, dying in a manner entirely befitting a French gentleman of his means and advanced years, meaning, of course, that he died in his mistress's arms. Was she very beautiful? Clotilde, I mean. Picking the crown off a strawberry, Pamela had apparently forgotten her recent vow of silence. In a refined manner, like purest mason china, looks very fragile, but in reality is tougher than hell. Memory, rather than distraction, bore him along in his tale now. Her hair was very pale, ash blonde I suppose you'd call it, but her eyes were dark, so dark there seemed hardly any separation between pupil and iris. She did wear Chanel and Dior, and, just for your note, she thought Saint Laurent was a genius. She had that certain something, a grace of carriage, a presence, a bit like Grace Kelly after she became the Princess of Monaco. His mind, aided by the champagne, was drifting back along the current of recollection, to that summer in the south of France. Clotilde de Rignac had been a friend of the family, her father having done business with 2 generations of the Kirkpatricks. As a child he'd admired her from afar. She was quiet, not easy to know, and he suspected later, stifled by rank and religion. As he'd grown, his admiration had become more frank. She had never, for all her formality, condescended to him. His opinions she listened to with interest, finding them of worth, never dismissing him as a child. They'd spend hours discussing poetry, music, authors, and philosophy, as well as lighter topics. Jamie had been at her wedding, watched her drift, hauntingly pale and drawn, down the aisle to join her life with that of a 60-year-old minister of the French cabinet, and had seen her in that centuries-old act, grow immeasurably ancient. She'd become what so many women before her had been, a chattel, a bit of goods sold to the highest bidder. Clotilde had, as those in her circle were wont to say, married very well. In Jamie's opinion it was the poorest match he'd ever seen made. "Exchanges, James," she told him some time later. "Marriage in my world, and no doubt many others, is about exchanges. I have something Henri wants, and in return he has something my family is desperate for." The somethings, as it turned out, were her family name, one of the oldest and bluest in France, which came with all the rarefied privilege and respect that Henri so craved. In exchange, Clotilde's family had access to his numerous and very lucrative business contacts. Clotilde, however, was not quite as valuable as Henri had first estimated, for after 5 years of marriage and numerous consultations with a variety of specialists, it was concluded that Clotilde was unable to conceive. She was, in that cruelest of summations, barren. "Ah, James," she'd said, as they lolled about one lazy summer afternoon in Provence, first editions of Byron, Shelley, and Jamie's omnipresent Yeats scattered in the grass about them. "Have you not heard the words? When I was a child I spake as a child. I thought as a child, but now I am a woman, and have put the things of childhood away. Love is the thought, the wish of a child. I have learned slowly, and yes, painfully, to put away the wishes and dreams of a child. But I never thought, not once, to be denied the joy, the absolute right to see those dreams in the faces of my children. No, I did not. Bitterness is a very bad thing, James. Try never to drink from its cup, for the taste can become appealing in a perverse fashion. Just a few sips are enough to make an addict." He had kissed her for the first time that day, hardly knowing how long he'd wanted to. She had let him kiss her with all the pain and passion his tender young heart had felt. But after, she had shook her head sadly, and said, "No, James, as much as we might desire it, some things are simply not possible." That had not been her opinion the following summer, his 18th. He was spending an idle month of it in France, free from the teachings of Jesuits, headed for Oxford in the autumn. Caught between an ending and a beginning, he was in a poor humour. He'd never liked those lapses in time. They made him feel quite lost. He attended a dinner with her and Henri, to which Henri saw fit to invite his mistress. Clotilde, all things considered, had been perfectly composed, gracious to all who sought her company, though Jamie had noticed that she was a shade or two paler than was usual. She made the excuse of a headache to their hostess early in the evening, and left without so much as a glance in Henri's direction. "Jamie, will you take me home, please?" was all she said. But he had noticed her use of the more familiar form of his name, and wondered at it. She'd taken his arm in what he perceived as tightly controlled rage, and smiling politely, left the house. He was not, as it turned out, completely off the mark in his assumption, only mistaken about the precise nature of her anger. "Jealous?" she had scoffed in reply to his question. "Oh, my naive boy, that is absurd. Of course I know of his mistresses. That is hardly shocking. In fact, I approve of it wholeheartedly. It saves me a great deal of unpleasant business, does it not? No, Jamie, it is the humiliation, that he should flaunt her so publicly, so flagrantly in front of our friends, in front of the President. Mon Dieu! It is unthinkable that he should be so stupid, so disregarding of the proprieties. Dignity is precious little, but it is what I have in this marriage." She had turned away then, but Jamie had seen some unnamable quantity in her face that he hoped to never see again. She came to his room that night, once again composed, dressed in a white silk peignoir, seeming no more than the girl he'd first known her to be. She'd stood silent as Jamie hastened to cover himself with the Kirkpatrick linens she had his bed freshly made with each morning. Then she'd come towards him slowly, sitting on the edge of his bed with the dignity of a born princess, sadly fragile in the light of a summer moon. "Would you make love to me, Jamie? Just this once. Make me feel like the woman I have never had the privilege of being. If I thought you would find this task distasteful, I would not ask, but the desire in your eyes mirrors the desire I have kept hidden." Jamie, with a knowledge older than his 18 years, knew she did not want words, could not indeed have borne them. She wanted no declarations of love, no messy scandale from which to extricate herself. So Jamie gave his heart in silence, for no matter the cost to himself, he would never cause her a moment of pain. And so he made love to her, gently at first, then with a wildness of heart he'd been unaware of possessing. Clotilde stayed with him all that night, leaving only when dawn streaked into view, returning, he knew, to her own rooms before the household staff arose. Henri might have reneged on the delicate deal of their marriage, but Clotilde de Rignac had not been raised for such unseemly behavior. Their affair continued throughout that summer, Jamie learning bit by bit the subtleties and nuances, the thousand shades of grey that lay at the foundation of every woman. There were only 2 instances in Clotilde's life when her rigidly set mask slipped. One was when she made love with Jamie, and the other was to come years later, in a manner he had not wished to see. It seemed hardly more than yesterday, and yet a lifetime away. The last time he'd made love to Clotilde, out in the country, away from suspicious eyes. She had discarded his clothes along with her own. She'd drunk him in with unabashed pleasure, knowing it was the last day, the final time, basking herself in the pained adoration that shone from his own eyes. She had cried a little afterwards, clinging to him in a manner so foreign to her sharply controlled nature that he knew it came from depths she could scarcely acknowledge. It was the way he remembered her, face flushed with love, the heavy branches of an apple tree dappling her face in sunshine and shadow, her hair, fine as a child's, spread about her face like watered rays of light. She had grasped his face between her hands and stared at him with a fierceness that made her seem angry. "Whatever happens, Jamie, don't let them sell you. Don't be just another part of their ludicrous business dealings. You are too fine for that. Keep that sweet soul of yours. Swear to me, James, that you won't let them do that to you. Swear to me." Jamie had, in his innocence, sworn, never knowing for 1 minute what terrible little tricks life could play upon one. The next day he flew back to Ireland to prepare for his sojourn at Oxford, as 5 generations of Kirkpatricks had done before him. His path would not cross Clotilde's again for some years, though he always sent her a breathtaking arrangement of flowers on her birthday and a polite note at Christmas. Then, one wintry day in Paris, when he was conducting a lengthy round of negotiations for the purchase of 2 Belgian linen mills, he saw a slender figure in a deep grey coat, alighting from the back of a silver Daimler. Her ash-blonde hair was a little paler, but not a strand of it out of place. Henri had died a year earlier, and Jamie had sent the proper condolences, though he'd felt congratulations were more in order. Clotilde would finally have her freedom, and at 42, a woman such as she was only coming into her vintage years. He'd coaxed her into dinner that night, and it was then she brought up the past they'd so carefully skirted all afternoon. "So, James, you two have grown a little older, perhaps a little wiser. Ah, mon Dieu, is that a touch of the cynic I see in your eyes? Well, James, that is what comes of breaking promises. Do not give me that puzzled look. Acting is not one of your talents. You made me a promise once, not such a long time ago. But you broke it, didn't you? You let them have what was most precious in you for their own ends." "Life only gives you so many choices," he'd said quietly, eyes turned away from Clotilde's all-seeing dark ones. "Don't lie to me, James. It ill suits your nature. It was an exchange. You gave your dreams to save your father's soul. One of you was cheated, though, and it wasn't your father." Jamie made no reply, for Clotilde expected none. He had no argument to make in his defence. She knew as well as he the reasons he'd let go of the deepest desires of his heart, that his father, to whom he'd given love and loyalty without measure all his days, had used the very fineness of his son's character against him in the end. It wasn't until after they had returned to her beautiful apartment, overlooking the Seine, for after-dinner cognac, that Jamie saw how tired she appeared, how drawn and old. "Are you ill?" he'd asked bluntly, not knowing how to broach such an unbroachable subject. "Ill? Jamie, what a weak word that is. No, I am not ill. I have cancer. Some would classify that as ill, but I can reassure you there are many, many worlds between those 2 words. He did not need to ask the question, for it was answered by the quiet desperation that every pore and fibre of her being spoke of. Clotilde would not have her vintage years, would never be granted freedom in this life. She'd been given away to an uncaring, thoughtless man years ago, and now some unseen force had seen fit to give her over to a disease that in its monstrous, mindless gluttony would clutch and claw at every cell in her body, until it took the very last breath from her. Clotilde, age 42, would never know another moment of freedom in her life. She would live another 18 months, brutal, agonizing months. It would be Jamie who stood by her through the worst of it. He who lived this double life. A wife, pregnant for the second time and terrified, at home, and an ex-lover, dying in Paris. Flying back and forth, exhausted, fleeing grief in 2 countries. He who held Clotilde's hand when she wept with pure terror, and held her head on the days when her stomach refused to hold so much as a cup of weak tea. Jamie, who buried his second son while Clotilde took a few more steps towards her own grave. Who watched his wife spiral into a depression so severe he feared for her life. It was he who held Clotilde at the end, as she hovered somewhere between the agony of the final stage of cancer and the oblivion of drugs. Jamie, who against doctors' orders took her from the sterile confines of the hospital and drove her to her beloved province, praying the whole way that she would make it through those last few miles. And so it was he who held her tightly, like father to child, as she watched the last rites of the world she knew, the rise and fall of the summer moon, the burning fire of a red-gold sun in the dewdrop hours. Jamie, who heard her last words. Jamie, the colours of my life have been dark, but for one summer I had a rainbow. Thank you, my love, for that season. She'd held his hand tightly, crying a little as the pain came in waves, rhythmic and unceasing. I will take care of your babies for you, I promise. Remember, in the beginning and in the end, there are only dreams. He had only minutes later closed her eyes against a glorious summer morning, relieved in some small measure that her pain was over and hopeful, in a place very far down, that his baby sons would no longer be alone. Through Clotilde he'd made reparations to the mother who had died so similarly, took care as the man what he could not as the boy. 1 year later, there was another son, a wee fiery-headed scrap of a man who was born before his time, but unlike his brothers before him, born breathing. Stuart Gordon Kirkpatrick survived only 3 weeks, and when Jamie laid his third son to rest in a little blue velvet-lined casket, he closed the door on hope and happiness, and saw his wife do the same. Neither spoke of children again. It was a silent agreement. Another death would finish them both. Colleen took refuge in God, had the marriage annulled by taking holy orders, and went away to live with the Blessed Sisters of Mercy. In a world that had once seemed so limitless with possibility, so wide open with an unending array of adventure, that had seemed so damn golden, the lights for Jamie, once an incurable optimist, had dimmed considerably. Oh, Jamie, I'm so sorry. I'd no idea about your babies. Jamie came round sharply, and suddenly to the realization that he had revealed far more than he'd intended to, and that Pamela had tear tracks streaming down her face. Sweetheart, I'm sorry. I never meant to go on like that. God knows I've been drunk and foolish many a time, but I've never babbled on like this. She disregarded his protest. Your sons, all 3. It seems too cruel to be true. How can you believe in God after he took so much from you? Because I'm a good Catholic boy at heart, he said bitterly, and then meeting her eyes, gave in to the truth. I had nothing else left to believe in, and there were plenty of dark nights when I cursed him aloud. But if there's one thing I've learned in this life, is that you've got to believe in something, small or big, or you'll completely lose your hold on living. My sons are with God, so you see, if I didn't believe in him, I'd have gone insane. Do you still love your wife? The very air stilled around the question, as if the heat itself had an ear and waited for his answer. "I will always love Colleen, but in a different manner now than when we were husband and wife. We grieved our sons together. We will always be bound through them, and perhaps, being their mother, having carried them under her heart, she may have suffered more than I." What he did not add was that Colleen had refused to see Stuart, had turned her face to the hospital wall, and said she could not bear to know his face, when it would only be gone from her. He, father of first Michael, then Alexander, and finally Stuart, had dressed them in christening gowns, wrapping their still wee forms in shrouds of baby Irish lace, in awe even through his pain of the perfect peacefulness of their faces. He alone sat by Stuart's incubator day and night, willing him to live until the nurses begged him to rest before he himself needed a bed in the hospital. He'd been alone when Stuart ceased his struggle, his paltry 3 weeks having been a valiant fight, as though from the first he'd felt the angels waiting. Near the end, Stuart had opened his eyes soft and green as springtime, and looked, Jamie would swear to his dying day, directly into his father's eyes. "He's asking your permission to go," a kind nurse had told him. "I've seen it before. They're wise, these ones, more'n if they've lived 100 years. It's time you held your son, Mr. Kirkpatrick. Send him to the angels in your arms. Surely there's no way he'd rather go." It was the first time he'd held a son, living, in his arms. He'd been nervous, scared of doing something wrong, of causing him harm or pain. But then Stuart had been placed next to his heart, his head fitting just so into the crook of Jamie's elbow, and he let the tears fall as he kissed the tiny wee feet, each toe a thing of wonderment, and the silky soft head with its fine fuzz of red curls, as delicate as a spider's web, with the first glow of dawn upon it. And he said the words that broke his heart forever, that took away some part of his wholeness as a man. "It's all right, wee man. I can see you're tired. You've put up a fight worthy of 10 warriors. No one could ever expect more. You sleep now, love. Daddy's here, and he just wants you to have your peace." He sang to Stuart then, a low and ancient lullaby that spoke of green hills far away, of moonbeam boats that glided through the Milky Way of dreams and adventures that his son would never know. Stuart Kirkpatrick died that way, secure in his father's arms, with the warmth of his father's voice in his ears. The German poet, Rainer Maria Rilke, had once said that man's pain had yet to outlive the garden, but Jamie had stopped believing in the garden, had come to see flowers as merely flowers, not a metaphor for some unquenched longing. Here, today though, with the heat like a spreading fist gloved in kid leather, he felt a flicker of doubt. "Is it enough?" she was asking, moving with the one question her queen out into an extremely vulnerable position. "Is what enough?" "This life you lead, of books and papers and good manners. Is it enough for you?" "It has to be," he replied gently, knowing that in light of what she was asking, it was an inadequate, foolish response. "Why?" With one word she had opened the board, leaving it clear for his attack, his move. But rather than playing king, he opted for knight-errant. He formed the words, lined them neatly up behind his throat, ready to spill them in a steady and mannered flow. But she, with the insanity of innocence, bounded on, heedless of the realities. "I'd give you everything," she said, trembling, sun stroking her hair to indigo, hazing her lines. "My heart and soul and everything that goes with it. We could have babies, as many as you wanted, sons and daughters, a house filled with them." She clung to his hand, her own too shaking violently and freezing cold. There was, after all, it seemed, an agony he had not experienced, and it was this. He allowed himself a small portion of weakness, and with his free hand brushed her face softly, stroking away the tears that had begun to spill. Dear God in heaven, but the child meant it, believed it could be. "It is not possible," he said. "I carry the genes that killed my sons. I am a blight that forecludes the chance of a harvest." "But—" she began, and he, the scent of strawberries ripe and red in his senses, struck out her words. "I cannot love you, and you must not love me," he said gently, firmly, and yet unequivocally. She leaned forward and kissed him, simply and softly, honey mixed with the thorns of her mouth, the smell of dust and sun and the taste of something sweetly, verdantly green on her tongue. She felt to him as fragile as a dream at the Elysian fields, all the pleasures of paradise and none of the pain. Here was water to slake his thirst, here a salve to pull the fever from his bones. She kissed as though it were innate to her, as if she had always known kissing his particular mouth. Long ago, for reasons of sanity or insanity, he'd sought reason with its fine and careful lines, its rules and evenly spaced stairs, its well-insulated walls and tightly sealed roof. Passion, with its unbounded field and dark wood, was rejected as too dangerous, as limitless, unwalled, unroofed, unstable. To taste was to know addiction with one draught, to be unable ever to quit oneself of the flavor and need. To discover, perhaps, that there was a God, to kiss his face and find it angry. There was, however, nothing of anger to be found here. She felt in his arms as natural and essential as air and light. All silken youth, she took his very breath and twisted it, laced it with pain and laughter, and gave it back to him filled with life. The taste of it in his mouth was terrifying. Still he followed her to the ground in a natural progression, as water will always find earth. Her blouse was open to the waist, fragile folds of it falling away like petals from a bruised flower. Her flesh swelled and warmed under his hand, breath tightening and muscles quivering, ready for him, denying him nothing, seeking to place all the comfort her body could offer within his grasp. He bowed his head with a reverence he'd never known before, resting his face for a moment in the lovely valley created by her young, high breasts. He took a deep breath, his senses drowning, struggling to surface. Springtime in youth in all its bitter green. The dew of dawn bright mornings stirring the dull roots of pain. Grief, long dammed, broke through desire in horrible, choking waves. She made no exclamations, expressed no surprise, merely cradled him to her breast, and made soft, soothing noises, as if she were the mother his had not known how to be. How long he lay there, he never knew. How long does it take a man's soul to fall in upon itself, to break and shatter into innumerable pieces, and begin the first tentative steps towards rebirth? As the ebb and flow of exhaustion at last calmed the wrenching pull of his grief, he noted somewhat fuzzily that evening had begun its encroach, damping the trees and water with shadow. Small birds, liveried in feathered blue, twittered down towards sleep. He pulled himself with great reluctance from the sticky warmth of Pamela's embrace, covering her gently with the crumpled delphiniums of her blouse. The fracture of parting was physically painful, every cell protesting. He knew his grief had embedded her within him as a sexual joining would not have done. Blood of my blood, and cursed by it, he thought bleakly. "Jamie?" He could have wept anew at the unspoken questions that one utterance contained. He forced himself to look up, to see her, to meet the hope that burned hotly in her face. "I cannot," was all he said, knowing full well he'd go to the grave, seeing her stricken look. "I see," she said with a calm finality, as if indeed she'd always suspected it would come to this between them. She did her buttons up, smoothed the delicate material, unconsciously ravelling that which had become so swiftly unravelled between them, pulling the threads of her torn dignity about her protectively. "I cannot play moth to your star, Jamie," she said finally, a shadow of something akin to pity in her eyes. "You can't continue to hold me in your hands if you refuse to hold me in your heart." "Does that mean you won't be coming back to Belfast?" "In a manner of speaking." "I suppose it's my turn to see." He said the words costing him far more than he'd anticipated. "You'd best take care. The kind of fire your Casey will take you into will burn a moth until it can't even recognize itself. The face that turned to him in the dusk was pale but composed. It's a very cold world. Makes a fire appealing, wouldn't you say? She went to her horse, swung up lightly, a flicker of heat in the waning sun. I'm sorry, Jamie. Don't be. The horse tossed its head, cantering sideways, impatient to be gone from this garden. Sorry, she continued without contrition, that you were so afraid of living again. A quick death, my father used to say, is infinitely preferable to one that takes a lifetime. The horse took the reins then, and in a glimmer, they were gone. Girl and beast melted away like myth, like life. And that, he supposed, was checkmate, or from the Arabic, Shah Mat, meaning the king is dead. And the heavens reject not the desire of the moth for the star, of the night for the morrow, the devotion to something afar, from the sphere of our sorrow. Only Shelley could answer Shelley, I can give not what men call love. From the Greek katholikos, meaning universal, and kyriakon, meaning belonging to the Lord, and ecclesia, meaning assembly, came the Church, the Holy Mother Church founded upon the rock of Peter, her hem wetted by the receding tides of paganism, bound on earth by Christ's gathering of his disciples in his last days, bound in heaven by divine law, the formation of, given over to a simple fisherman, who was to become the shepherd and feed the sheep of the Son of God, the Son of Man. Peter, keeper of the keys of heaven, denier of Christ, walker on water, a doubter and defender of the first order, a member of the elite circle who walked with Christ on earth, and saw him shoulder to shoulder with Moses and Elijah after his death, crucified and buried in Rome, the city which was to become the epicenter of the world's largest religious community on earth, the first bishop of Rome, the Pope. Grounded in the theology of Paul, madman, zealot, wandering missionary, tent-maker, lover of Timothy, scourged and jailed repeatedly, crushed in the crux of Judaism and Christianity. A Jew for the Jews, a Christian for the Christians, all things to all men in order to be their Savior. Speaking in the tongue of men and angels, he preserved the faith through desolation, frustration, and personal darkness. He was the writer of some of the tenderest and most passionate love letters in the history of humanity. Words written to his flock, his children, known for all times as the epistles of Paul. Rival of Peter, he would meet his end in Rome, beheaded and hoping with his last breath to be reunited with his Christ on the road beyond the grave. The Church was proclaimed as the presence of the body of Christ on earth. Christ's own humanity would allow all of mankind to be taken fully into the heart and mystery of redemption. All part of the plan. One no human, struggling in darkness and childlike naivete, could fully understand. For to be taken into the heart of God, to see his face, was to surely die. Small pockets of Christianity began to establish themselves across Asia Minor, the seeds of faith scattered along the trade routes, the coasts, rivers and roads of the empire's far-flung interests. From Jerusalem to Damascus, southward, following the scent of spices and sand into Arabia, across the burning wastes of Syria into the imperial splendor of ancient Egypt. Across the Adriatic, over the Alps, men followed the cross and brought the word of the Son of God to all who would hear. To Spain and Gaul, and to an island on the edge of oblivion, called Britain. The old religions still existed, but their flames were dying low. Judaism, decimated by persecution, taxes and a series of revolts in which Jews sought to recover their homeland and their freedom, gathered about her huddled and frightened masses. Their numbers sadly diminished, and poured what fire was left into the pens and scrolls of old men. In Egypt, they still worshipped their pantheon of sacred creatures, but by the end of the 4th century Isis, Osiris, Ra, and the rest would be spirits of memory, not divinity and terrible deeds. Christianity was the first equal opportunity religion. It cared not for a man's class, nation, nor the circumstance of his birth. All men were inheritors of Christ's salvation. To the downtrodden, the crippled, the maimed, the bereaved, it was a promise of a better world, beyond the one that had shown them little more than squalid misery. All men were equal in Christ's eyes, all men capable of holding God within. With ritual and spectacle, borrowing from pagan rites, Jewish ethics and the metaphysics and philosophy of the Greeks, the Church gave poetry where before there had only been prose, color to the bleakness, light to the darkness. Jesus, the Jewish man, was abandoned. In his place was created the risen Christ, the God divorced from Judaism and made palatable even to the mouths of anti-Semites. The separation of the cloth of Christianity from the fabric of Judaism was done by a succession of tailors, some infinitely skilled, others who understood little more than hacking and tearing. Paul, Christ's own disciple, made the first cut. Many others would follow, until the Christian would scorn the idea that Judaism was his rightful mother. Centuries later, under the hand of pale-faced fanatics named Cromwell and Luther, Christianity would move back again toward the aesthetics and stricture of Jewish law, and call itself Protestantism. The fervor and ardency of early Christianity was based in large part on the certainty of Christ's return. The spirit must be made pure, and quickly, so that it might dwell in paradise with its Maker. Centuries, though, ticked over, faded, and were gone, a tracery of breath in a universe of fog, and still the prince did not return to the castle. Even the millennium, numbered by the event of his birth, could not lure him back to earth. In the meantime, though it took 3 centuries to happen, Rome, the great whore of Babylon, the mother who took from the cradle of Greece the infant of Western civilization and nurtured it to young adulthood, was dying. But with her last breath, she gave her maternal blood to the Church, leaving it what strength she might. It was a generous legacy. In the Church, Caesar and Christ blended and became one. The fiery passion of the Jewish intellect, the love and vision of one solitary man, combined with the law and order, discipline and unity of the Roman Empire. Christ died to save all mankind. Rome, to give life to the Church. It was a case of the old making way for the brash newcomer. Birth and death would remain the 2 great mysteries of the Church and of humankind itself. The Church would always maintain Rome as its seat, building upon the 3 pillars of sacrament, meditation, and communion, but its supplicants and true believers would take all roads, leading from Rome, dispersing upon the winds and taking God with them to every corner and every human being they crossed along the way. Warriors who would both wound and heal as they traveled the rocky road to the holy city Jerusalem. Fevered blackbirds from Spain and Portugal who would fly across the water to the New World under the banner of Ad Majorem Dei Gloriam. Anything and all for the greater glory of God. Many would give their lives, some would even give their souls trying to convert a race of people who did not want a white God descending from a white paradise. In Ireland it was less Caesar, more Christ. Before Patrick, he who banished snakes and brought God, the Irish had a highly developed society. Nonetheless, history written in part by Rome would remember them as barbarians, savage Celts, naked and hairy, having barely crawled from the cave. They had an alphabet, extensive literature, poetry, and legend, passed down in the oral tradition round fires under star-strained skies. Their art took form in the moulds of clay, bronze, and gold. They worshipped nature, the sun, stars, and moon, and populated their land with countless fairies, demons, and pointy-eared elves. Their priests were white-robed druids, who ruled through magic and controlled the movement of sun and moon, rain and fire, using wands and wheels. They foretold the future, counseled kings, educated the young, formulated law, studied astronomy, and faded into extinction with the coming of the other priests, the black-robed ones, who would hold sway over the hearts and minds of the Irish for centuries to come. Perhaps it was inevitable, being bound by water on all sides, to believe that heaven lay across its fluid surface in the mists. A land where there was nothing of harshness, nothing of pain or treachery, but only music and fairness. The Avalon of the Celts. But then Patrick came, and brought with him a soul divided from nature and the pure longing for another world, and a man whose absence seemed the root of all human sorrow. Born in England of a Roman citizen, he was christened Patricius, moderately educated but nevertheless so well versed in his Bible that he could quote it in its entirety. Captured at 16 by Irish raiders and taken to Ireland, he was to spend the next 6 years as a pig herder. It was there, in the lonely hills, that he found God in all his consuming glory. He was devoted, rising each day at dawn to pray in snow, rain, or hail, finding in the discomfort some echo of his master's voice. He escaped to the sea, was picked up by sailors and taken to Gaul. He worked his way back to England and his parents, and stayed with them for a few years. But Ireland was in his blood. She called across the sea to him. She came to him in dreams, and he knew his return was inevitable. He studied for the priesthood, was ordained, and when the Bishop of Ireland, a man by the name of Palladius, died, Patrick was made bishop, and took up the ecclesiastical sword for the church. A pagan still sat on the throne of Ireland, and though Patrick failed to convert him, he was granted permission to establish his mission. Over the next 30 years of his sojourn in Ireland, he would be credited with many miracles, giving sight to the blind, hearing to the deaf, cleansing lepers, casting out demons, raising the dead, but perhaps the real miracle was the conversion of an entire nation from paganism to Christianity. Patrick, former slave and a man who had always been a misfit in the Roman world, brought Christ to Ireland, and put Ireland into Christ, separating the Church from Rome and all the socio-political baggage that came with that august city-state. In Ireland, the Church would gain a new face and become irrevocably Irish, giving a sly wink to held-over pagan festivities, keeping custom with May Day and All Hallows' Eve, but casting away the harsher elements, the ritual sacrifice, the bonds of slavery, the swords of battle. British Christianity did not recognize the Irish as Christian because they were not Roman. The British believed that the terms Christianity and Roman were one and the same. If you weren't one, you couldn't possibly be the other. Patrick's cry to heaven may have been the first Irish cry to God for the implacability of the British heart, but it certainly wouldn't be the last. Can it be that they do not believe that we have received one baptism, or that we have one God and Father? Is it a shameful thing in their eyes that we have been born in Ireland? The answer may well have been yes, both then and 15 centuries later. Even the British could not alter Patrick's legacy to the Irish, and Irish Catholicism would always retain some traces of paganism and be, at its heart, inherently Irish. Patrick, for his own part, established monasteries and nunneries, ordained priests, built churches, and left his children well guarded spiritually from the older order and religion, which had begun its death throes when Patrick first alit on the shores of the island. He died in 461 AD, an Irishman on Irish soil. Two offshoots of Patrick's legacy were literacy and the formation of the Church in Ireland around the central hub of monasteries. Monks seeking non-violent martyrdom would seek out a remote spot beyond the pale of tribal boundaries. There, in huts of daub and wattle, shaped like beehives, they sought solitude, shared only with the Lord. But martyrs inevitably attract their like, and soon small communities of beehive abodes would spring up around these men, forming communities, which in turn threw out their own tendrils of succor, attracting even more people. These monasteries would often become centers of learning. One of these would even become a university of sorts, attracting students from all parts of Ireland, Britain, and Europe. Never literary snobs, the monks filled their libraries with every book that came to hand. All of Christian doctrine devoured and copied, they did not shrink from the delights of Greek and Latin pagan literature. Words were of value merely for being words, no language too far above or below their interest to be of merit. Much of the literature that survived the dark ages that were devouring Europe was owed to the long, candle-lit nights of patient Irish monks, copying millions of words and giving all of humanity a priceless gift. There would be saints to follow Patrick, Columkill, who would go to war over a book and be exiled from the land he loved for taking up arms. He would suffer the same fate as millions of his countrymen would centuries later, banished to another land, fated to die on foreign soil, and never to cease dreaming of Ireland. Bridget, well believed to be the saint most influential after Patrick, a rebellious noblewoman, cast away from her family for her love of the poor and afflicted. She was to rule as high abbess over a double monastery, an institution that admitted and housed novitiates of both genders. She was the center of her own city, a city of supreme beauty and countless wonders, where the treasure of kings was guarded well and numberless crowds came to festivals, came to watch, came to worship, came for safety and sanctuary. In the meantime, continental Europe had fallen into a darkness it would not emerge from for centuries. In the first decade of the 5th century, a horde of barbarians crossed the frozen Rhine, and broke what had once seemed unbreakable, the line of Roman defense, the backbone of the empire. Rome fell under the onslaught of illiterate barbarians, crumbling into the dust pile of history, while Christianity clung to life on barren rocks in the Atlantic Ocean. The German hordes, who, in seeking Rome, destroyed it, warmed their hands over the blaze of libraries, burning thousands of years of history without a qualm. Unable to read, they neither understood nor cared for the power of books. Scholars of all description and denominations fled to Ireland, a land out beyond the recollection of the empire, a green and quiet oasis in a world gone mad. Bone-thin Egyptian ascetics carrying Coptic script, cloth-bound Armenians with a gleam of fanaticism in their eyes, olive-skinned Syrians still smelling of sand and the scorch of desert sun, all fleeing the wrath of hairy, smelly barbarians who would usher in the Middle Ages, a time of illiterates ruling illiterates, when Christianity would be narrowed down to something hard and mean that Christ had certainly never intended. Ireland at peace housed the monks who copied the books that were left in the world. They, living in their Loud glade, were the last literary culture as the Roman eagle vanished from the skies and human memory. Only one thing stood between Ireland and Europe, and that was England. Columkill, leaving Ireland, crossed that divide. Following him were the monks who wandered Europe, trading books, small pockets of light in a continent of darkness. Most of them would never see the shores of their mother country again. With them went the institution of the Irish monastery, the seeds of which would begin to spring up all over Europe. They changed their skies, but not their souls, and saved civilization as we know it. But as was inevitable, the world found them out, and the Vikings found them sleeping the sleep of those too long used to peace. The tall red men came in off northern seas to pillage, rape, torture, and destroy all that lay in their path. For some 300 years, fires would blaze across Ireland, burning monasteries and the communities they were the centre of, again and again. There would never really be peace again for Ireland, for not far behind the Vikings came the Normans, and though the Normans became, as it was said, more Irish than the Irish themselves, those who followed would not show the same inclination to blend in with the local culture. The Elizabethans would come and plunder the forest in an attempt to flush out the natives who had already learned that they could not meet the British on their ground and trust them, and so took to the forests and fought them guerrilla style. The British would also contemplate the complete annihilation of the Irish people, but would save that task for Cromwell, who would come a century later and almost achieve the task of genocide. It was Cromwell who would pass law forbidding Catholics to own land anywhere, but in the westernmost and least fertile portion of Ireland, known as Connacht. Ireland had been held by the British since 1171, under the excuse that the island could be used by France or Spain as a base of attacks, but it had never really been conquered, and, as the British would learn to their own sorrow, the Irish never would be conquered. This knowledge, however, did not stop the British from trying. Elizabeth I saw a Catholic Ireland as a dire threat to Protestant England, and to that end ordered an enforcement of Protestantism throughout the island. Mass was outlawed, monasteries closed down, priests survived only by going into hiding, able to administer to a scant few. Irish society, deprived of its moral underpinning, descended into chaos. Murder, rape, and theft abounded. The Irish leaders appealed to the Pope for help, and he in turn sent an Irish blackbird, a devoted and courageous man, a Jesuit, home. His name was David Wolfe, and he, in establishing forbidden missions and secretly bringing in other Jesuits to administer to the people, gave the people back some glimmer of hope. Under Elizabeth's iron fist, the Irish, never a people to take no for an answer, continued to rise again and again, fighting recklessly and bravely. Elizabeth would respond with massacres in which men, women, and children were all put to the sword. Famine left some countries almost entirely bereft of their native people. Peace bought with blood and souls came in the form of desolation. The seeds of it, scattered with a bountiful hand by the English, would sow a hatred so entrenched that it would divide Ireland from England forever. After Cromwell and his pogroms came the penal laws, denuding Catholics of the most basic of human rights. The light of Ireland began to seek warmer shores. She would lose her great mines to countries that could feed and nurture them. Swift, Burke, Goldsmith, Sheridan, all of one nation, divided and sundered before God. Catholic resistance to English rule, born of dread desperation, was sporadic and ineffectual. The leaders of uprisings inevitably found their end on the scaffold, many barely past boyhood, still with the flush of youth on their cheek. Still, the Irish, spirits indomitable, managed to survive, occasionally to flourish. The famines, however, took a final and wretched care of that. As 1 million died, another 1.5 million fled, and by 1914 that number would swell, as another 4 million emigrated and spread over the face of the earth. In the wake of the famines, the Catholic Church rose from the ashes and took firm hold of what was left of the Irish people. The Church was always involved in national events, backing the Protestant lawyer, Charles Stewart Parnell, in his campaign for Home Rule, and destroying him just as ably when it was revealed he was having an affair with a married woman. After the failure of the 1916 Rising, Ireland was divided, north and south, Ulster and Free State. Because the Free State was so overwhelmingly Catholic, the newly formed government decided to build much of its policy around Catholic teaching. As a result, in 1925, divorce was outlawed, and in 1930, a censorship board was established. Eamon de Valera, the newly crowned head of state, drafted a new constitution that relied heavily on Catholic moral and social teaching. It was tyranny of a subtle sort, ensuring the continued exile of the 20th century's greatest writer, James Joyce, and forcing an unnatural piety on the Irish people. And yet the nation, decimated with war and famine, crippled by the loss of so many of her children, would manage to give the world in the 20th century the eternal lights of William Butler Yeats, George Bernard Shaw, Samuel Beckett, John Millington Synge, Sean O'Casey, and Brendan Behan, the angry young man with a pub-installed typewriter under one hand and a drink in the other. Words, not religion, would be the saviour of the Irish people. The Irish survived, and so, clinging with the slenderest of threads at times, did the Catholic Church, until it came to seem at times that the one term was interchangeable with the other. Irish and Catholic, Christ and Caesar, hand in glove, presiding over a nation too small to bear the weight of Rome comfortably, too firelit to linger long in its shadow. Jamie had been born into a Catholic family who adored the Church in theory and abandoned it in principle. Rites of passage were held too, however, and he had known the perfume of chrism upon his forehead as a baby and as a young boy, had been mesmerized by the scent and smoke of the thurible, sweetly numbed by the call and response of the antiphonal songs, caught in the webbing of memorized rhythmic prayers, made safe by a burning candle under the benign gaze of a blue-robed Mary at night, secure in the arms of such an ancient mother who knew her children in a way no young offshoot ever could. The Kirkpatrick household of his childhood had been one of long silences broken by bouts of parties, social evenings, great throngs of artists, writers, actors, and activists sprawled out on beds, couches, carpets, smoking, eating, drinking, laughing and singing into the wee hours. A quiet child, Jamie had watched through banisters and from around corners, smelling the perfumes of tobacco, whiskey, and more exotic, less definable substances, had seen his mother whirl at the centre of it like some bright, burning, avian-hearted creature, who would singe if you touched her. She'd been all motion, forever going out the door or coming in with a horde of bohemians, a rabble of dispossessed who alternately spoiled and ignored the small son of the woman they adored. Caught up in causes, the more hopeless the better it seemed, in the life of the mind, in the extension of the soul into artistry, Jamie's mother had been unable to stop running. She seemed afraid that if she were ever to stop, some horrible unnamed thing would catch and consume her alive. Perhaps she'd been right, though, for when she was 32 and Jamie only 10, the unnamed thing became a known quantity. Cancer. The quietness had descended audibly then, memories clustering and becoming more real than the woman who'd clung to life still in the bed down the hall. He could smell the sickness in her, and it had, at his tender age, frightened him. It was the smell of decay and fear, of some monstrous thing completely out of control, and Jamie had been terrified of catching it, of awakening one morning and feeling that horrible, growing, leeching thing sliding and slipping through him, surviving on his oxygen, destroying his life and its own through greed. So he, in some ways his mother's son, had run, and found Colleen McGregor, and been given unstintingly her family and a safe place to hide. The McGregors were stalwart Catholics, and Jamie, mercilessly scrubbed and polished with Colleen's 2 brothers, was taken to church each and every Sunday. It was a refuge, a place of comforting mystery, where someone could lay their hands upon your head and give you the gift of the secrets of the universe. He went into it fully, without hesitation, giving himself over with a passion his childhood had not allowed otherwise. Felt the strange rapture of the Eucharist when the bread was placed in his mouth. Heard the whisper, "This is my body," and accompanying the wine, "This is my blood," with a shiver rooted in his spine. Had confessed his sins in the misery of certainty that he was stained forever black, and been physically relieved to know the Church always took her children back to her bosom. Forgave, if not necessarily forgot. Found comfort in the jet beads of the rosary clicking over, an unending cycle of man's plaintive cry to heaven. He'd watched as his mother was given last rites, had held her hand and prayed silently along with the priest's audible words, had felt life pull slowly away, like the tide going out from the shore and finally retreating altogether. In the years that followed, he'd lost himself in the church, been tutored by Jesuits ablaze with their faith. He'd even considered holy orders himself, had wanted to burn alive in the crucible of ecstasy and agony that love of God seemed to promise. Had found himself one night in a fit of adolescent passion, clinging to the gates of a monastery, certain he'd found his destiny and aware on a level he couldn't acknowledge that he did not possess the key nor the character to open those gates. Still, in the ignorance of youth, he'd pursued the star. His mentor, a gentle man named Father Lawrence Loyola O'Donnell, had told him to pray carefully, to fast and to receive an honest answer from God, even if it wasn't the one he wanted. He had done that, prayed from early morning until shadows of evening had crept across the chapel he knelt in, and the flames of the candles seemed to stretch into a grotesque thinness. Had waited, in the silence, for God to answer. Had searched the faces of the gaudy saints. John of God, with his mad eyes. Christopher, figment of religious myth. Mother Mary, with her blank face, and Christ, with the omnipresent streams of blood coating his pale body. Nausea, thick and cloying, rose in him. Bile tasting like hot, salted blood tinged the back of his throat and tongue. He'd run from the church, desperate for fresh air and anything to escape the pain that had risen and clenched like a vice around the breadth of his head. He'd thrown up outside, retching in the grass until the muscles in his throat and around his ribs felt torn and burning. Father Lawrence had found him there, brought him cool water to drink and a cloth to wipe his face with, and told him gently, kindly, that whatever destiny awaited him, it was not to be found within the walls of the church. The church was not, Father Lawrence had said, a place to hide from whatever it was about the world that scared you. He had truly listened in the chapel, had stilled his heart and mind and cells and synapses to a whisper, and had listened with every straining, yearning bit of humanity that was in him. Yes, he had prayed as well, carefully at first, softly, so as not to alarm God nor himself, and then finally, into a silence, so terrifying, it had made him dizzy with ardor. As the silence lengthened with the shadows, ardor became panic. Why this yearning? Why? How did molecules come to this, be they stardust or not? Be more, he had prayed. Be more than what I am, what earthly gods I serve. Be more than the sun of my memories, hopes, and fears. Be more than the sum of all that is. Remain the infinite mystery if you must, but be more than the equation of simple human yearning. Sweet Jesus, be more. Where was the mercy in loving that which was mortal, that which broke? For without the more there was no mercy, no sense, neither rhyme nor reason. And yet where was the mercy in not loving that which was mortal? For a flame could burn in its moment, even if seconds later there was only smoke to know it by. What, Lord? He'd cried silently. What of pain and terror, and loneliness? But if more, then it would also be the more of difficult things, the unsightly, the unseemly, the lowly of heart and mind. He wondered after if he had asked too much, or if to not ask these things was faith. There had been no still, small voice in the darkness, no gentle finger skimming his face. Was it so very much to want that whisper at the gate?
to hear the leaves rustle and know the sound of God's music in their dance. To want that simple voice in the night that Julian of Norwich had once heard. The one that gave no absolutes, but neither took them away. This I am. I am what you love. I am what you enjoy. I am what you serve. I am what you long for. I am what you desire. I am what you intend. I am all that is. He had learned that day in the chapel that to search for God was to break your heart again and again and again. To accept that healing would not come in this life. He'd gone to ground after that, a fox searching for the hole that would make him safe. Tried for comfort in words, as he'd always done, and found even the masters of pen and wit had no answers, only plaintive cries, swallowed on the universal wind as surely as his own. Now, years later, after the loss of children, wife, father, he no longer searched, for he was afraid that some day he might actually find an answer and would be unable to bear it. Rilke had been right. The pain had not outworn the garden, because the garden was built not to care, to encompass infinity and as much pain as man was capable of. And now this girl, holding out hope in her hand, believing he'd the courage to take it. All angels are terrible, but this one was not fruit. She was flower, easily bruised, felled and blighted by winter's frost. He could not partake of the blossom without destroying it. As much as it appalled him, he would have to open the cup of his hands and let the wind take her where it would, even if it was to the heart of the fire. He supposed, in the end, that he was, indeed, still a good Catholic boy. In the morning they played a comedy of manners, all politeness, walking in measured circles around each other. There were a number of things that had to be done in order to make the place ready for another long absence. Pamela disappeared down to the village for the better part of the afternoon, coming back and finding him in the garden, shearing the heads off the roses, knowing he'd not be back in the fall to do it. She was, despite the heat of the day, pale and shaking with cold. He paused in his beheading, a chill radiating from the tip of his spine through the sweat his labors had produced. "What is it?" he asked, knowing somehow that it had nothing to do with the events of the previous day. She shook her head, mutely handing him a rolled-up paper from underneath her arm. He took it, and knew with every fiber of his being that he didn't want to see what it said, that somehow the smoke he'd been smelling all summer was about to burst into a conflagration he wouldn't be able to direct or control. He opened it. Before him was a sight he'd become all too used to over the preceding months. A picture of the beatific Reverend Lucian Broughton, managing to gleam even from the grain of newsprint. It was, unusually though, a small picture, a posed headshot. It was the photo opposite that stilled his heart for a beat, and when it resumed beating, it was in a jagged and painful rhythm. There stood his father, in one of the last photos taken, face turned away from the camera, though not far enough to disguise the terrible melancholy that resided there. A picture he'd taken himself on the last Christmas they'd had together. Two sad and lonely men, trying to pretend holidays meant a thing to them anymore. He didn't need to read the headlines. He already had a very good idea what they said. But of course he did. Questionable death. Coroner's office to reopen investigation into the death of wealthy businessman and politician James Kirkpatrick III. Something about the whole situation seemed a bit funny from the start, said the Reverend Lucian Broughton, currently seeking to become Member of Parliament in the district the deceased James Kirkpatrick had represented from April of 1962 until his untimely death in early March of this year. It seems as if the public was never given an adequate explanation for his death. A man relatively young and in good health. Tragic, yes, but accidental? Well, that remains to be seen, continued the Reverend Broughton. He was a much-loved public figure, and I feel that the public of his district and this city deserve an honest answer to what actually happened. Questions about the death of James Kirkpatrick have been swirling since his death in a hunting accident. However, his son, now Lord Kirkpatrick, assured the press and media that it was nothing more than an accident. Strange, perhaps, for a man whose skill with a gun was impressive, but not entirely out of the range of possibility. Now, however, disturbing facts are coming to light that cast doubt on the story. Jamie, body cold and rigid, scanned the rest of the story, and saw that it gave details of his father's life, medical and psychological history, relationships, and then went on to chronicle his own woes. He felt a cold trickle begin to build into a hard ball of ice in his stomach. There were things in this article, half hints and insinuations, which alluded to particulars no one outside of himself and his father could possibly have known about, unless someone had done a lot of homework, had set out to lay a trap, had rifled his papers, fine-tooth combed their business dealings for the last 3 decades, and searched his home. Someone who had bided their time until it was beyond his powers of damage control. "Dear Christ," he breathed out, head reeling, pruning shears slipping to the ground and rolling away into the soil. "That's not all. You'd best look at page 3, Pamela said miserably. He flipped the page over, wondering what grimy detail they hadn't thoroughly exhumed and examined on page 1. His question was answered in a black and white 3x5 picture. Taken on the night of his father's funeral, it showed he and Pamela by the fire, at the precise moment he leaned against her, in exhaustion and despair. The pose, however, indicated anything but despair. "Mistress of the castle," read the caption. The accompanying article made no pretense at being respectable and proceeded in 5 paragraphs to dissect his love life, his marriage, Colleen's defection to a nunnery, and speculated with outright lewdness about the whys and wherefores of the girl who'd taken up residence in his home, including a bit on what was snidely referred to as the summer love nest in Scotland. Fury and fear jostled for primacy in his head. The words themselves were bad enough. Censure, ruination, defamation, and the list went on of the damages the tone of the article could and, he admitted, would wreak. But there was something else, a feeling sliding blackly under the words themselves, that told him much more than business dealings and standing in the community were at stake. A fool, he knew, should have seen some of this coming. You couldn't take a beautiful young girl under your roof and expect people not to speculate and outright accuse you of a wide variety of perversities. There had been bound to be whispers about his father's death as well. Gunshots to the head caused supposition and suspicion by their very nature. But the pictures! Who on earth had taken one of Pamela and himself that night? And the other one of his father gave him real cause for worry, as it had been in his desk, a private moment of memory, a melancholy father caught on film by an equally melancholy son. Someone had been through his home, had spied on him with malevolent intent for some months now, it would seem. The question that begged to be answered was who? He thought, with a chill, dropping sensation in his stomach, that he might know the why all too well. "What do we do?" Pamela, still pale but less visibly shaken, was looking at him with questioning eyes. He took a moment before answering, but when at last he spoke, his voice was calm and firm. "We go back to Belfast, find out who's behind this, and then dig in for a long and ugly fight." It was, at least, a place to start. Chapter 13. Journey Without a Map. "Take a break, Casey. There's someone out back waiting to see you." Casey, putting down a trayload of freshly cleaned glasses, nodded, paused behind the bar to get his cigarettes, and with only a mild curiosity as to the identity of his guest, headed out to the back of Declan O'Ryan's pub. The early evening light was bright in comparison to the dimly lit interior of the pub, and he took a moment to adjust, sliding a cigarette out of the pack and lighting it by feel alone. "Hello," he heard a quiet voice say, a voice he'd spent all summer remembering and forgetting. "Oh, it's you," he said gruffly, eyes adjusting and taking in the sight in front of him. "Yes, it's me," Pamela said, voice in response to his own, less soft. "Pat told me I could find you here."
"Come to say goodbye, and fare thee well, have you?
"Could have saved yourself the expense of bus money. The papers pretty much said it for you." He sat on an empty milk crate, eyeing her dispassionately through a haze of smoke. "No," she said wearily. "I came to see you. I promised I would."
"Aye, well."
He took a long pull of his cigarette, the next words coming out in a slipstream of blue. "You've kept your promise, so you can go back to the other side of the tracks with a clear conscience. You'll have to excuse me, I've inventory to do." He stood, grinding his cigarette out and disposing of the butt in a slimy-looking bucket. "Do you believe everything you read?" she asked as he turned his back to her and reached for the door handle. He stopped, gripping the handle tightly, wishing he could just open it and be done with her. Christ, he needed this conversation like he needed a hole in the head. Another hole in the head, he revised, as he turned to face her once more. "Fools generally believe what they want to, whatever's most handy to their own wants and needs," he said coolly. "And I'm no fool." "I never thought you were, though I'm wondering," her brows drew into two delicate lines, "if I'm going to have to amend that opinion." He stepped towards her, all the confusion of the last week coalescing itself into a tidy knot of anger. "What is that supposed to mean?" "That if you allowed a bunch of half-baked suppositions and filthy innuendos change your mind about me, then perhaps you are a fool, and not worth the fare it took to get me down here. What exactly did you learn from those stories that you didn't already know?" Throwing accusation into the fray didn't help Casey's anger. "You come here accusing me? You're the talk of the town, you and your gentleman friend on the hill. You told me you came to this country because of childhood memories, but you came here for him, didn't you? He's your memories." She met his fury squarely. "Yes, I came here for him, because of him." "I knew it," he said, shaking his head. "Well, then I don't see that there's any more to say." "No," she said, her voice suddenly sad. "Perhaps there isn't after all." "Well then," he said awkwardly. "I'm busy, as you can see. I'd best get back in." "Yes, I'm busy myself." She smiled, a bright, slivered fake smile. "I have to find a new place to live, and I've only got started." He was at the entry, had the knob turned when she spoke her last words, and he leaned his head against the door and closed his eyes. "So that's it, is it? You had your summer with him, threw yourself at his head, and got turned down stone cold. Am I getting the picture clearly here?" "Yes," she said in a tight voice. "And so now you thought you'd come and I'd welcome you with open arms." There was a resounding silence behind him. "Aye, well, isn't that rich? You'd think I was no more than a dog on his doorstep for you to kick or kiss depending on your whim." He turned back to her, knowing his emotions were there for her to see plainly, but not caring. "And you know the saddest bit is that, like the dog, I'm happy to see you. I'm grateful for whatever you throw my way. I'm willing to take the scraps off someone else's plate and make a meal of it." He rubbed a hand over his face, bristles of the whiskers rasping against the palm. "This is what I'm reduced to, and I can't say I much care for the feel of it." "I came because of him. I'm still here because of you," she said quietly, pale beneath the tan that dusted her skin gold in the fading light. Casey let out a long and frustrated exhalation of breath. "Christ, girl, what the hell do you expect me to say to that?" "I don't expect you to say or do anything," she responded. "Only believe me when I say that I'm sorry if I've hurt you, but I had to know where I stood with him." "Is that meant to comfort me?" he asked, sarcasm heaped neatly over each syllable. "No." "Well, I'll give you top marks for honesty." He gave a low laugh. "But not for much else." "Fair enough." He shook his head, nonplussed by this girl. Her honesty took him off guard, left him open to all sorts of confusion and doubt. Just her presence here was enough to give him all the signs he needed, to tell him the truth that was written on this particular page of his life. Pinwheeling senses, jellied knees, cascades of stars, difficulty breathing, and a complete and utter lack of logic residing in his brain. "I really must get back to work," he said, the words difficult and forced, feeling hard and stripping to his throat. She nodded, not turning away, not walking off into the evening air the way she was supposed to. "All right," he said in defeat. "I've got to make a short trip this Saturday. It's a trip I meant to make alone. But if you'd like to come, I think I can manage the company." It was, he knew, a less than gracious offer, but the rest of his suffering senses had made him angry. "That would be grand," she said, tipping forward on her toes and kissing him on the corner of his mouth. He watched her walk off, mindlessly mesmerized by her thoroughly female undulations. He'd an uneasy feeling that she hadn't the slightest doubt of the outcome of their meeting. Connemara sat by the sea, an ancient misted landscape, marked, pitted, scored and scarred, an old woman settling down hard on her bones. Long ago, the Reardons had originated in Connemara, and still to a certain extent claimed it as their ancestral home. It was a land suited to such men, wilder, less pastoral, harder and less forgiving than the rest of Ireland, a land that refused to be tamed, or give much comfort to the inhabitants thereof. The first of the Reardons, it was said, emerged from the sea onto rock, and swore he'd never put a foot in water again. Legend, surely, repeated with a smile and a bit of drama, from one generation to the next, but oddly enough not a man of them had any fondness for the sea. Living on an island, one learned to deal with it, to understand it well enough, that it couldn't take one's life easily, to use it for practical reasons, and harbour no romance whatsoever about it in one's soul. It was neither friend nor foe, merely a great implacable fact that must be regarded with respect and a certain amount of fear. The sea was like a woman, a tricky business, never quite understood, but respected for its vagaries. Rock, on the other hand, which was what the vast majority of Connemara consisted of, could be depended upon, would change only minimally through countless seasons of rain and sun. It was something a man could stake his life upon. And so the Reardons had. Perhaps, though, they had loved the land too much. At first in a very literal sense, for they ploughed it, cultivated it, brought forth food and sustenance from a barren wasteland. Of late, in an interpretation that was purely figurative, the land on both counts had betrayed them, taken their lives with as little emotion as the sea would have. Casey's pilgrimage here today was a personal one, an homage to ancestors and a long-postponed apology to a father he'd never had a chance to say goodbye to. It was a trip he'd been avoiding since he'd come home, but had decided on this first Saturday in September that the time to face his ghosts was long overdue. The day, somewhat like his mood, had been one of sporadic showers, heavy oppressive cloud, and now on the brink of evening had sprung out in glorious sunshine. Soft, cross-hatched clouds in watery pinks, lavenders, and melting yellows, painting the sky. Light, mellowed by the pull of night, danced tender-footed on leaves, was caught in the clasp of water and mating, became strings of diamond. Enchanting, if somewhat soggy. "You might," said an annoyed and exhausted voice behind him, "have told me we'd be jumping fences and pulling through haystacks all day. At least I could have dressed for it." "Now, how was I to know you'd turn up looking like ice cream on Sunday?" Casey gave a mild look over his shoulder. Of the verbal sort, there was no reply, but a pebble, deliberately sharp, pinged off the back of his head seconds later. "Ouch! What the hell was that for?" "For inviting me," she answered, looking a little less forlorn than she had a moment previous. She was, like the naiads, inappropriately clad and soaking wet. "Where are we?" She halted beside him, shivering. "Don't exactly know," he replied bemusedly, taking his coat off and settling it around her shoulders without even looking sideways. "You don't know?" Her tone was incredulous. "You've made me march about in grass up to my backside all day, sit through a deluge of rain, buried in suspicious-smelling hay, and you don't know where we are?" "I will when we get there," he answered, and set off once again, after studying the rock formations in the distance. "If you won't tell me where, can't you at least tell me why we're going and what we're going to do when we get there?" she asked, grumpily keeping pace with him. "Who, why, when, where, what? You're full of questions, aren't you? Have you ever considered there aren't answers for everything, and that some things must be taken on faith?" "Are you asking me to trust you?" She irritably brushed a piece of hay out of the neck of her dress. "Have I given you any reason not to?" "Point taken." They walked on some further way as the sky abandoned its grasp on the day, and a soft, subtle shading began to occur, casting shy phantoms before it. Just when she thought she might have to throw herself into a hedgerow for a rest, Casey suggested that they stop, while he regained his bearings. "How can you get yourself righted if you've no idea where we are?" "It's a feeling. I'm looking for more than an actual landmark, though there ought to be a twisted oak and a stream." He trailed off, peering distractedly through the gloom. "We've been walking in great bloody circles all day, and you're looking for a tree with a hump in its back? Are all Irishmen mad, or is it you in particular?" "Me in particular, most like. Why do ye ask?" "It's only that we've passed a tree like that twice," she said wearily, shucking off her shoes and standing first with one bare foot, and then the other in the wet grass. "We passed it twice, and you didn't say anything?" "I didn't, if you'll recall, have any idea what we were looking for." "Where was it?" 10 minutes back that way." She gestured, a tired elliptical motion that indicated both sky and sea, but not land. "Where?" he asked more patiently. She sighed, and taking her shoes in one hand, set forth across the field they stood in, towards the thickening skin of night, to where clouds curdled in blackened piles over the sea. "There," she said, as they crested the top of a hill. Below them lay a small valley, a precipitous gouge in the land, as though a giant with a sharp hand had scooped out a handful of earth and flung it away. In the last of the light, a tree could be seen at its lowest point, a narrow stream hissing past its roots. The tree was indeed hunchbacked, gnarled and knotted to such a degree that it seemed it had been lifted whole from Eden and transplanted here. Or Eden itself, an Eden of stars and Samarkand, of dark voices and wily serpents, of comforting apples, of eastern fruit easily bruised, the apricots that last but a moment in the season. "That's the one," Casey whispered, and taking her hand firmly in his own, began to climb down into the valley. They picked their way through rock, slid with frightening velocity down a 30-foot drift of loose shale, waded through a patch of bramble bushes, and came out cursing on the brink of the stream. "Where are we?" "We're on my great-granddaddy's land," Casey replied. "How can you be certain?" she asked, looking about as if she expected the ghosts of 10 dead generations to come piping across the fields. "The tree looks right, but I know one way to be sure." Up close, the tree was even more formidable, leafless and stony. It seemed an iron fist of earth erupting from the ground, weathering eternity. Casey had taken his hand away and dropped to his knees at the tree's roots and began to scrabble in the dirt. "What is it, Casey?" She peered over his shoulder, unable to discern much of anything. "It's our rock," he whispered, and though he faced away, she could hear the tears that stood at the gateway of his words. She knelt down beside him and saw clearly what his hands, dripping with earth, had revealed. A long, thin wedge of slate, obsidian in the night, clear as a mirror under the moon, inscribed with the only tangible legacy Casey's family had left behind. She read the names aloud in a reverent whisper as Casey's fingers blindly traced them. Cahill, Kieran, Daniel, Brendan. And as Casey, softly trembling, ran his fingers across the terrible blank spot. "Brian," she whispered. "Aye," Casey said. "Daddy. The son always comes and carves the name of his father here, so that our family won't merely pass away into legends that can hardly be believed. I meant to come here after he died, but I just couldn't. I was too angry. I thought putting letters to stone would make it real, that my daddy would be no more than a name to a rock, just another dead Reardon, when there were already so many of us." He took a hard breath, and when he spoke again, his voice was darkly gritted with the pain, skinned all over with a fragile translucence that his father had caused him by losing his life. "But then, after all, dead is dead, and there's only so long one can deny it." His head dropped down into his soil-smeared hands, and though she heard no sound, she saw clearly the tears that fell and shone on the names of all the men that had left him a history that would surely engrave his name here one day, carved in an inevitability that marked him out for violence and death the moment he was conceived. She shivered, a tremor running fine and electric along her bones, the weight of years landing on her suffocatingly. History, Jamie had said in an unguarded moment, could kill a man more certainly than a well-placed bullet. She understood now what he'd meant and could bear it no longer. She ran back, unseeing, the way they had come, feeling water spray coldly up her side when she stumbled into the stream. The cold didn't matter. Nothing mattered but getting out of this place. She reached the bottom of the hill and was about to plunge upwards, uncaring of sharp, piercing rocks and long, brutal falls, when Casey caught her from behind and pinned her roughly in his arms.
"Jesus, will you stop?"
He took a ragged gasp.
"Did you not hear me yelling for you to stop?"
He fought to catch his breath, never lessening the iron grip he had held on her.
"Let me go," she spat out. "I can't breathe."
He loosened his hold a little, and she twisted violently in a vain attempt to get away.
"Damn it!"
His voice rose in anger.
"Are you crazy, woman? You'll break your damn leg, and then we'll be in a fix, not to mention we're trespassing on someone's land here. I have no wish to have Pat out here chiseling my own name in stone, because some farmer shot me for an intruder."
"I thought you said it was Reardon land."
"It was, a long time ago. The Reardons haven't owned so much as a pot to piss in, much less land, for close to 50 years now. Please," his tone softened, "if I let you go, will you stand for a minute and tell me what scared you so bad back there?"
"You," she said, voice exhausted. "You scared me. It's as if you can see your own name there, already written into legend while you go off in a puff of smoke. How could you leave Pat alone? If you die, there's only himself to sacrifice, and don't think he's beyond it."
"Is Pat the only one I'd be leaving behind?"
His breath stirred the downy curls at the base of her neck. "Does it matter? You'd leave us both behind anyway. You'll do what you must. Men always do, don't they?" she said bitterly, ceasing to struggle. He turned her gently but firmly in his arms, so there was no chance of her bolting, and forced her eyes to meet his own.
"And what is it you know of men, darling?"
Casey asked, his eyes so dark, so fathomless, reflecting the pale beginning moonlight and revealing nothing to her. "Enough," she said defensively.
"Aye,"
he said, bending and softly touching his lips to her own.
"Perhaps you do at that."
She melted to it, yielding against all instincts except for the very oldest one of all. His lips were warm and sweet. "I will take care," they seemed to say. She did not want hesitation, though. She wanted something irrevocable, something they could not return from, a place where she was, far, far away from the no-man's land she'd existed in all summer. She took his hand and placed it on her breast. He groaned low in his throat and tried to pull it away. She kept it firmly there.
"Darling, I can't. You mustn't."
And then on a shaky exhalation,
"Lord, girl, do you know what you're doing to me?"
She tipped her head back into moonlight and met his eyes squarely. "I know," she said softly. "It's what I want. Take me back there."
"Back where?"
He looked truly confused for a moment. "Back there to your rock. Tonight I want you to choose the living. I want you to see there are choices that won't end with you nothing more than a name carved in a rock." He closed his eyes, struggled within himself for a moment, and nodded.
"All right."
He led her back by the hand, his heart pounding so hard it hurt. He helped her with her clothes, face dark with hunger there under the moon, in a primordial garden. She helped him with his, and he stood naked, silver, then black, then silver again, as clouds chased the moon and never quite caught it. She was shaking with nerves, and buried her face in his chest when he put his arms around her. "I don't quite know my way," she said, a small giggle rising toward her throat. "I think I need a map." He chuckled.
"I can point you in the right direction."
He let out a laugh that was half-gasp.
"Though I can see you're not one to wait for explicit instruction."
"Don't laugh." She rubbed her cheek against his shoulder, smelling the heat of the soft skin, where muscle met joint, and separated limb from body.
"I'm sorry,"
he whispered, and took her face in his hands, thumbs stroking the quivers out of her jaw. She closed her eyes and allowed her skin to feel him, giving her 4 other senses rein. Her fingers traveled sightless, muscle here, scar there, hair coarse and fine, the cool translucency of eyelids and the feathery brush of lashes. He took her hands in his own, lacing their fingers together, and kissed the back of each of hers. "I want you to be certain of what you're doing here," he said, voice slightly hoarse, "because it'll not look the same to you in daylight. It never does."
"I'm certain, Casey," she whispered. "Are you?"
He gazed down at her for a long moment, the fine hair on his arms gilded silver, his skin washed with a frail light. "I've been certain since the moment I first saw ye. I've only been waiting for ye to come to the same conclusion." It was simple, then, to fall into empires forgotten with the grace of lilies dropping, to feel a hand so fine on her skin, like the skirling of spectral leaves from trees long dead, to touch and sense his blood thrum beneath the skin, and know her own pulsed only a breath away, to not be certain where one ended and the other began. Skin, slicked and salted, tasting like blood to the tongue. His love-making had a grace and tenderness she knew would not be found in a smaller man. It was as if he were afraid to break or bend her, and yet could not stop himself from doing just that. The pain was small, a little sputter of fire deep inside, overwhelmed by a heavier, harder tide that pulled and bore her above the pain, even as it touched the fringes of it. She breathed him. In that moment, he became essential to her. It seemed as if she had known this before, and could live no longer without it. The sand-fine rub of his chest hair on the finer still skin of her breasts, the line of his backbone, a rope of large pearls strung by sheaths of long and glittering muscle. Blood to bone, and back again. The grass and rock beneath seemingly created for the purpose of questing, writhing bodies. Graceful and graceless. Laughter and tears that he took away with his lips and winged kisses. To know him as a lover was to know him finally as a man. And what he asked was everything, with broken breath and silent occupation. Everything and all. The prize, lotus-wreathed and redolent, with musked promise, was the beginning of love. Will you? Can you? Are you able? These things said with each thrust, with breath so hard it condensed and gelled and rolled like shattered stone, down between their bodies. Over hard, over soft, unstrung and scattered across the ground. Nascent, and whole, with a blue-white light. Fallen from heaven, and made of the stuff of stars. Later, hours or minutes, neither knew nor particularly cared which, the sky began to lose the stars, and there was a faint pulse in the air and ground, which said the clock, even for lovers, would begin to turn again. Casey lay full length on his stomach, eyes heavy-lidded with exhaustion and intimacy. Pamela, propped on one elbow, traced looping nonsensical patterns on his back.
"They hurt you very badly."
It was a statement, but one of the sort that required an answer.
"Aye," he said sleepily. "But I'm still alive, so the bastards didn't get what they wanted."
"Who did it?" she asked, fingers splayed and moving in circles across the flesh of his back. Flesh knotted, milled and ground, then fleshed again into long, runneling grooves, luminescent and finely grained as a baby's skin in the faint light.
"Don't know exactly. Screws or fellow inmates. It was just a group that took me from behind one night and decided to carve a warning into my back. Opened me up and poured acid into the cuts. I couldn't even scream. The pain was so bad it seemed to just paralyze my throat."
"I'm surprised you didn't die," she said in horror.
"I wanted to. I truly did. But I eventually healed in more ways than one, and I must say, in view of the last hour or two, I'm glad I did."
She pressed her lips, wet with tears, into the grooves, following the path, smooth as silk, that a knife had once taken. He groaned aloud, as if the action were causing him fresh agony. Certain things in life are irrevocable, and we know them in the moment. The subconscious sees them, snatches them up, and knows it's too late, though we foolishly think we can take them back, as if love can be restored to the giver by patching over the hole it was ripped from. The heart, much as it may dumbly beat on, knows this. Love is irrevocable. It cannot be taken back. Stars may fall from the sky, men may walk on the moon, and toast may burn in the morning, but love will always exist in the moment it is given. Irrevocably. So memory takes what it can, washes it softly, and makes a gift of first mornings under blue-bled skies, of warm September suns and the first knowledge of physical love. Memory makes it sweet for youth, for girls confused by love that can't be contained to one person, and boys who lost childhood under the cut of knives and concrete walls. Memory is irrevocable as well. We may misplace it, refuse to answer its summons, or just plain lose it. But somewhere, within cell and neural pathways, it abides forever, hidden but alive, existing always in the place in which it was formed. Forever and irrevocable. Irrevocably forever.
Are you going to carve your father's name then?
Casey rolled over and sat up, reaching for his shirt. No. He shook his head, and she wished for a moment she could take his thoughts, his fears, into her own head, and keep him safe from them.
I think it's time to break with tradition.
Rising from the crush of grass, scars wet with tears and kisses, Casey Reardon looked at his first love, his only love, and said,
"Will you come home with me?"
And she, too drunk in a sky that is to lose stars every morning to consider consequences, gathered her clothing, took his hand, and said,
"Yes."
To Jamie's surprise, Pamela was sitting in the library on Monday morning, dressed smartly in a grey twin-satin skirt to match, hair skimmed back in an uncompromising knot. She was hard at work already, Gaelic dictionary at the top of the desk, a stack of opened and sorted correspondence to her right, 2 cups and a pot of tea on a tray to her left. She acknowledged his entry with a small, polite smile and a slight rise of her brow. "I wasn't certain I'd see you today, or tomorrow for that matter," Jamie said, sitting opposite her. She poured him a cup of tea and handed him the top sheaf of papers off the stack of letters. "There's lemon in the tea already. I've marked the most important letters with red ink, the less urgent with blue, and all the invitations are here." She pointed to a separate stack of heavy paper in shades of cream, pale blue, and marble grey. "You've 2 urgent phone messages from a steel mill in Pittsburgh. Frank from Luxembourg Mill needs an answer on this month's shipment to Japan. Ronan called from the Antrim distillery and says he had to sack someone and the union is rumpusing over it. And—" she smiled at his dumbfounded look, "Mr. Kilmorgan wants to know if your arse isn't mightily sore from straddling the goddamn fence for so long. His words, not mine. If you don't mind, I'll deal with the less important correspondence and have you sign off on it before I send it out. Meanwhile," she glanced down at her watch, "you have a meeting with your bankers at 10 o'clock this morning, an appointment to get your hair trimmed just after lunch, and I've mapped out your afternoon activities and calendared the month of September, which, as you'll see, is extremely busy." She pushed an open book across the table at him, neatly lined, blocked and lettered in a sensible shade of black. "As a friend of mine used to say, it looks as though the cat has absconded with your tongue," she said amusedly, while topping up the tea he'd barely touched, and handing him the cup along with a stack of phone messages.
"Where's Liz?"
he asked weakly. "Family emergency. She flew out to Edinburgh this morning. She's left you a letter." She handed a sheaf of his own stationery to him, filled with Liz's neat, squared-off hand. "She'll call you tonight. When she's back, which won't likely be for a few weeks, she's mentioned that she'd like to cut down on her workload. She is 63, you know, and her daughter's been asking her to come stay for an extended visit for quite some time. She'll talk to you when she returns. In the meantime, you'll have to make do with me." He endeavored to make eye contact with her, only to receive a quizzical and slightly annoyed, "Yes?" "It's just, I thought—" He took a deep breath, feeling stupidly adolescent. "That you might not want to be here after what happened in Scotland. You disappeared as soon as we got back, and I haven't heard from you since. You hired me to work, Jamie, and I must say it's been a bit of a farce on both our parts thus far. If I'm going to stay as your employee, then it's time I actually did a job. I'm entirely dreadful at Gaelic, though I can manage the rougher translations for you if you don't mind polishing up the entrails, so to speak. This, though, organizing your day from home, keeping track of calls and appointments, I can manage quite well. As to what happened,
Well, you were only being honest, weren't you? I can, if it makes you more comfortable, endeavor to blush and dimple as you enter the room and sigh audibly when you leave it. I can even, she smiled wickedly, throw in a thwarted seduction every month or so, just to keep the peace. Have you found a place to live, then? So soon? For the first time that morning, her composure seemed to slip slightly. I have. May I ask where? I will, after all, need an address to send the checks to, won't I? He strove to keep the sarcasm from his voice, and failed completely. I'm staying with Casey and Pat for now. They've a spare room. Do they? He retorted sharply. Perhaps, Pamela, you should have actually read those books I gave you this summer. She smoothed the sheet of paper and took a careful breath before replying. I'd like to stay on working here, Jamie. I think I can actually be of help to you. But once I walk down that hill at night, and through those pretty gates, my business is my own. If that seems unreasonable to you, I'll find another job elsewhere, and you can wash your hands of me entirely. You aren't responsible for me, Jamie. I don't need taking care of. Don't you? I'd say that your choice in roommate says the opposite. Jamie, she said simply, professionalism stripped from her voice, some echo of the vulnerable girl he'd rejected, showing herself, for the first time that morning. I can't do this with you. It's only... He shook his head and sighed. I've gotten into the habit of taking care of you, of having you about in the evenings. I've, as the saying goes, grown accustomed to your face. I'll miss you too, Jamie, she said softly, and then smiling brightly, resumed her mask of professionalism. You really had best get back to Ronan. He sounded just a bit desperate, and if you don't face up to Danny Boy, he'll be on your doorstep by this evening. Once again, his words. She stood up, smoothing her skirt with hands that betrayed only the slightest trembling. Have to order some stationery from the printers and go over the plans for your dinner party with Maggie. Dinner party? He echoed, feeling somewhat bruised by her brisk tone. Yes, you're having a dinner party on the 15th of October for the Duke of Dungarvan, at which, after lulling him into complacency with good food and even better whiskey, you'll broach the subject of the deplorable working conditions of his factories in Belfast and Derry. I will? And just where might his Belfast factory be? In your father's old riding, as you well know. Lucian Broughton will be invited as well. What? Jamie shot forward in his chair, causing his tea to slop over the rim of the cup. There's an old Chinese proverb that goes something to the effect that you must fight the enemy on ground of your own making. Or as my father once said, before sticking the bastard over the fire, you should lightly butter him on all sides. You want me to have that viper in my own home? We've dug in as far as we can on an exposed hill. It's time to start fighting. It's time as well, don't you think, to get off that fence, Jamie, before someone gets permanently damaged. Perhaps, he said, taking in the tone of her voice and the paleness of her aspect. It is. Part 2. The Skein Unwound. Chapter 14. A Whiff of Revolution. In the spring of 1968, it seemed as if the whole world was on the march, on fire, ablaze with ideals and bright, burning hope. The student riots in Paris protesting Vietnam, the incandescent leaping promise of the Prague Spring, the pouring, flame-ridden speeches on American campuses, in American streets, against a war that was cutting open the great mother heart of America and spilling her blood across the people, seeping irrevocably into her soil. But Paris ended. The students went home and the pale light of the Prague Spring was squelched by Soviet tanks and guns, and America witnessed the end of the decade 2 years before the calendar would admit to it. The swift and merciless deaths of Martin Luther King and Bobby Kennedy saw to that, as did Tet and the escalation of troops into Vietnam, and the realization that some wars were never meant to be won. The Irish were late to catch the fever, out of time and mind as they were, but being Irish burned all the harder to catch up. It was the opening act in an unconventional war. War was never the aim of the students who began the revolt, who marched through the streets regardless of bans and opposition and outright hostility. Stones had been thrown before and would be again. It was only the unfortunate that died. The ideals and demands were as old as the human longing for justice, and seemingly as out of reach.
freedom of speech and assembly, an end to the gerrymandering of political districts, an end to discrimination, and one vote for every man. Simple enough, seemingly. Feet may be quick to march, but as a wise man once noted, the march of a human mind can be damnably slow. The Irish, stubborn regardless of caste, class, or religion, took hard to their own sides of the fence, and were not, regardless of the passion and fervour of youth, to be pulled willingly down the road to democracy. The older generation scratched their heads, long comfortable in misery or ignorance now. They'd lost their need to rock the boat. Rocking the boat got you drowned, plain and simple. Unionists out and out accused the emergent civil rights movement of merely being Republican foot soldiers in camouflage. The government dismissed them as rabble-rousers, agitators seeking their 15 minutes of fame. The students with the wisdom of youth ignored all imprecations and sallied forth under ban, under the blow of rock and baton, coming up again and again against the hard, ugly face of hatred. They were the flame that would be put to the tinder of sectarianism and old hatreds. Caught in the headiness of that year, of that dying, burning decade, they did not see that regardless of who sets the fire, all who touch it will be burned and bear the scars for it. Pat Reardon, as sweetened by the wind of optimism as any other 19-year-old with a pure heart is bound to be, found himself smack dab in the middle of the new movement. He'd come back early from his country summer, intending to settle into his studies, continue his job at the pub, and do what he could on a grassroots level for the advancement of democracy in his own community. And found himself swept into the tides of history by the events of one autumn afternoon. It was a march in Derry, to protest the discrimination that had long divided the city by the river. Derry had always been recognized as second only to Belfast in political importance. It was a town in which a nationalist majority was denied control of local government by a flagrant realignment of electoral boundaries. Not a single new house had been built since 1966 within the city boundaries. Over 1,000 houses in Derry were occupied by more than one family, and in some cases 7 or 8 families were huddled in homes that had originally been single dwellings. The unionist body that controlled the city's council refused to extend its borders in fear that they would no longer be able to control the vote if political lines were expanded. Over 1,500 families were on the local wait list for housing, and almost all of them were Catholic. Derry was a city filled with grievances and old hatreds, and as such an obvious site for a march. The organizers of the march had chosen a particularly inflammatory route, over sacred orange marching ground, feeling that change never came without provocation. The numbers attending were smaller than hoped, as the lure of an at-home football match proved too much for many well-intentioned hearts. Some 400 eventually formed up in Duke Street, the starting point, were treated to 5 minutes' worth of speeches from the march organizers, and turning about to begin the march, ran into simultaneous police baton charges from either end of the street. Pandemonium and panic ensued. Men, women, and children cudgelled to the ground with equal impunity. Pat, stopping to help a small girl who was wandering about alone, found himself firmly thwacked across the back of the head with a baton. Scrambling to his feet and grabbing up the little girl before he could think twice about it, he tucked her face into the protection of his neck and shoulder and ran in the direction that seemed the least dangerous. Chaos blossomed redly behind. The marchers were knocking each other down in their panic, to flee. The police, mad with bloodlust, were wreaking vengeance for uncommitted crimes, and all of it, Pat saw, as he dodged yet another upraised stick, was being captured on film by a man on the edge of the crowd. Scenes flashed before his eyes that he would only have time to realize later. A young girl, being dragged by 2 policemen, half dazed, shirt rucked up around her shoulders. A middle-aged man, in a suit, being struck repeatedly in the groin with a baton. A boy near his own age, reeling and dizzy, blood coagulating and trickling down his face, struggling to get to his feet only to be struck savagely at the base of his neck by a police shield. Pat, holding the little girl, who'd gone very silent, as tightly as he dared, headed for the bridge at the top of the street, beyond the bottleneck of the frantic crowd. He made it through the gauntlet of sticks and stones, still clutching the little girl, bruised and winded, and about to make a dash for it across the bridge, when a huge cascade of water caught him full in the face and threw him back several feet. He stumbled backward, caught his heel on a loose stone, and fell down hard, with the little girl still clinging for dear life to him. "You okay?" he heard as he fought to catch his breath, and shaking his head to clear the dizziness, he peered up at the speaker. "So you do have a tongue," he said. The little girl sat on his stomach, dripping with water, smiling a toothless smile. She looked about 6. "We got to run," she said, with what seemed great sense for a 6-year-old. She hopped nimbly off to the side, and waited for him to regain his feet. When he did so, she grabbed his hand and said, "This way." For lack of a better plan, Pat did as he was told. They ran away from the crowd, and away from the city, ran far enough, she with such sprightly speed that Pat thought he might not be able to keep pace after a while. She stopped just as abruptly by a tree in a vacant lot. "My Sylvie said to come here if there was trouble. My Sylvie will find us here." "Sylvie?" he gasped out, leaning against the tree and smelling the bitter soap smell of an old hawthorn. "Aye, my Sylvie," the child said, and sat, tidying the folds of her blue cotton dress, as if she were about to take tea with the Queen. "I'm hungry. Do you have anything to eat?" she asked with the equanimity of a child whose stomach takes precedence over horrors of every variety. He patted his pockets down and found a soggy, half-melted chocolate bar, which he handed over to her. She ate it quickly and neatly, licking the last vestiges of it off the silver wrapper, and smiling her gapped and gummy smile at him, when she was well and truly finished. "Do you have anything else to eat?" No, I don't. I'm sorry about that. If I'd known I was going to be on the run with you today, I'd have filled my pockets." She said, and cast a famished eye over her surroundings, as if she expected something to fall from the sky. "What's your name?" Pat asked. "Sarah," she said, searching the pockets of her dress for a crumb, and sighing when they produced nothing. "Were you with your mommy and daddy?" "No." She chewed briskly on her index finger, a digit that looked as if it was thus abused on a regular basis. Pat sighed. "Who did you come here with, then?" "My Sylvie. Are you sure you've nothing to eat?" "You can search my pockets yourself," he said in exasperation. "Now who is Sylvie?" "My sister," she said, voice muffled as she attempted to stick her entire face in his coat pocket. "It smells like chewing gum in your pocket," she said accusingly. "Do you have some chewing gum?" "No, it's all gone," he said firmly. "Now, how did you get separated from your sister? We have to find a way to get you back to her. She's very worried, I'm sure." "She got smacked and then I fell down and there was all these legs about and I couldn't see." "Legs?" "Legs," she nodded emphatically. "And my Sylvie, she said, if we were to get separated, then I was to come and wait for her here and she'd come find me. My mom told Sylvie she wasn't allowed to go today, that there'd be trouble. My Sylvie's going to catch some trouble, she is." This last said with a nod that sent her blonde hair flying. She was cute, if a little ragged and dirty around the edges. Pat sat down beside her. He'd just have to wait for this Sylvie to show up. Unless, of course, she was too badly hurt. If she didn't show up, he was uncertain what to do. He couldn't take this child to the police station. Judging from the day's events, that was the last place to be. In any event, he didn't have to worry about it, for after a protracted game of I Spy and a game of makeshift hopscotch, the rules of which were so convoluted that he was declared out of bounds every 5 seconds, Sylvie appeared. She ran across the lot, eyed him suspiciously, and swept her small sister up with words of both relief and scolding. Despite the fact that she had all her teeth and had yet to demand food, she seemed a larger version of her sister. Fine blonde hair, dark brown eyes, and a splash of freckles across her nose. She was a tiny thing, no more than 5 feet likely, and maybe 7 stone soaking wet. "Hello," he said, stepping forward and smashing his head into a low-hanging branch. "I'm Pat Reardon," he managed to gasp as he bent over, clutching his head in agony. "Sylvie Larkin." A small, rough, brown paw extended itself under his nose. "Thank ye for looking after my sister." "Christ on earth," he muttered, as the numbness began to wear off and the pain tore in needling ripples across his head. "You're welcome." He felt a light hand touch his head, pull his hair aside. "You've cut yourself and you're bleeding. You'd best come back with Sarah and me and I'll bandage it for you." "That's kind of ye, but I really should get back." He straightened himself slowly and met the calm yet somehow stern gaze of Sylvie Larkin. "Get back where?" she asked. "It's still a battlefield back there, and it's shaping up to last a bit more. Come on, don't stand on your manners while you're bleeding to death." With Sarah clutching his hand and chatting a mile a minute, Pat followed the slim form of Sylvie Larkin to her home. It was a small house, squeezed between a butcher's shop and a run-down storefront that advertised shoe repair and beeswax soap amongst its services. Pat, left to sit in the front room while Sylvie bustled off to get antiseptic and tape for his head, surveyed the threadbare yet homey surroundings. Everything was clean, well polished, and had obviously seen many years of use. Sarah was perched opposite him, a smudge of chocolate licking the tip of her nose, and a ragged tear in her blue dress. "Are you married?" she asked, swinging her legs back and forth in a cheery manner. "No, I'm not," Pat said. "Sylvie's not married either. Mom says she never will be, if she doesn't stop having so many ideas in her head. I've got too many ideas too, but it's alright, 'cause I don't want to get married. Mom's married, and it doesn't do her no good anyhow. Daddy lives in England, and we never see him. Would you like to get married?" "Sarah, leave off the poor man and go clean yourself up." Sylvie, coming back into the room with a pan of hot water under one arm and a fishing tackle box under the other, cast a stern glance at her sister. "And leave your dress on my bed. I'll mend and wash it tonight." "Sorry." She flashed a shy smile at Pat as Sarah scampered off. "She thinks everyone's business is hers for the asking and ours hers to share." "Curiosity is a good thing," Pat responded, then clutched the arms of the chair he sat in as Sylvie applied a hot cloth to the top of his head. "It'll get her in trouble one of these days," Sylvie said, and opening the tackle box, took out antiseptic and applying it liberally to the cloth, put it back on Pat's head. "Were you in the march?" Pat asked, trying to distract himself from the unholy stinging that was sending shivers through his scalp. "No, well, I suppose yes, I was, though I didn't entirely intend to be. Mom had told me I wasn't to be anywhere near it, and I'd promised I wouldn't go. But then I just had to see." "See what?" "History in the making. I wanted to be there, and not just read about it in the newspaper or hear someone else's comments about it that hadn't been there themselves. I didn't expect it to turn into a free-for-all with the police, though in this neighbourhood, I suppose I ought to know better." "Have you always lived in Derry, then?" Pat asked, as a deft and light hand swabbed the cut on his head. "Born here, probably die here," she sighed. "They say in the papers that right now all the roads lead to Derry, but I just wish I could find the road leading out. Where are you from?" "Just up from Belfast for the day," he said, as she leaned over him to inspect her work, and he smelled the old-fashioned scents of lemon verbena and lilacs. "You smell nice," he blurted out, made awkward by her proximity. "Thank you," she said simply, and patting his hair into place, stepped away and closed her box up with a snap. "You don't need stitches, though it looks like a near thing. It's a narrow cut, and you'll have to keep it clean. Do you have someone at home that can do it for you?" "Aye." "Good. Are you hungry? I need to fix dinner for Sarah and I, and you look as though you could use a bite." "I shouldn't impose. You've been very kind, but I really ought to get back out there and see what the damage is and if I can locate a way home." "I think going back up near the bridge is a very bad idea. You may not have noticed on the way in, but they're putting up barricades around the neighbourhood. That's not a good sign. There is like to be plenty of trouble tonight." Pat rose and went to the front window, parting the lace curtains carefully and angling his head to peer up the street. In the distance, he could see dim figures running, hear the echo of shouts in a drifting haze on the air that looked like smoke. The girl was right. Larger trouble was brewing. "Come and sit. I'll make you some eggs and toast, and then if you've a mind to go out there into that, at least it'll be on a full stomach." "Okay," he nodded, and followed her to the small kitchen, where she began to take down bowls and plates, eggs and milk. "Can I help you with anything?" "No. Sit down and rest. A blow to the head like that is nothing to mess about with." She took out a loaf of bread and sliced it neatly so that it fell away in perfect, narrow slices. She then cracked a half-dozen eggs into a bowl, added a little milk, and set to beating them up to a froth. "Does your father work in England?" "Aye, and it's not so bad as Sarah made it sound. He works there. He lost his job after Darren was born. That's my little brother. And he couldn't find another to save his own life. So he went over to England. He's relatives there and found a job. He sends as much of his pay home as he can." "Why don't you join him there?" "Mom refuses to leave the Bogside. She grew up here and says she's not leaving till they cart her out feet first. Couldn't see herself living in England, she says." Pat watched as she poured the eggs into a hot skillet, smoking with bacon fat. "And how about you? Could you see yourself living elsewhere?" Sylvie glanced over her shoulder at him, one eyebrow quirked. "Oh, could I? I dream about it all the time." "And when you dream, where are you?" "Oh, I don't know that it's a specific place. It's dreams after all, but it's always warm in my dreams. And there's sand and flowers and a lot of water. Really blue water." "I dream about California," he said quietly. He'd never said it before, hadn't felt an urge to share, but now in this instant he'd wanted to tell someone. "Want to be in the pictures, do you?" she asked, and lifted the skillet to dole the eggs out onto chipped china plates. "No," he replied, though he knew her comment had only been teasing. "It just seems a grand place, don't you think? Right on the ocean, but with mountains and huge trees and enough fog at times to make even an Irishman feel comfortable. And you could be anything, and do anything, and no one would care who your family was or what religion you came from. I imagine even people in California have troubles," Sylvie said practically, setting down eggs and toast in front of him. "Aye, well," he said, feeling foolish that he'd shared this much with a complete stranger. "It's only a silly dream." "I don't think it's very silly at all," Sylvie said, with a look of seriousness on her face. She smiled then, a quick, bright smile that wasted nothing and lit her face up like a candle. "Sarah," she yelled, "your supper's ready." Sarah bounded down the stairs, freshly washed, hair brushed to a soft gold, clad in a well-mended pink nightie. Sylvie said grace in a low and even voice, and after a cluster of murmured amens, everyone set to eating. "The eggs are very good," Pat said, hungrier than he'd realized. He'd polished off his plate while the two girls were scarce halfway through their own. Sylvie took his plate and, going to the stove, wordlessly refilled it and returned it to the table. "Thank you," Pat said. "Well, I imagine it takes a bit more to fill ye up than a bit of eggs and toast, what with your size. But I didn't get out to the shops yesterday, so it's what was left in the cupboards." "Don't you think my Sylvie is pretty?" Sarah asked, bored with all the adult politeness. Sylvie turned a black look on her sister and snatched up Sarah's plate as well as her own, though neither of them was done eating. "She is," Pat nodded at Sarah, meeting her merry brown eyes in a smile of complicity. "She's a lovely name, too." "It's French," Sarah said, accepting the piece of toast Pat handed her off his own plate, and pausing to liberally load it with jam. "Our granny was French." "Sarah," Sylvie said, "it's bedtime for you, and I want those addition sums done before you go to sleep, and you know Mum likes you to read a chapter of the Bible." "The Bible," Sarah leaned confidentially across the table, "is wretched boring, 'cept now I'm on the Psalms, and that's not so bad, especially the bits about kissing." "Sarah Ann Larkin," Sylvie said in such a tone that Sarah jumped up and, hastily licking jam from her fingers, fled up the stairs. "She's very bright," Pat said, picking up plates and glasses and carrying them to the sink. "Too bright for her own good, likely. It's a hard contrast between her and our little brother. He's 4 and completely deaf. Mam's gone over to London for a few days. Dad's managed to get an appointment with a specialist, and he's to look over Darren. We're hoping there's something can be done for him." She had filled the sink with hot, soapy water and was briskly washing the dishes. Pat grabbed a tea towel and set to drying them. "My mam'd have fits if she saw a man doing dishes in her kitchen. She says it's the only place she's queen, and she'll not have a man mucking about in it." "She'd really have fits in our kitchen then. There was nothing but men all our growing years." "Did your mother die?" Sylvie asked, pausing to look at him as she pushed a strand of hair out of her eyes with a soapy finger. "No, just left." "I'm sorry. It was a long time ago, but thank you all the same." Just then, there was a strange, woofing boom outside, causing the teacups to rattle in the cupboard. Pat knew the noise for what it was, and shoved Sylvie down to the floor, dropping himself beside her. "Bomb?" Sylvie asked, face ashen. Pat nodded, keeping low to the ground and beginning to crawl towards the small entryway. "Petrol bomb. Go check your sister," he said tersely. He listened for a moment at the door, and then, standing, opened it narrowly and stepped out into the street. Twilight was falling, edging the events outside with a surreal, softening light. At the head of the street, he could see a knot of people, the dissolving silhouette of flame throwing darkness down upon their heads and onto the paving stones. "What's going on?" he asked a winded lad, who was slouched against a wall. "Barricades are going up. Bastards chased us down into the bogside. And everyone's afraid if there's no defences, they'll start busting up the whole damn neighbourhood." "And the bomb?" Pat asked. "Don't know." The boy shook his head. "They had to expect it would get ugly after today." He looked up at Pat, eyes narrowing suspiciously. "Were ye out for the march?" "Aye. Got doused with the water cannon and batoned across the head." "May as well." The boy turned up 2 hands, whose palms were scored and scraped, then tapped his face where a glorious bruise was coming out in shades that ranged from ochre to ebony. "Bastard cut me right across the cheekbone. Thought he'd smashed it. It's still throbbing like a bugger mind. That's not as bad as it might be, though. There's a regular battle going on up in Little James Street, and police attacking people in William Street." Pat nodded, hearing over the crackle of fire the screams that reverberated in the distance. It was hard to say if they were those of fear or fury. He began to walk, hardly knowing where his feet were leading him, only aware that he had to outrun the pounding in his own head. His very blood seemed to demand something. Movement, forward motion, a reaction to the action being taken on these streets, in this neighbourhood, where oppression had been the norm for far too long. If a man was down on his knees long enough, he learned to walk on them. He'd be damned if he'd get used to it. He was running before he knew it, stopping only to grab a tattered tricolour from its resting place above the door of a pub. His legs pumping, faster and faster, until he had the giddy sense of being close to out of control, of almost flying. The air that streamed past him and caught the white, green, and gold of the flag smelled of fire and a heady freedom. It smelled to Pat in the dark autumn night like the beginning of something new, like 1,000 possibilities attached to 1,000,000 more, like a whiff of revolution, and the scent of it alone, born on the night, seemed worth dying for. He saw fire in front of him, felt stones whistle past his head, and knew he was approaching a barrier in more ways than one. Did he have the courage to go past it? What did courage demand? What did the blood of dead ancestors call for in a moment like this? And before he knew it, he was past. Behind him someone screamed, "Get back, you daft bastard! They'll kill you!" Behind him, a torrent of stones were let free, and then a whistle that told him a bottle had been launched. Ahead of him, shoulder to shoulder, glittering like malevolent beetles in their shiny new government-supplied helmets, black clubs gleaming, were the police, paid to protect their own and no other. The bottle landed in front of them just before he did, exploding in a vicious spray of glass and leaping, roaring flames. Several of the police were distracted, and he used the opportunity to slip past, climbing the base of the hill that ran up to the old walled city. It became a bit like a deadly game of rugby after that, with Pat holding the most desired ball in existence. He feinted, dodged, got a harsh blow to the head, and felt the blunt end of a club across the back of his knees. He kept running, though, eyes on the wall ahead, counting down the distance as the ground dissolved beneath his feet, the rhythm of his childhood drumming in his head. 10 for the papist, 9 for the prod, 8 go to hell, and 7 get to God. A club raked the side of his head, leaving a swath of fiery pain in its wake. 6 for the lady, 5 for the queen. A hand grasped at his ankle, biting the flesh through to bone, and then tore off. A hot trail of blood trickled down his foot. 4 for the orange, 3 for the green, 2 for the fountain. He made the wall, felt the impact of stone against his chest, and drove the tricolour into a crack in the wall, and yelled, 1 for the fire! Just as the first club caught him full in the back of the head, and an expanding halo of light exploded before his eyes. Then all was blissfully black. Was always a stubborn little bugger, you know. Already had a head injury. Fixed it up as best I could, but... Aye. Well, he's the Reardon's skull. Take more than a couple dozen clubs to break it. Are you awake then, Sleeping Beauty? Water? Pat croaked around a pain that seemed to fill the entire room, it was so weighty. Here. No, don't sit up for God's sake, you're like to pass out for another 12 hours. I'll tilt the bed up. There you go. Your right eye's swollen shut, and the left isn't much better. Can you see anything at all? Pat slit the eye with exceeding caution, the small flutter occasioning several needle-like ripples of red-wired pain to scuttle across his eyelid, and then trot briskly down his cheekbone. "Ow," he said succinctly. "That's an understatement," Casey muttered grimly, sticking a straw between Pat's teeth. "How'd you get here?" Pat asked, after taking several long sips off the straw. "Your friend here, Miss Larkin, got you to the hospital, and then had the graciousness to call me, though you'd not be a hard man to locate today." "What?" Pat asked, the dull throb of his head, teeth, and face pinching the coherence from every second word. "Open that eye wider, my bonny boy, and take a look at today's headlines." Pat felt the smooth weight of newsprint being laid on his lap. He opened his eyes as wide as he could and blinked to focus. Under the banner of the Irish Independent was his picture. "Large as life and twice as cute," Casey said wryly. The headline in bold black read, "The Fires of Revolution." The camera had caught him at the exact moment he'd thrust the flag into the wall, gloriously backlit by a sheet of flame. "You're on the front of the Times and the Examiner as well," Casey said, tossing 2 more papers onto the bed. "And rumor has it, the New York Times ran the photo on page 3. "The New York Times?" Pat echoed, struggling to absorb what he was hearing and seeing. "Aye, you're the darling boy from the Ardoyne today. Likely the RUC is wishing they'd finished you off well and truly last night." Pat looked up from the paper to meet the gaze of Sylvie Larkin, dark and tense. "It seems I owe you thanks again. How'd you find me?" "Followed you," she said, looking away from him to the floor. "Only a small ways at first, but once I started running, I had a bad feeling, and when I saw you grab the flag, I knew you were going to do something crazy." "Where's Sarah?" "I imagine that's meant for me to change the subject," Sylvie said, raising her brow. "She's with her neighbour, and can talk of little other than yourself. You're in real trouble now. She's determined to marry you." Pat smiled, and then promptly winced at the pain it caused. "Thank you," he said, "for everything." "That wasn't much of anything," she said, shaking her head, a flush of pale pink smattering itself amongst the freckles on her cheeks. "'Twas nothing compared to what you did." "Aye, it's hard to match all that stupidity on such a monumental level," Casey said lightly, but Pat saw the worry in his face and the hollows beneath his eyes. "And how'd you know who to call?" he asked, the neatness of the situation raising several questions in his mind. "There was a wee bit of paper in your inside pocket that said if you were found in trouble, your brother was to be called." "Was there?" Pat asked, casting a dark, albeit slitted look in his brother's direction. Casey was saved from answering by the sound of a scuffle outside the door, several raised voices, and the strident tone of a head nurse whose patience was severely taxed. Pat saw Casey and Sylvie's eyes meet in an odd look across his bed. "What's going on, then?" "That'll be the papers," Sylvie said with a rueful look. "They've been waiting for you to wake up since you were brought in." "There's a lady from one of the English dailies," Casey said, "and her mind seems as sharp as her pen. I'd talk to her first if I were you." "An English reporter?" Pat queried doubtfully. "Aye," Casey grinned. "Fame'll be that way. All sorts of strange things can happen. Your public is waiting, boy. Do I let them in?" Pat swallowed and met the dark and steady gaze of Sylvie Larkin. She smiled and nodded almost imperceptibly. "Let them in," he said. Chapter 15. Guess Who's Coming to Dinner. It wasn't entirely surprising that a man who found the comforts of whiskey so sublime would, of all his interests, find his deepest pleasure within the walls of the family distillery. Jamie had to admit that making whiskey, the delicacies, the slow, painstaking process, the unhurried atmosphere of it all, gave him a deep sense of peace and well-being. It was unfortunate for him that he rarely had the time to spend there. Connemara Mist came in a variety of elixirs, from a light, delicate single malt to the long, sweet-noted finish of the 16-year-old distillery reserve. When Jamie had been 14, his father had put him to work in the summers in the distillery, a 400-year-old site on the slow-moving and aptly named River Sweet. He'd worked in all areas of the distillery, learning each stage of the process. The hot and heady fumes in the malting process as sprouted barley was dried in anthracite-fueled kilns. The great open kettles of the brewhouse, where the barley was boiled down to its fermentable sugars. The dance of sugar and yeast that resulted in the beginnings of alcohol. The low whines of first distillation. The soft-hearted feint of the second, and the final mind-glazing spirit of the third. This third distillation was 80% alcohol. At each stage he learned how to separate the less desirable elements from the desired, to achieve the level of quality and taste the Kirkpatrick distillery was famous for worldwide. The huge warehouse where the casks were stored and matured was his favorite area, though, dry and cool with a sweet vanilla nut scent in the air, dimly lit by the brown and gold of the bourbon-seasoned barrels. Barrels baptized by the harsher American whiskey to leach out the stronger tannins and oak extracts, leaving the wood nicely mellowed and sweetened for the aging of its Irish cousin. The famous names on reserve casks had given him a thrill as a teenager. Writers, actors, politicians who understood that the Kirkpatrick name gave their table a certain distinction, or just liked to indulge in the finest whiskey made. He strolled the aisles, deep and cool on this late October afternoon, and wished he could hide amongst the barrels for just a while longer. It was, however, a 2-hour drive back to Belfast, and then he'd have to dress for dinner, and prepare himself for what was likely to be one of the most unpleasant evenings he'd spent in recent memory. "Alexander?" He nodded, and smiled at his master distiller, who was assessing a cask of the 10-year malt. "Have a taste, James." He stopped and accepted the glass Alexander held out to him, noted its clarity and pure gold reflection, took a taste and let it linger on his tongue, giving the palate a chance to secure the various flavors. It felt like silk in his mouth, its warmth expanding to fill out into notes of heather and honey, with an undernote of chocolate and a slightly dry finish. Perfection. "I'd say it's ready. What do you think?" "Absolutely," Alexander nodded, his nose drinking in the heady fumes with the look of a man who knows he may very well have the best job on the planet. "Lena was through here a minute ago. Said if I saw you to let you know that you'd a call from home." "Thank you." He returned the glass to Alex, and with a sigh, turned towards the offices high up in the warehouse that looked out over the casks. Once inside, he dialed the numbers for home, and waited while it rang 4 times. He was just about to replace the receiver when a breathless and somewhat annoyed female voice answered. "You left a message?" he said, trying to sound placatory. "I did." "Talk to me then." "If," there was undue stress placed on the word, "you leave right now, you will find you just have time to get home and change for dinner. Otherwise, you'll have to swap clothes in the mudroom with my assistance." "I'm leaving now," Jamie said, smiling at Lena, who entered the office with a swath of paper and was now standing and listening most intently to his conversation. "Anything I need to sign?" Jamie asked a moment later when he'd gotten off the phone. "Nothing," Lena smirked. "That can't wait until tomorrow. It sounds as if you are needed rather urgently at home." "Good," he replied, heading for the door with reluctant speed, only to turn back at the top of the stairs. "Call my florist, would you, Lena? Have them send round a bouquet of stargazer lilies to my house, would you?" "Of course, Mr. Kirkpatrick. And to whom shall the flowers be sent?" "Herself," Jamie said with a smile. "Herself?" Lena gave him a puzzled look, as if he'd taken leave and dropped his senses on the floor in front of her. "Yes, she'll know who they're for. Have a nice evening, Lena. Take yourself and Bob out to dinner, why don't you? If you go to Johnny Fortescue's, I'll arrange to have it put on my account." "Well, thank you, sir," Lena said, somewhat flustered. Leaving the building, Jamie found himself whistling. The scene at home was one of severely ruffled calm, the kitchen being the apparent centre of the hurricane. Maggie was cursing into a pan of burned pastry, Montmorency was running around with what appeared to be the shank of a cow in his mouth, and Pamela was speaking in severely sweet tones into the phone, while spooning a dripping green mess into the garbage. She smiled at him as if the entire scene were normal. Her attempt at having the whole show neatly in hand was rather spoiled by her appearance, though. Her hair, having been stuffed hastily into a ponytail at some point, was either hanging in her face or sticking out at angles from her head. Her white sweater, immaculate when she arrived in the morning, had a long, greenish streak of some indefinable food substance on it, and her face was flushed red with fury. "The florist sent round carnations, if you can believe it," she said, banging the phone down with considerable vigor. "Carnations, for a dinner party. They're funeral flowers, for God's sake. The butcher delivered mutton instead of beef, and so when the beef finally did come, it went into the oven far too late and won't possibly be ready on time. The apple tart burned on the bottom because the bake oven chose, today of all days, to stop working. And... She sat down on a kitchen chair, Montmorency running in wagging, panting circles around her denim-clad calves. "And it's all going to be a bloody disaster, isn't it? I should have listened to you and never attempted this in the first place. At least, though, if the undercooked meat kills them, we'll have flowers handy for the wake." She gave a ragged laugh that was half exasperation and half frustrated tears. Jamie wordlessly poured her a glass of wine from one of the decanted bottles and handed it to her. "Drink it all, and then go upstairs and have a bath. You've got an hour before we need to be dressed and downstairs. What's left to do, Maggie and I can sort out between the two of us. I make a champion creme caramel, don't I, Maggie?" "You do," Maggie replied. "But I'm not staying for dinner." She blew a stray lock of hair out of her face, looking warily at him over her wineglass. Jamie smiled sweetly. "Oh, yes, you are. This party was your idea, and seeing as your guest list leaves something to be desired, I think you should join me in the festivities. Go on." He pointed out of the kitchen. "And have a soak. You look as though you deserve it." An hour later, there was a creme caramel glistening on the counter. Jamie was freshly showered, shaved and attired in a pair of grey Italian silk trousers, a crisp white shirt, and a jacket to match the pants. It was rather more casual than dinner-party attire generally called for, but it had been laid out on his bed, and he surmised that it was all part of some grandly laid scheme. He met Pamela coming down the hallway and stopped for a moment to admire the transformation she'd undergone. For a girl who'd no intention of staying to dinner, she'd obviously brought along all of the accoutrement that femininity required for just such an evening. Her dress was a floating, ethereal thing of autumnal browns, with just a hint of red setting fire to the green of her eyes. Clipped on one shoulder, toga fashion, it left the other bare and vulnerable. Her hair was up, parted and twisted down the sides of her face, and tied low on her neck. Helen, he mused, and just as likely to start a war here at Kirkpatrick's Folly as the original had been in Troy. "You look lovely," he said, offering her his arm at the top of the stairs. "Thank you for the lilies," she said, and took the arm. "How'd you know? They're my favorite flower." Educated guess. They parted at the dining-room doors just as the bell rang. "Ready to enter the lion's den?" she asked, taking a shaky breath as footsteps sounded along the hall. "Only question is," Jamie said quietly, "are we the lions or the Christians?" "I imagine," she murmured as the Duke and his toothy wife came into view, "we're a little of both." Dinner was, if not entirely digestible, certainly not dull. Jamie, educated by Jesuits, was well schooled in the art of dissembling. The entire table, with the possible and noteworthy exception of the fair Reverend, was charmed, disarmed, and thoroughly under his spell before the second spate of wine had been served. He flirted lightly with the women, and skillfully wove banter and business talk into a tapestry all the more confusing for its variety of threads with the men. Professed great interest and displayed detailed knowledge of the art of deep-sea fishing, the Duke's grand passion, then proceeded to flatter, cajole, and flagrantly butter the beaming Duke up. Women blushed, men guffawed, and all professed to not knowing when they'd had a better time. Lucian Broughton, seated 3 seats down to Jamie's right, remained stoic and apparently impervious to the caducean rod of Jamie's charm. Pamela, seated rather purposely next to him, could get no sense of his thoughts nor feelings. He ate rather spartanly, refused the wine and later the whiskey, and still later the brandy. He answered any question directed at him, was polite and to the point, and then returned to a pale contemplation of the rest of the assemblage. She herself tried to engage him in small conversation, only to have him answer in words of 3 syllables or less, apparently untouched by the scent or sight of young female flesh. After dessert, the talk inevitably turned to politics, for every man in the room was connected by strings fine or recorded to the machinations of government as practiced in Northern Ireland. The Duke, face jolly and well shaded by the array of alcohol he'd consumed, had leaned over and looking down the table 2 places said, What's this I hear, Reverend, about you throwing your hat in the political ring? It's true, Lucian replied, carefully placing his folded napkin on the table beside his untouched tea. What would your father think of that, Jamie? The Duke turned to his host, unaware that the whole table had stilled, chatter dying the length of the room, like dominoes, cloaked into silence, with one swift stroke. Pamela, breath stopped in her throat, watched Jamie's face for a reaction. There was little to be seen. He sat relaxed, a glass of wine held in his left hand, light refracting through it to cast a puzzle-piece shadow of fragmented gold glitter onto his face. I imagine, he drawled in a tone that held a rapier slice in its edges, he'd hate it. What? The Duke asked, slightly sobered. Do you have to say to that, Reverend Broughton? I imagine, Lucian replied, his voice through lack of intonation matching the cut of Jamie's own. Mr. Kirkpatrick is right, but perhaps I'm permitted to ask a question of my own. Jamie nodded. Not having known the gentleman, it's perhaps presumptuous of me to say, but it strikes me that as much as your father would have hated my entering the race, he'd have hated your not entering into the fray even more. As my father is dead, what he would or would not like seems to be rather irrelevant. Do you not believe in the eternal soul, Lord Kirkpatrick? Lucian asked quietly, his voice, pale and measured, casting gauntlets before it. Or does your faith deny heaven to those who leave this earth in an untimely manner? We leave it to God to damn souls rather than taking such responsibility upon ourselves, Jamie said easily. How convenient, Reverend Broughton replied, never once taking his colourless eyes off of Jamie's face. Well, human judgment and error can be a damned inconvenient and ill-informed vice at times, Reverend. Or have you not found it to be so yourself? Error, at least, requires action. Touché, Jamie said, and rose gracefully from the table. Perhaps all of you would like to join me in the drawing-room for drinks. Of course, the Duke said, with forced joviality, and Pamela began to feel rather warmly towards him. In the drawing-room, with the guests scattered about in plush furniture and the tinkle of Mozart's Rondo alla Turca in the background, the talk turned to real estate, of the new money flushing through the streets of Dublin, the reawakening of the slumbering city on the banks of the tidal Liffey, coming up from the dreaming Georgian days of the last century to find men in mohair suits with harsh accents in her streets, and to witness the death of the old days, and perhaps the death even of a nation, brought in chains forged by men who cared only for money. An Ireland of golf courses and resorts, tacky souvenirs and self-mocking patriotism, a Celtic theme park for foreign consumption. So all those who had gone away could come back generations later and shed a tear for the old country. Gentlemen, you speak as if we here in the north had concerns in the Republic, Lucian said, when our fortunes are untouched by their own. Reverend Broughton, the Duke said coolly, my family seat is in Cork, and has been for 7 generations. For many of those generations Ireland was one nation, and, God willing, will be again. At this astonishing pronouncement, Mozart's moonbeam notes paused and fluttered into the opening of Handel's water music. I didn't know you held such nationalistic notions, Your Grace, Lucian said, and one had to listen very closely to hear the contempt in his words. However, the facts are that Northern Ireland is part of the Empire, the British Empire, and as such marches under a different standard. Do you think England gives a damn about Northern Ireland? Jamie's voice sliced like a seared knife through butter. Everyone else has shed the bonds of empire, and gladly so. Even Britain knows when a dead horse has been flogged. Northern Ireland is just a crazed relative in the attic that's too embarrassing to parade even for eccentric company. The sun has not only set, Reverend Broughton. It's sunk beyond retrieval and memory. England has used us when it was politically expedient to do so. But she has too many of her own problems at present to care a great deal about a bunch of fanatical, loyal Irishmen. And, make no mistake, Reverend Broughton, to the English, you are an Irishman, regardless of what flag you fly, and what colours you paint your curbstones every July. In view of the fact that 1 million people in Ulster are of loyalist persuasion, That may be a somewhat unfortunate view of things. Regardless of religion, Reverend, Jamie said mildly, everyone in Northern Ireland needs to start looking forward rather than back. And does looking forward mean looking south? It means looking in all directions that the compass points, to Europe, to America, and yes, to the Republic. Well said, James, the Duke said, accepting with a wink and a smile Pamela's offer to refill his brandy snifter. This global market notion wafting around in Parliament has its merits. Ireland will need to heal her wounds in order to be fit enough to compete on a world level. Change for the sake of rich man's banter. You'd have a hard time selling that notion to your average voter in the streets. It's only the orthodox who are afraid of change, Reverend, Jamie said mildly. And it's only the radicals who embrace change without questioning its long-term consequences. At least, Jamie replied, pausing to put more ice in his drink. Embracing requires action. As you said yourself, Lord Kirkpatrick. Touché. Tell me, though, are you willing then to embrace a new Ireland of jerry-built houses and glass monstrosities? Of people, poor people, living in stacked-up housing on the fringes of this new moneyed society? Have a care for the poor, Reverend, and how you use them as a figure of speech. If you take my father's old seat in Parliament, these people will be your concern, all flesh and blood, all with lives and hopes, fears and dreams. How do you propose to demarginalize the poor, bearing well in mind, of course, that the vast majority of them are Catholic? Will you bring the Catholic ghetto inside the walled bastion of old-line Protestantism? Will you sit down to tea in the Ardoyne? Will you break bread with the priests and kiss the ring of the cardinals? Be wary in your use of the poor. If you make promises, they'll watch to see that you keep them. All this was said lightly, almost blithely, as if you were discussing the mating habits of butterflies or some other contrary creature. Across the room, though, looking through the soft evening light, a flurry of sprightly violin notes reaching their apex around her ears, Pamela watched and listened, and heard the discordant notes in his speech. The strain of the evening was beginning, however faintly, to show, and knew, if she had sensed it, so had the Reverend. As apparently for all his bluff and hearty posturing had the Duke, for he carefully turned the tables. James tells me you have a few opinions about my factories that you'd like to share, Miss O'Flaherty. Pamela swallowed, and shooting a glare in Jamie's general direction, said, Did he? He did, the Duke replied dryly, but with an encouraging smile. Perhaps you'll be so kind as to come and sit by Edith and I, and tell me what these opinions are. After pouring herself a tumbler of whiskey for courage, she sat near the Duke, which put her in range of Jamie and the Reverend. She marshalled her thoughts, and avoided the amused green of Jamie's gaze. Perhaps, first, you'll tell me what's wrong with my factories. She took a deep breath, and smoothing the brown fabric across her knees with a sweaty palm, plunged in head first. Well, to begin with, they're antiquated. The machinery dates back to the last century. The safety record is abominable. There's been 7 serious life-altering injuries in the last year alone. You're in violation of at least 16 different city ordinances that I can think of, and the pay scale isn't even 70% of the European average for similar industry. Benefits are close to non-existent, and the take-home pay is only enough to exist on. Not enough. She turned and met Jamie's eyes. He nodded in encouragement, and she faced the Duke again. To dream on, she finished in a rush of breath. The Duke eyed her for a moment, a hard light in his eyes. You've done your homework. I can admire that. But what exactly do you know of these people that work for me, Miss O'Flaherty? Or are they statistics on a sheet to you? I think I could better relax, Your Grace, if you'd call me Pamela. Then I think it would be best if you left off with the Your Grace bit, my dear. Deal. She smiled shakily. I live in the Ardoyne. It's only recently become my neighborhood, but some things don't take an entire lifetime to understand. There's a surfeit of hope wherever there's a lack of employment. Surely anyone can see that. Still, people shouldn't have to feel fortunate to have any job regardless of the meager pay and medieval working conditions. The Duke raised his eyebrows. All right, she acquiesced. I'll take back the medieval. But really, you need to go into those factories, talk to the workers, See them as people with families, with needs and wants, with faces.
"You've taken a socialist under your wing here, Jamie," the Duke said, but the words were spoken warmly, and his wife patted his knee approvingly.
"I've been called worse," Pamela said.
"Will you come with me, then? If I go meet the people as you suggest, will you come along as a liaison, a link between neighbourhoods, so to speak, between the red bricks of Knockdean Park and the ones of Shankill Road?"
"I would, but I'm as much of an outsider as yourself. You're Percy, my dear," the Duke's wife said warmly. "His given name is Percy, and it's not used often enough."
"Percy," Pamela amended.
"I know someone who does belong to the neighbourhood, who understands the lay of the land, someone that the people would trust. If he went with you, it would be taken as a show of good faith."
"Who is this person?"
"His name is Pat Reardon," she said, and took a nervous gulp of her whiskey.
"A name," the Duke said dryly, "I've heard once or twice of late." He eyed her shrewdly. "And if it's not too impertinent, may I ask how you are acquainted with this man?"
"I share a home with him and his brother."
"I see," the Duke said, and she could see he was taking her measure, weighing her words and the reasons he had to listen to her advice. It was possible that he'd disapprove of her bringing Pat into the situation. "Right then, young lady. You've presented your case and I've listened. But that's all just words, isn't it? You bring this young man," he gave a wry smile, "to my offices on Monday morning first thing, and we'll see what there is to be done."
"Thank you," she said.
The Duke turned then to speak to the man on his right who worked with the Trades and Commissions Bureau. His wife patted Pamela's hand.
"You did a good job there, dear. He really listened to you. Most brave, all things considered."
She shot a stern look over Pamela's head at Jamie. "Reardon is a name," the Reverend cleared his throat. "Rather famous in Republican circles, isn't it?"
"It's a common enough name," Jamie said lightly, saving her the expense of answering. "It's only that someone in the public light has to be careful how far out into the fringe elements they venture. Wouldn't you agree, Lord Kirkpatrick?"
"One should always be careful when they stray out of their own element, and when they do, it would be wise to remember they may not understand the rules by which this other world is ruled. Being on the road doesn't necessarily mean you know where it leads."
"You're being rather cryptic, even for you, James,"
the Duke said, his attention turned back to the two men. "Oh, not at all," Lucian said, a benevolent smile on his lips. "Lord Kirkpatrick puts me in mind of an old Chinese tale, wherein the Emperor is tricked into believing he's merely visiting a friendly home, when really he's being borne across the ocean toward the enemy. A stratagem, I believe it's called. A military maneuver designed to obscure the true purpose or design of something. Am I right, Lord Kirkpatrick?" The pale eyes met and locked with the hectically green ones. "Smoke and mirrors, Reverend Broughton. So much in this world is smoke and mirrors," Jamie said, prolonging his stare until the Reverend blinked. "Indeed," Lucian murmured. "The appearance of a thing is rarely ever the true nature of the thing at all, is it? As you say, Lord Kirkpatrick, smoke and mirrors. And on that note I believe I must take my leave of you. I thank you for a most pleasant and enlightening evening."
"I hope you didn't take any offence to any of our differing opinions," Jamie said, all polite charm.
"Certainly not. I always enjoy matching wits with someone of similar intelligence. Again, thank you for your hospitality. No, you needn't walk me to the door. I know the way. You must attend to your other guests."
"Indeed, I must."
Jamie rose, all fluid grace and control. Pamela hoped she was alone in noticing the faint sheen of sweat on his forehead. The sparring had gone on too long. The facade was maintaining itself on borrowed time as it was. The Duke, casting a quick eye over Jamie himself, announced in loud tones that he too must take his leave, as the hour was reaching unholy climes. Following suit, as indeed the Duke had intended they should, the rest of the company departed with effusive thanks and murmured invitations to their own homes. Pamela retrieved the Duke and his wife's coats herself,
taking the opportunity to thank them for their time and consideration in listening. The Duke paused in the doorway, as his Bentley slid smoothly round on the gravelled drive. "Knew a chap named O'Flaherty. Damned good businessman. American, well-transplanted Irishman, actually. Any relation to you?"
"No, I'm afraid not. It's a common enough name, isn't it?"
"I suppose." He met her eyes in understanding. "You look rather a lot like him. Funny world, isn't it?"
"It is that."
Closing the door behind the Duke, she leaned against it in relief, exhaustion running into her full tilt.
"Well,"
she said, sensing Jamie's presence behind her.
"Who won that round, the Christians or the Lions?"
"I'm afraid it was overall a bit of a draw, though we may have to award him the opening gambit." His voice was grim.
"What's wrong, Jamie?"
She turned, seeking his face in the shadows. "He's been here before, and the worrisome thing is, he wanted me to know it." She strained the evening's conversations back and forth in her mind.
"Are you certain?"
"Oh yes, I'm certain. He made a comment about the scent of white lilacs and how heady they'd been in the spring. It was out of context and very pointed. He was here in the spring, or someone who works for him was, and he wanted to be certain that I knew it. The question, of course, is why?"
"Too many questions and not enough answers. Are you all right, Jamie?"
For he had slumped without warning against the wall.
"Fine. Too much wine and not enough water, I'm afraid." "Are you drunk?" she asked, guiding him up toward the stairs. "There's no need to insult, my dear," he replied. 12 drams of whiskey, 4 firkins of ale, and a vat of wine only lend a mellow sweetness to my spirit." "You are drunk," she said, opening the door to his bedroom and standing aside so he could enter unimpeded. "I can hear all the hallowed generations of Kirkpatricks whirligigging in their Hebridean graves at the thought," he sighed extravagantly, and flopped with a certain elegance onto his bed, managing to kick his shoes off in the process. "It's only that you don't look well," she said.
"Please, you'll make me blush flinging all these compliments around."
"Can I do anything for you before I leave?"
"Stir up the fire, tie me down in silk pajamas, blush, dimple, and perhaps throw in a seduction just for old time's sake? All or any of the above, and in whatever order you prefer."
"Chivalrous of you."
She moved about the room lightly, smearing the fire, opening the window a crack, setting a glass of cool water where Jamie could reach it. Then stopped at the foot of the bed, eyes watering.
"What on earth is that smell?"
She wrinkled her nose in disgust at the strangely acrid smell that had, without warning, filled the room.
"The sweet scent of cows in hell," Jamie murmured,
head bright as a new penny against the shadow of his pillows.
"What?" "I think you'll find that you've thrown my shoe into the fire," he said. "Oh, heavens! So I have."
She looked in consternation at the merrily crackling shoe.
"Well, the shoe's a loss, I'm afraid," she said, peering into the fire. "Is there anything else you need?"
"Here with a loaf of bread beneath the bough, a flask of wine, a book of verse, and thou, beside me singing in the wilderness. And wilderness is paradise. Now," Jamie said lightly.
"Not, I presume," she said tartly, "from the works of the venerated and prolific Jack Stewart?" "My dear girl, you disappoint. Any pilgrim worth her salt should recognize the honeyed vowels and consonants of that venerable Arabic bidet, Omar Khayyam." "Persian poetry," she said, and had the memory to blush. "And now, if you don't mind, I think I'll go to sleep. Won't your knight be impatient at the gate?" "I suppose he will," she said, hesitating only slightly before heading for the door. It closed with a quiet click behind her, and Jamie opened his eyes and gave the door a look that the perceptive observer would have apprehended as longing, pure and undiluted. Then, with the smell of burned leather still clinging to the air, he closed his eyes and wished for sleep. In the middling hours of the night, when the moon's light was impeded by a milk splot of cirrus cloud, the Duke, feeling an acute craving for his cook's fried chicken, eased his girth from under his wife's limp arm and made his way downstairs.
Having secured the chicken and a glass of port to accompany it, he headed to his study. The door, freshly oiled that morning, slid to with ease, and shut with an equivalent and pleasing silence. "You do choose the most unappealing hours for these assignations, my boy. You might have at least lit the fire," he grumbled, setting the chicken and port down on his desk. "Then let us meet as oft we've done, beneath the influence of the sun. Or if at midnight I must meet you, within your mansion let me greet you," said a voice cheerfully from the corner of the study. The Duke struck match to paper, watched it kindle, and placed a couple of peat bricks on top when it was well caught. He rubbed his hands over the blaze and turned to contemplate his nocturnal guest. "Lord and lambs a-leapin' boy, how many goats went to the guillotine for that confection?" "Fret not over them. Like all good little Muslim goats, they went willingly, and with Allah's name on their lips. Swathed in luxuriant black from head to toe, looking like some dandelion-headed Kashmiri prince, or very well-heeled white Russian boyar, head wreathed artfully in spinning blue smoke, emerald-clad fingers poised around a black cigarette, lay the supine and ankle-crossed form of his Lord of Ballywick and Trahada, James Kirkpatrick. "Slipped the charms of your soubrette so soon, have you? She's far too sensible for French perversions, Percy. Besides, she seems much more interested in dressing rather than undressing me." "Pity," Percy replied, filling another glass with port and handing it over to his guest. "No, thanks." A smoke-spiraling hand waved it away. "I've drinked enough drops tonight." "Pig sticks you have," the Duke snorted. "You didn't drink even one drop of alcohol tonight, though I imagine your bladder's seen enough apple cider to last it a goodly while. What does a man have to do these days?" Feverish leaf-green eyes met his own through a haze of burning French tobacco, to maintain the appearance of debauchery. "Those bloody-minded Jesuits have a lot to answer for, boy," the Duke growled. "I can't discern between artifice and art with you any more. Did they feed you evasion with your oaths? I am merely the glimmer in the gimlet's eye, the quivering aspen in airy cage, the shining, if you will, from shook foil." "Speak native, boy, but as long as we're tossing about glimmering gimlets, where do things stand with the government?" "Well," Jamie drawled, bemused momentarily by the construction of an airy plume of smoke, "it would seem we find ourselves caught between two rather famous Greek rocks. The devil in the deep blue sea, is it?" "Something like." Jamie swung his legs around neatly and sat up, black cashmere, stippled with diamond points of dew. "The Unionists are looking to shove their own man out of the tent, and possibly use anyone within party ranks whose ideas are too radical as the lever to do it." "Mm-hmm," the Duke mused, and offered Jamie a leg of chicken, which was politely refused. "The piranha theory, is it?" "A little blood in the tank attracts every cannibal in the bunch," Jamie agreed. "And you get rid of all your undesirables in one fell swoop, and then it's business as usual. Could be to our advantage, boy." "Could be." Jamie rubbed the back of his neck with one hand, and tossed the remains of his cigarette into the fire. "But at least O'Neill was approachable on a few fronts. If we end up with someone like Faulkner or Chichester Clark in power, we'll be firmly wedged between those aforementioned rocks. Orange to the bone, those two. O'Neill has a plan, however, that he intends to present in the next few weeks. Derry has forced his hand. However, it consists of simple reforms. Would have seemed like revolution 2 years ago, but now it's too little too late, I fear. Really, it's hardly more than a promise to listen to the Catholic complaint. But no one is willing to talk to deaf ears anymore. Stormont doesn't seem to understand the politics are in the streets now, and not in the marbled corridors. "And what do we hear from London?" Jamie grimaced. "Ireland is not on their agenda at present. I've made a few inquiries, discreet and otherwise, and when I wove all the whispers together, it basically came down to a rather large shout of, 'We're not getting sucked into the Irish bog.'" The Duke took a swig of port and wiped his fingers with a linen napkin. "And so you think Derry was merely the opening shot in a larger battle?" "Derry opened the ground up a crack. The Nationalists are seeing light for the first time in decades. They aren't going to allow anyone to snuff it out." "And our more radical friends?" "Quiet. Too quiet, really. James idly toyed with the crystal ballerina he'd picked up. It's never a good sign when an underground organization isn't making the slightest peep of protest. Larger things in their collective mind, perhaps. The Duke tried to catch Jamie's eyes, and failed. "What's bothering you, Jamie?" Jamie carefully replaced the little crystal dancer on her table before answering. "Percy, surely you recognize the name of the young man Pamela is bringing to you?" "Yes, I did see the papers after that debacle. Is he our worry?" "No. He's only getting his political feet wet, and is for all his background and neighborhood a bit of an innocent. It's his brother. Inheritor of the family legacy, is he?" "It would seem so." "And you're worried about her? I take it it's the brother she shares a mattress with, and not the pretty poster boy for the nationalist left." "I think he's planning to split the army." "What?" The Duke leaned forward, as if he couldn't believe his own words. "That's insanity." "I don't suppose he sees it in quite that light. The army has stagnated. It needs change. Schism is change. Dublin doesn't understand Belfast and vice versa. He's a man of action, not words. All the speeches and marches may only be a precursor of what they've always been in this country. Prologue to the gun, and requiem to any real change." The Duke eyed his guest shrewdly. "How'd you come across this tidbit? Surely she's not spying for you?" "No, she's not." Jamie smiled deprecatingly. "I hear things, acuity of a bat. My curse and not your problem." "Christ, you are slippery," the Duke said admiringly. "Raised by gypsies and Jesuits, what else can one expect, though? Tell me, are you so intent on protecting her that you'd allow her to spy on yourself?" "No." Jamie shook his head wearily. "It's not her. I'm not quite so blinded by her charms as to not consider that as a possibility. But no, Percy, I've not let the viper in through an open door. You do know who she is, though, don't you? My memory, despite occasionally bearing a resemblance to Swiss cheese, does have its solid spaces." "Yes," Jamie said softly, "I do know who she is." "And yet you let her think you don't remember. Not terribly flattering to her," the Duke said, regarding him with an eye that, despite the late hour, was sharp and shrewd. "I imagine if and when she's ready to tell me, she will. And if not, perhaps there are reasons it's better she doesn't." His words were said with a polite finality, indicating that this topic, by his measure, was exhausted. "And so we come to the real viper. What did you make of your dinner guest?" "He's playing his hand very close to his chest. But nothing. I can't make head nor tail of his animosity towards me. And who is in whose little orange pocket? I don't think the Reverend takes well to confined spaces. So he's the puppet master, and so skilled at it that not a one knows when he's pulling the strings. He's a real danger, Jamie. You need to take care for yourself." "I am," Jamie said thinly, looking suddenly to the Duke's acute gaze, like a prince caught within the fired walls of his own castle. "You shouldn't have chased her away, Jamie. She's good for you." Have we come so soon to the fatherly advice portion of the program? Your tongue doesn't fool me the way it does most, James. You always did like to create difficulty where there wasn't any, though. Do you really think you can keep her safe at arm's length? Safe from myself, at least. Jamie rose, an elegant, black-bound courtier, face impassive. "One night in her bed by would do you more good than a year's worth of those pills you take. Or are you taking them?" "I'm not in any danger of being locked up in a hospital," Jamie said, eliciting a stern look from the Duke. "I take them with my oats and evasion in the morning and my whiskey at night." "You're impossible." "I do my best," Jamie smiled, a flash of white amidst the gold and green of his countenance. "So in summation, we are wedged rather tightly between the green of Scylla and the orange of Charybdis, with little room to breathe and even less to maneuver." Jamie turned, firelight laying stars down the length of his lashes, slender, costly form, limed in dying embers. "Oh, Percy, there's always a back door, if you know where to look. And he winked and reached for the window latch, do." A breath of frosted air, a light displacement of currents in the tempest with holy goats swirling, was gone. The Duke sighed and returned to his chicken. Chapter 16. Under Ben Bulben. It was a Saturday, early winter bestowing its first lingering kiss hard on the trees and fields, when Casey woke Pamela in the dark hours in a manner enjoyed by both, then told her, as she snuggled back into the blankets, that it was time to get up. "Go away," she said, pulling the blankets up over her head. "It can't be more than 5 o'clock. "Come on." He threw the blankets back. "There's someone I'm taking you to meet today." "At this unholy hour?" she said, swinging her legs over the bed, irritated at his alertness regardless where the hands of the clock were pointing. "Aye, it's a bit of a drive, and then it's a matter of finding him as well." "Who?" She paused to yawn and stretch. "Are you taking me to see? And where did you get a car?" "Borrowed the car off Devlin, and as for who I'm taking you to see, you'll see when we get there," was his unenlightening response. They took the Antrim Coast Road, partnered on one side by green fields swiftly browning, and on the other by a gunmetal grey sea, surging with bearded breakers over rocks, reflecting the pale sky imperfectly. They had breakfast in a small seaside village, a postcard painting silent in the dying of the year. Lobster pots lay like abandoned toys in the rocky harbour, the smell of fish and salt blending with the scent of frying eggs and sausage. After breakfast, they cut across country, through Ballymena, outskirting some towns, past Omagh, through Enniskillen, veering up country, along Lough Erne, through Ballyshannon, down the high streets of tiny, depressed towns with poetic names forgotten moments later. She fell asleep in the early afternoon, and was only awakened by the car coming to a soft halt some time later. "Where are we?" she asked groggily, peering through blurred eyes at what appeared to be miles of sand and endless ocean. "Donegal Bay," Casey said, smiling softly as he smoothed her hair away from her face. "Come on," he said, and slid easily out of the car, tilting his face into the wind as he stood. "Daddy used to bring us here occasionally, to blow the city stink off," he said. "I'm sorry he's gone," she said, sliding naturally under the shelter of his arm, warming herself against his side. "I would have liked to have known him." Casey didn't answer at once, but kissed the top of her head and rubbed his cheek in her hair. "He would have liked to have known ye as well, Jewel. He'd likely have warned ye off me as quick as he met ye." "I wouldn't have listened, not even to him." Casey sighed, wrapping both arms around her. "Christ, you scare me when you talk like that. I'm so afraid of hurting you, and yet I'd rather die than do so." "I'm sorry if I've hurt you," she said, laying her ear against his chest and listening to the rhythmic thumping. "I'd be lying if I said you hadn't. When you went away in the summer, I thought it likely you'd never come back, or if you did, it would be with himself. And the worst bit was, I couldn't have blamed you a bit. The scales were weighed heavily in his favor. He was just a childhood dream, this light that got me through a lot of dark days. But I never factored in that he was a man, not some prince in a fairy tale who was going to rescue me. This here, you and me, it's real, and it's what I want." "I can't help but feel that I stole you away. It's as if I stepped into a story where I had no part, and grabbed the princess before the prince had time to make up his mind." "You didn't steal me. I came of my own accord." He looked down to where their hands were clasped, raised one of hers to his mouth, and kissed it gently. "I cannot offer you much, and you know there's many reasons why I should leave, and not so many to stay." "You are more than enough, Casey," she said, and kissed the hand that held her own. "Now who is this mysterious person you've brought me to meet?" "It's my godfather, but I'll not be sure of his whereabouts until later this evening. He's a man of some mystery, but there are things about him that can be counted on with dead certainty." "Such as?" "He'll be tipping his elbow at Davy O'Brien's pub by 7 o'clock. If it were summer, the time would be somewhat more flexible, but as it's not, he'll be there on the dot of 7. "Your godfather? I'm not certain I'm prepared for that after meeting your uncle." "Devlin and Desi are worlds apart. You've naught to worry about." He squeezed her shoulders reassuringly. "In the meantime, there's something I want to show you." "Is there indeed?" she said, raising her eyebrows and smiling. "You've a dirty mind," he grinned. "Don't ever lose it. However much the idea appeals, though, we're on a public strand, and there's many windows overlooking it. I've no desire to have my hind end on display for half the town."
"Pity," she sighed. "It's such a nice hind end."
"Come on with you, woman, before you have us both in the clink for indecency." They headed north along the strand, whippets of foam rushing at their heels, clambered up black rock, slick and rank with seaweed, to emerge on a barren headland buffeted by autumn winds off the Atlantic. "This way," Casey said, and led her along a dirt road that ran parallel to the cliff's edge. It ran for a goodly length, and then abruptly petered out into a barbed wire fence. Several black-faced sheep peered curiously through the wire at them. "That's a new addition." Casey stopped and stared at the fence. "There used to be a path down to the second strand through here." He shrugged. "I suppose we'll have to take the shortcut."
"The shortcut?"
Pamela eyed the narrow footpath that hugged precipitously close to the edge of the cliff with some trepidation. "Aye, wind strong enough to keep us upright," Casey said, and set off along the path with an apparent lack of worry. The cliff edge was positively battered, with the wind whipping in at an increasingly alarming rate. Pamela could hardly see, for hair blowing across her face and into her eyes. She followed, nevertheless, in Casey's sure footsteps, until they came to a deep gouge in the cliff ahead, a round hole whose maw ended some 100 feet below in a throat of churning, freezing water.
"What now?" she said, not relishing the thought of the walk back nor the walk forward.
"Very well," he said mystifyingly.
"Very well?"
"Aye, it's what these holes are called, as a person could drop through them straight into another world."
"Yes, it's called the grave," she retorted. "Only the Irish would call a suicidal opening in the earth a fairy well. We'll have to turn back. There's no way to skirt it."
"No need to skirt it," he said, and without so much as a running start, he leaped it in one easy, fluid jump. On the other side, he held out his hands, nodding reassuringly to her.
"Are you insane?"
she yelled, straining to be heard over the wind. "Completely," he yelled back. "Now jump." She eyed the hole, measured it at around 4 feet across, and knew there was no way on earth she could clear it. She met Casey's encouraging look across the abyss, and shook her head.
"I can't,"
she said, gripped suddenly by a paralyzing fear. "You can, Jewel. Just trust me. I'd never let you fall." It seemed suddenly, standing here in the freezing cold wind, a deathly whirlpool swirling beneath her feet, that the leap he was asking her to make was one of faith, and that to walk from the brink now would be to irreparably damage the fragile fabric of what they were weaving together. She uttered a silent, terse prayer that consisted mostly of the words "please" and "God," and jumped. Beneath her a horrible yawn of nothingness opened, and the sense of falling a horrible distance to that child's nightmare place of no bottom, and then, as promised, he caught her. She balled his shirt front into her fists, sinking her face gratefully into his scent, letting go of a pent-up exhalation. "There's nothing to fear," he said. "I said I wouldn't let you fall, and I never will." She nodded, wondering if the tears prickling her eyes and nose were those of relief or worry.
"I don't understand you," she said shakily. "You hate horses, avoid the ocean, and yet you think nothing of leaping out into space with nothing to catch you."
And then, quite unexpectedly, she burst into noisy sobs, muffled by the wind and Casey's proximity. "Shh, darling. It's all right. You're safe."
"But are you, Casey?"
she asked, hands still crushing the cloth of his shirt. "As safe as any man who leaves his bed every morning and ventures out into this world. There are no guarantees in this life, for any of us. We can only live the days as they come, moment by moment." She tilted her head back, tears drying as the wind flew against them. Casey cradled one large hand against her cheek, sheltering her face.
I feel safe when I hold you. I'm safe in the night, when you take me inside, and the world just goes away. That's as safe as I've ever known life to be. I can't imagine asking God to do any better than that.
I don't see that God has much to do with what happens in our bed.
Oh, darling, Casey smiled. God has everything to do with that.
He kissed the last of the tears from her face, the salt absorbing into his own skin, the liquid evaporating to the elements and mutual warmth.
Come on.
He pulled her up and away from the fairy well, her legs still shaking with fear.
It's going to rain something fearful, or I miss my guess. We'd best find shelter quick-like.
The wind had picked up considerably, the grass blowing horizontal to the ground, and a great black mass of cloud, scudding ominously in from the western sky. Below, on the wide arcing beach with its coral-coloured sand, she saw the splintered remains of an old boat, washed up without passengers, half drowned and tossed on lichen-covered rocks, waiting for the next tide to regain some vestige of its former buoyancy. Caught between worlds, a thing of neither water nor land, she felt a pang of sympathy for it, as she always had for things neither alive nor dead, but only caught, defenceless, upon the edge of two separately spinning planes.
This way, Casey said some moments later.
At first, it appeared that they hung over yet another of the deadly holes that seemed to fester the cliff head. But leaning down, as the first large drops of rain hit them, she saw that though the ground did indeed give way to the sea, there was a set of stairs, carved by some fickle whim of nature into the rock. Steep and at present slick with spray, nevertheless, they looked navigable. Casey's black curls had already disappeared beneath the grass and skeletal remains of sea pinks that hung round about the rim's opening. It was a treacherous climb. Pamela had to stop several times to take a breath and assure herself of her footing. Casey stayed only a few feet below her, guiding her by a light touch on her ankles to the next foothold. By the time they made bottom, her feet ached as did the back of her calves and thighs. They were both sunk into sand over their feet, and even now the ocean was rushing towards them, breaking hard against the shoreline rocks and flurrying onwards.
This way.
Casey pointed behind her, and she turned to find an opening in the cliff. He had to turn sideways to slide through, and even she had to hunch over, tilting her shoulders at an awkward angle. She felt his hand touch her arm to guide her into a darkness so complete that it felt like veiling encasing her skin.
Another few feet,
she heard him mutter to himself, as if he wasn't quite certain about the distance. Her entire body was prickling with the lack of light, small cat-paws of panic dancing down her spine. In the heavy atmosphere, she could feel Casey disappear from in front of her, as though he dropped soundlessly into a fissure in the earth. But just as quickly, his hands reached back to guide her into the opening. She stumbled onto her feet. It was still impossible to see, but there was a sense of a vast space around them. The air was dry and surprisingly warm. She felt the tension begin to leak out of her spine.
"Stay there,"
she heard Casey say from somewhere to her left, and then there was the sense only of noiseless steps and an echo of breath on stone.
"What are you doing?"
she asked, the impact of the whole darkness sitting in the notes of her voice, making it small and tinny, and echoing it back 100 reedy ways.
"Finding light," he said,
two words that splintered and divided again and again against stone, so that it seemed he surrounded her on all sides. She didn't ask what he meant by this, as the sound of her own voice, endlessly refracted, spooked her. A moment later, there was a soft hiss, followed by the eruption of a halo of light in the darkness. It moved through the still and became, one by one, several pinpoints of light, tiny warm stars in the night of the cave.
"How?"
she began, halting as the word came back to her in 20 ghostly syllables.
"Candles," Casey said. "Seems as if no one has discovered this place since I was last here."
"How long has it been?"
"Not so very long."
He hunkered down to the floor, seeming in the half-light to be searching for something.
"But it might as well be lifetimes. I've never brought anyone here before. Even Pat and Daddy don't know about it."
"Thank you," she whispered, and the whisper rippled in, lapped upon itself in concentric circles, until it disappeared with a misty sigh in the middle of the cave.
"Ah, there," Come here, Jewel, he said, beckoning with one hand, the other having found what it sought. She knelt down beside him, the stone completely smooth beneath her legs. Give me your hand, he commanded, and she did as bid. He guided her fingers into several small grooves in the stone, rippled with irregularities, not at all like the unblemished surface above. She shivered, an indescribable chill emanating up her arm from the grooved rock. What is it? Footprint, Casey said, and lowered the candle he held until her hand gleamed against the black rock. 8 fissures divided the rock, 8 precise tears that mimicked the shape of her own hand, though shorter by a good 2 inches in each case, and with additional 3 digits beyond her thumb. It looks like a hand, she said, part of her wanting to snatch her own fingers away, and part of her wanting to absorb all the time that resided in the rock. That's exactly what it became, though there was a long time between what you see there and your own hand. He swung the candle back, opening the darkness a swatch at a time. See? Behind her stretched a trail of footprints, the same 8-fingered foot, 4 tracks to a set as though the creature had walked in a very measured step, indicating it would seem a body too heavy for its appendages. It would have been one of the first walkers, maybe even as old as the Devonian age, when the world was populated by hordes of fish and not so much else. It could have left these tracks because the ground was swampy, still half submerged in water. But this creature, whatever it was making the first tentative steps toward land. Maybe for food, maybe for shelter, or maybe like me, he wasn't so overfond of water. How long ago? 350, maybe 400 million years, give or take hundreds of thousands either way. I'm no scientist, but I read about an 8-fingered fish they found in Greenland back in the 20s, and this seems to fit with that. You never told anyone? He shook his head, face half sheltered by the dark, the other side flickering in the uncertain candlelight. No, you know what would have come of that. Masses of scientists, newspaper and magazine people, and then bunches of tourists coming to stare at these impressions in rock. They'd have had to tear the cliff apart to make it more accessible, and so on and so forth. I couldn't be responsible for that. Couldn't do that to Harry. Harry? She raised her eyebrows. Aye, he responded, somewhat sheepishly. It's what I called him. He felt like a friend somehow, as if his echo were left to reassure, here in his footprints. When I die, I want to be left with some dignity and peace. I'd not want people staring at my remains and taking pictures of them. I think maybe he would have appreciated the same consideration. But these are just his footprints. Aye, maybe that's all they seem to you, and I. But they're all that remains of what may have been the first inkling of what was to come. Just the fact that he chose to crawl out of the water one day opened up a whole new world of possibilities. He stumped out of the mire, and millions of years later, Michelangelo painted the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel, and Galileo pointed a stick of glass at the sky and opened up the universe. I think maybe we owe this 8-fingered ancestor a little privacy for those things. You're a poet, Casey Reardon, she said, and closing her eyes, took a lungful of dry, warm air, pressing her palm into the impression left in the rock by a creature who had walked this way on a hot day, hundreds of millions of years before. Her mind's eye fleshed him out, the short, heavy limbs, the ponderous body made for water, the sleepy eyes colored a deep and heavy amber. Harry, indeed. A slow-thinking creature, drunk on steam and vegetation, and yet one day he had made the move from the sweet ballet of the water world to the gravity-pressed environment of land. And worlds later, Michelangelo had painted his heart and soul onto the ceiling of a crumbling church. This creature deserved his peace and then some. Why did you bring me here? She asked softly. I'm not talented with words, he replied, but I wanted to show you something that I've never shown anyone, and give you a part of myself I never thought I'd share, so that you'd know that I trust you as I've never trusted anyone else in this world. But there's always Pat, and your father. Aye, but it's instinctive to trust your parents, and Pat is Pat. He can't help being honest. It's like breathing for him. And you'll forgive me for saying so, but it's different between a man and a woman. There's more at stake." He lowered his head, watching candle wax drip and congeal on the stone. "I've known a lot of rough characters in my life. From the time I was born, I've been surrounded by people who had to be strong every day just to survive. They had to be hard in mind and in heart to get from one year to the next. And you've seen my back. I've known hatred, come to understand it well, and promised myself I'd never be vulnerable to it again. But I'd no idea that love could make you 10 times more open to destruction. I've had men beat me until I was certain there was only a minute or two left between me and the grave. And yet the fists and the knives never hurt the way it does when I think of losing you."
"You aren't going to lose me, Casey."
She took her hand from the hollowed and ancient fossil fingers and stroked it across his head, sweet with warmth, trembling with life. Another thing to thank the nameless creature for if the pattern of the hand had not been laid down, there would have been no need for the overlarge and unwieldy head of the human species, from whence flowed an unstoppable flood of creativity, imagination, and emotion. Emotion, both blinder and builder, destructor and creator, soaring to death-defying heights and descending to slime-ridden pits. Anger, angst, beauty, despair, melancholy, joy, faith, hope, and of course, love. In the beginning, and in the end, it was what the trial and tribulation of the human journey came back to, circling round the center sometimes for a lifetime. Love, both the simplest and hardest answer to all questions.
"I love you, Casey. The rest you'll just have to take on trust."
He reached through the half-light, fingers fumbling with a primitive urgency, and she, breath caught in her throat, reached back, closing the divide, grasping, cleaving, arcing and aching as the small gasps and cries of love-making arced through the air and multiplied against stone, flew back in the form of 1,000 soft-winged caressing sounds, rocking the stuff of cell and synapse into a heady, addictive mindlessness. And then, after, in the dark, with only the pale flicker of wasting candles for stars, a warm satiation, like drowning in amber without a care for dying. "You know what I said about being vulnerable in love," Casey said, fingers tracing a delicate and wavy line down the center of her belly. She mumbled sleepily, smoothing hair damp with exertion away from his forehead. "Well, you could kill me now and get no fight from me."
"Darkness makes you say the sweetest things," she said, sarcasm marred by a luxuriant yawn.
"It'd be the kindest way to go, I'm thinking, leaving this earth with stars whirling in your head." He propped himself up on one elbow and leaned over, kissed her softly on the navel, causing her to shiver along her entire length.
"Before, you called me Jewel. Why?"
she asked as his whiskered cheek blindly traveled the length of her skin, leaving a faintly pleasant burn in its wake. "Did I?" he asked. That's odd. I don't remember saying it. I suppose it's how I think of you, though. Something fine and rare and perfect."
"Do you, then?"
She caught one of his hard-skinned hands in her own and put the tips of his fingers to her lips. His eyes in the dark were deep and soft, a wellspring of sweet oblivion she could have lost herself in forever. "Aye, I do. My dad took Pat and I to Dublin one time. He'd business to attend to, and so he gave the two of us some pocket money with strict instructions on where to meet him and what streets we weren't to venture down. We were happy, though, just to wander and contemplate what to spend our riches on. I must have been about 11, I suppose. Anyhow, we ended up in front of this jewelry store, and there was a stone in the window that was like nothing I'd ever seen. 'Twas a star sapphire, and it was so blue. I'd never seen a blue like that before, not in the sky, nor in the ocean. I had the feeling that I could just fall into it, and never stop falling, and in the center, there'd be a whole universe, galaxies and galaxies of stars unending. It fair took my breath away, made me dizzy. That's how I felt the first time I saw you, breathless and reeling, like I'd been hit hard between the eyes. Well, the shop owner came out and Told us to shoo, that he didn't need riff-raff hanging about, scaring off the customers. And I asked him bold as brass what the price of the thing was, and he laughed in my face. I was so angry, I just stood there and repeated myself, indignant-like. How much will you want for the blue stone? I must have seemed a prized agent. And the man looks me, straight in the eye, with so much contempt on his face that I could feel it shrinking me, right into the pavement, and says, Such a thing is not for the likes of you, boy, and you do well to remember it. And then he turned his back on us and walked inside. I never forgot what it felt like, though, to be told I'd no right to touch something so fine that the likes of me was to be denied such beautiful sights. And when I met ye, I thought the same. Don't even think it, boyo, I said to myself. A woman as fine as her is not for the likes of yourself. But still I couldn't help myself. And you never looked at me with contempt, not even at the first. Why would I? She asked softly, running one finger feather-light down the bridge of his nose and over his lips. When it's the same for me. When you look at me, and there's that certain expression on your face, and I want to escape your eyes, and yet I want to stay within their gaze forever at the same time. And I can't breathe or think properly, and sometimes I wonder if I ever will again. There are times, one hand glided with the grace of water up her side, that thinking properly is vastly overrated. Would you not agree? I would. She gasped as he moved over her, and the darkness lapped softly at their skins, like the brush of velvet. She could feel his lips at her neck, and then their slow exploration downward, the soft outrush of air as he moved, the silken brush of his hair against her breasts, her stomach, her thighs. Casey, she said in alarm, what do you think you're doing? Well, he said, against the supremely sensitive skin of her inner thigh, I don't know that I can recall the exact name, but I can assure ye that if I do the job right, you won't be thinking any thoughts, proper or otherwise. You'd best, Casey said drowsily some time later. Catch a wink or two, darling. He settled with a happy sigh beside her, nose nuzzling her neck. I'm in no condition at present to face the likes of Desmond O'Neill, and I warrant you're not as well. He sounds a little fearsome, she said, wanting at present to do nothing more than stay in the cave for the foreseeable future. He's not so bad, but I'll need all my wits about me when I see him. His voice drifted near the end of his words, subsiding into the sonorous rumble of deep sleep breathing. He'd the talent of waking and sleeping on a dime, as if he'd never had the time nor patience for the drifting white minutes or hours that hovered between the two states. She envied him that, yet loved these moments best of all, when he slept and she could watch him, unobserved, quiet, without the sweet agitation of his conscious presence, could kiss him gently on nose and forehead, and let her eyes linger on his lines, and know with a fearless certainty that regardless of what had brought her here in the first place, she had, albeit unwittingly, found her way home. Later, while he still slept, and the candles burned down to stubs, she retraced the floor with her hands, fitting her own once again into that of the ancient creature. Even if love was only the product of centuries of feverish longing, the development of minds that could not cope with their own abilities, the longing for something here on earth that could not be guaranteed in heaven, even if only that, they still had a lot to be grateful for. Even if it all came down to an aberrant fish with an inexplicable whim to call land his home. Even if. Feeling along the bumpy inroads of rudimentary and crude finger, she closed her eyes and whispered, Rest in peace, Harry. By 7:15, they stood outside the doors of Davy O'Brien's, a hole-in-the-wall establishment painted in the colours of Irish defiance, white, gold, and green. Well, Casey said, taking a deep breath for the third time in as many minutes. Well then. He cracked his neck nervously, and rather unnecessarily, kept checking the time on his wristwatch. Are you scared of him? Pamela asked, starting to feel as if his nervousness was virulently contagious. Christ, yes,
Casey said, not even attempting a show of bravado. You said he wasn't near as bad as Devlin. I said. Casey took another gulp of air. He was entirely different than Devlin. I don't think I was ever foolhardy enough to suggest he wasn't more intimidating. We could go, she said hopefully. No, tempting, I'll admit, but it'd be only delaying the inevitable. Then let's get it over with, she said, and grabbed the door handle with a determination she didn't feel, stepping over the threshold of Davy O'Brien's, pulling a reluctant Casey in behind her. Silence, complete and terrible, greeted their arrival. Through a miasma of cigarette smoke and the smell of spilled Guinness, at least 20 pairs of hard, unblinking eyes surveyed them. Pamela stepped back, trotting on Casey's toes, an action that caused him to exclaim in pain and broke the tension. Johnny, Casey said, nodding to the barman, who nodded in return. It'll be nice to see you home, he said, in a soft voice that matched his pale hair and skin. Daz'll be holding court in his usual spot. I'll bring your drink back there. He nodded at Pamela, eyes shifting back instantly to the pint he'd already started pulling. Right then, Casey muttered grimly, guiding Pamela behind him with a hand that shook just slightly. Davy O'Brien's had seen better days, but even in its hour of glory hadn't been noted for its decor or ambience. The walls, originally painted cream, were stained a dirty yellow from nicotine. The bar was a ghastly red, the stools split and shaky, the tables missing an occasional leg, and the floor, laden with tobacco spit and spilt alcohol of varying brands, was plain poured concrete, which, in light of its adornments, Pamela thought stepping daintily over a stream of snuff, was probably for the best. In the far back there was a dartboard, a picture of the Holy Family next to one of John Kennedy, and a green, white and orange banner that saggily proclaimed, Ireland for the Irish. Brits out. Under this triumphant statement sat a table full of men, whose heads turned as one at the approach of the two strangers. Unvarnished men, lacking any sort of polish, craggy of face and body, and to a man, their faces were filled with a wary hostility. Casey stopped short, and Pamela bumped into him from behind. There was a protracted silence, as if they were all indulged in some kind of combat, where the loser would have to break the silence. Stubborn as always, she heard a soft voice say. Prodigal son returning, I presume. She peered over Casey's shoulder on tiptoe. Sitting, back closest to the wall, was a man neither big nor small, neither fair nor dark, neither old nor young. His sandy hair, ruddy skin, sagging a bit by the jowls, and glasses of a thickness and heft as to make him look like an owl. The godfather, she presumed, the Desmond O'Neill that made Casey shake with fear. He didn't look intimidating, but as his soft-spoken words reached out, she could all the same feel the authority they were spoken with. Aye, it's me, Desmond, Casey said, with a humility in his voice that made her blink in surprise. Did you leave your manners in England, or does the girl plan to hide behind your back all evening? Casey pulled a reluctant Pamela around to face the full scrutiny of Desmond O'Neill's myopic gaze. It was not a pleasant experience. Desmond, this is Pamela O'Flaherty. Pamela, my godfather, Desmond O'Neill. He nodded, and she resisted the urge to step forward and shake his hand. He would disapprove, she suspected, of such a forward move in a girl. Gavin, give over the seat to the lady, Desmond said, without once taking his eyes off of Pamela. She meekly took the seat as he indicated she should, but only after Casey forcibly removed her hand from his own and gave her a small push towards the table. Desmond had seated her next to himself. He smelled surprisingly of a light aftershave, tangy with lemon. Casey had been left standing, quite deliberately, it seemed. His face was tight, his eyes locked with Desmond's, though there was no hostility in the mutual stare. Only a reassessment, she suspected. A cartography of the land and the years that lay between them. If you'll excuse us, Desmond said cordially to Pamela, as he stood, and then turned to the displaced Kevin. Get the lady a drink, a beer shandy. 'Tis the only ladies' drink they serve here, he added apologetically to her, giving a nod that seemed like an abbreviated courtly bow. He was, regardless of the surroundings, a man of some refinement, it would seem.
Casey.
He swept past him, towards the door.
If you'll be so kind as to come outside with me.
Casey let out a sigh that seemed made entirely of relief, said, "Of course," and followed the tweed-coated form of Desmond O'Neill out of the pub. The man named Kevin returned to the table, set the beer shandy down in front of Pamela, and then leaned against the wall with his own drink. "Wouldn't you like to sit?" Pamela asked, pointing at the chair Desmond had vacated.
Kevin smiled sweetly and said, "No thanks, not worth the rest of my life. No one sits in Daz's chair, except the chief himself."
"Will they be long?" she asked, feeling increasingly uncomfortable as the men at the table cast furtive glances at her, and said nothing to each other.
"Only as long as it takes," was the cryptic reply, supplied by a man across from her, who ventured a timid smile as he spoke.
She returned the smile, and he flushed scarlet and tipped his head quickly to stare into his drink.
"Will you be familiar with the works of Mr. William B. Yeats?"
Pamela turned to her right, where the question had issued from, and found a pair of bright blue eyes regarding her from over a snowy white moustache and beard.
"Not as much as I'd like," she said politely. "Do you know the inscription on his headstone, then?" "Oh, Barry, don't start on the poor girl. You know Des doesn't like it when you do this. It gets Smoke all agitated."
Pamela took in the man's curt shake of the head, and by a process of eliminating the two speakers and Kevin, decided Smoke must be the grey-haired man directly opposite her. He seemed more likely at present to pass out in his drink than to succumb to the vapours of agitation.
"Pardon me, then, miss, but I asked you, did you know the inscription on his headstone?"
Well, not word for word, but I'm familiar with the gist."
The white-moustached man snorted, as if to say one couldn't expect better from foreigners.
She took a sip of her drink, and decided anything was better than the silence, said, "Cast a cold eye on life, on death, horsemen pass by."
"Ah, you do know it then," said Barry with some satisfaction. "Johnny," he waved at the barman, "another shandy for the lady."
"No, really, I'm fine," Pamela protested, only 3 swallows into her first drink, and notified by the gurgle in her stomach that she should have had the good sense to eat before coming here.
"Barry cleans off the headstone once a week with a wee feather duster," said a man in a plaid shirt, 2 chairs around from her. "And when it rains, he thinks it's Yeats crying his thanks to him. You ought to have more pride in him yourself, the greatest poet of the age."
Barry thumped a walking stick into the floor for emphasis.
"Nay, the greatest poet ever in the history of this planet, buried not half an hour from here, and ye don't know even a line of his poetry." "Sure, and I do," said Plaid-Shirt with a wink in Pamela's direction. "There was a young lady from Dingle, who slid on her bottom down a shingle. She rubbed it with lotion, "There's a lady present," said Barry, waggling his walking stick in a threatening manner. "Did you know," he continued pleasantly in Pamela's ear, "that Yeats died in Paris, and the dirty Frenchies buried him there, as if he were their own?"
"Really?" she said, with what she hoped was polite interest. "Casey and Mr. O'Neill have been gone a long time."
"That," said Plaid-Shirt, "is a good sign. Means Des is actually speaking to him between the blows."
"The blows?" she echoed faintly.
"Aye, 'tis why he called the boy outside."
She made to rise out of her seat, but Barry detained her with a gentle hand on her arm.
"'Tis between the 2 of them, lass. The boy came to sort it out with Des, and you'd best leave them to do it properly."
"Oh,"
she said stupidly, and sat back down. "Anyhow, to continue, once the Irish heard Yeats had been buried in France, there was a great kerfuffle, as you might well imagine there would be. What with them trying to steal the greatest poet of all time and pretend he was theirs. It was wartime, and it was bury the bastard or let him rot," supplied Plaid-Shirt, for which he received an impolitic look. "So, the Irish got together a contingent of men and went to Paris to collect Yeats. But once they got there, all was confusion, what with the Irish speaking the Irish and the French speaking the French. And to make a long story short, they dug up the bones and brought the poor bastard home."
Plaid-Shirt finished, earning him the rubber-tipped end of a walking stick waving wildly in his face.
You take care of the damn graveyard, you ought to have more pride in the place.
Barry was fairly spitting with rage, an action impeded by the clacking of his false teeth.
I take care of the Catholic side, and they don't even supply me with a mower, so I don't tend to get emotional over the grave of a dead prod who'd a fancy way with words. Besides, the fact they don't know to this damn day if they got the right poor bastard. You could be dusting the grave of some French peasant. Who the hell knows what happened to Yeats? That's an ugly lie.
Barry got to his feet, shaking with rage.
Take it back, or I'll shove it down your throat with me stick.
At this point, the comatose Smoke raised a hand, a strange gleam in his eyes that were a startling silver grey. One thin fist rose off the table and slammed down hard enough to make the drinks jump.
Where the feck is Yeats?
He yelled, and then leaned across the table, halting only inches from Pamela's face.
Do ye be after knowing, lassie, where the bones of that poor bastard is?
She shook her head, and Smoke settled with a sigh, and hung his head over his drink once again.
They should have buried the man in a bee-lawed glade. Then he would have rested easy.
On the Lake Isle of Innisfree, Pamela supplied gently. Smoke looked up and smiled, and she saw that once he'd been a nice-looking man, though time had more than done her work on his battered face.
'Twould be a good rest in such a place as that, with the sound of the lake lapping.
And 9 bean rows in the garden, she said, smiling. Smoke reached across the table and patted her hand with his own gnarled and twisted one, stained yellow with tobacco and brown with the fields.
You're a good girl, lass. A good girl, and sure the prettiest I've ever seen.
With that he returned to the contemplation of his drink, and said not another word. Plaid Shirt and Barry were surveying her with a sort of stunned bemusement. "Is something the matter?" she asked, wondering if she'd committed some breach of etiquette.
Knowed Smoke me whole life, and I never heard him string more'n 5 words together at a shot, said Plaid Shirt. 'Tis a bit like a mute bursting into song to hear him talk that much.
Just then, Desmond, followed by Casey, re-entered the premises. Casey held up a hand reassuringly and mouthed the words, "I'm all right." He pulled a chair up and waited until Desmond sat before sitting himself.
"All's right now, Des?"
asked Kevin, still nursing his ale against the wall. Desmond looked at Casey, a fond look.
"All's right, lad?"
"Aye," Casey nodded. "All's right, Des."
"And how's the boy?"
Des asked.
"He's fine, and I thank you for keeping an eye upon him while I could not. I'd never let a son of Brian's go hungry. Though he's a stubborn wee eejit at times, he'd not take money nor help of any sort. He's his own mind, our Pat does, and I respect that."
Casey reached over during the conversation, took Pamela's hand, and squeezed it. She took stock of his face and saw no bruises nor any swelling, and decided the men must have been mistaken about Desmond's intention in taking him outside. Conversation continued at the table, swelling and buzzing. Male talk of crops and boats, livestock in times long past that wouldn't come again. Politics were avoided assiduously. Pamela settled back in her chair in a sweet shandy-induced haze, letting the swing and flow of the conversation lull her. Through all of it, even when the tone and current of things bordered on argumentative, Smoke remained silent, staring into his drink as if it contained endless wonders, as perhaps it did. It was near to midnight when Casey made his apologies and said they really must be gone.
"You'll take a room at the hotel,"
Desmond said, and then as Casey began to protest,
"Surely you're not so much of a brute as to drag this poor young lass across country in the wee hours, are you? You'll take a room."
"We'll take a room," Casey agreed.
"Tell Siobhan to give you the best in the house. It's empty this time of year."
"We will." They began to move away from the table, acknowledging goodbyes, Pamela almost stumbling over her own feet in exhaustion when Smoke suddenly reached out and clutched Casey's shirt sleeve. He turned his head. Hazy eyes shot through with a strange light.
"You'll be certain she's taken care of, boy."
"Aye, Smoke, I will," Casey said, and patted the old man's hand.
"Even if it's not by yourself, you'll be certain?"
Casey paused for a moment, and Pamela shivered at the intensity in Smoke's gaze. It seemed to understand things, to see beyond the present atmosphere.
"I will be certain,"
Casey said, in a tone more fitting for a blood oath than the appeasement of a half-senile old man. Outside, the night was chill, frost puckering on the grass. Pub windows steamed solid, so that the feeling of having stepped into a strange netherworld was total. "What did he mean by that?" Pamela asked, shanty glow having disappeared with Smoke's words. Only what he said. Some say Smoke has the sight, and that's why he drinks so much and speaks only rarely. He's not right in the head. Hasn't been since his wife died. They'd only been married the 1 year, and were expecting their first baby. And one day he was in the field, plying with a tractor, and she'd come out to see him, bringing him his lunch or some such. Well, the tractor got bogged down, and he was reversing it, laying hard on the pedal, and the tractor shot out suddenly. Ran her right down. Killed her, and the babe. 'Tis likely why he told me to be certain you were cared for."
"Life isn't fair," she said.
"No, it isn't. But somehow on a night like tonight, with every star in the sky as clear as glass, it all seems worth it. The good and the bad."
"Is everything all right now, Casey? With Desmond?"
"Aye, it's fine."
"The men seem to think he'd taken you out to beat you."
"Well, they'd know Dez's ways as well as any. Been drinking with the man every day for the last 30 years or more."
"But there's not a mark on you."
"Jewel, there are places you can beat a man that don't show in his face."
"But, do you mean to say—"
Casey grimaced. "You may not have noticed, darling, but my stride's not so easy. Desmond said as I'd acted like a fool child, I'd have to take my punishment as such as well."
"He spanked you?"
"Aye, with a boat oar. Made me bend over and grip the rim of that wee bridge away his back, and took his sweet bloody time about it. The man knows the anticipation is 10 times the agony of the actual paddling."
"That you let him is what surprises me."
"There's a certain respect that exists between Desmond and I. I broke that respect 1,000 times over when I set the bomb. For him, 'twas as if I'd spit in his face and followed it with a slap. I had to humble myself in order to make it up to him. A bruised arse is a small price to pay to be back in good standing with the man. We're just up here on the right." She turned when they reached the hotel, a small but comfortable-looking establishment, and looked back down the road. The town sloped away from them towards the sea, pretty in the dark, the eggshell pinks, yellows and blues of its blistered and fading paint softened by night's gentle arm. She turned then into the arm of her own lover, following him into the lobby, no more than a sitting room really, but it had a fire of glowing embers and a warmth they were grateful for. A woman roused herself sleepily from an armchair in front of the fire, her head a tousled mess of greying curls.
"Will you be after lodging?"
she said, yawning, and crossing a cardigan over her flannel-clad bosom. "Finest room you've got, and nothing less will do, Mrs. O'Neill." She peered at them, and then a smile broke her sleepy features.
"Casey Reardon, you wee Egypt. Is it yourself?"
"'Tis."
"Have you not a hug for your Auntie Siobhan, then?"
"I do." He engulfed her in a massive hug, swinging her off her feet and setting her down breathless and laughing. She patted her hair and shook her head at the same time.
"And who's the girleen?"
He drew Pamela forward and introduced her. She shook the woman's hand, just barely suppressing a yawn.
"You look all done in, child. I'll put a fire in number 6 and it'll be snug in no time. The sheets are pressed and there's a lovely heavy quilt on the bed. And how many rooms will you be needing?"
"Just the one," Casey said firmly. There was a distinctly uncomfortable silence, and Pamela was grateful for the dim light, as it hid the scarlet hue of her face.
"Mm-hmm."
Siobhan made a disapproving sound, and then sighed.
"You've seen Des, then?"
she asked Casey, as she stirred up the fire with a poker and added another turf log to it.
"Here, you wee Egypt. Take some of these."
She stacked his arms with peat logs.
"And follow me upstairs."
"I have been to see Des," Casey said, "and before you ask, we've settled our business."
"I knew you must have if you dared show your face here. Well, I thank Jesus above for it. He'll be more bearable to live with now. He's been miserable these last 6 years, I tell you. It right ruined Christmas for him, too."
She paused near the top of the staircase to catch her breath. "Are you still taking the heart medication?" Casey asked, easily transferring the load of towels she'd carried upstairs from her arms onto the top of the peat he was carrying.
"I see you're still as meddling as you ever were."
She gave him an exasperated look and continued up the stairs. The room was on the left-hand side, its windows looking out over the town, and beyond to the sea. A great shushing void in the night, and far, far in the distance was the hulked-over form of Ben Bulben, casting its moonlit shadows upon the grave of the poet of the age, or perhaps that of a nameless Frenchman. Casey set a fire in the grate, and within minutes the chill was gone from the room. Siobhan, yawning, said she was for bed, and would see them in the morning. She kissed Casey on the forehead, the way a mother who'd seen him only yesterday might have done, and patted Pamela companionably on the shoulder. "Sleep ye tight, child," she said, and then looking at Casey added, "We've missed you, boy," and went out the door. They undressed and clambered under the great quilt that covered the bed, sighing with pleasure at the warmth of the sheets that Siobhan had slid towel-covered bricks in between. "Ah, now that's something more like it," Casey said with a happy sigh, curling his body to hers in a manner that had become habit for the two of them. Despite the events of the day and her previous exhaustion, she found sleep didn't come quickly, and lay quiet, Casey's hand warm in the curve of her hip, his breath coming deeper and deeper on her shoulder. They'd left the curtains open, and it was one of those winter nights where the sky was clear as water in a bowl, and it seemed as if she might stick her hand in it, carefully, each finger in turn, and watch the ripples pour out into the universe, to the very edges of time itself. "Maybe that's why Harry came out of the water," she said, quietly, not wanting to disturb Casey if he was asleep. "Aye," he murmured, only half-conscious. "Why is that?" "To see the stars more clearly. Maybe he wanted to reach out and touch them, and for that he needed a hand." A small creature, trundling out of water, feeling for the first time the true weight of his body, the crush of gravity on flesh, great gold eyes rolling back in his head, toward night, to the twinkling lights in the heady darkness above and beyond him. Perhaps he'd felt the first longing for that which was unknowable, unreachable, a faint whisper in the night, of need, for something that could not be defined and even less touched. "He should have kept his snout in the mud," Casey said, lips brushing the back of her neck. "Created a damn lot of trouble, reaching for stars. The rest of us have kept trying, but we're no closer to touching them, are we?" "I think maybe it's only the reaching that really matters. What would we do with a handful of stardust anyhow?" She watched blue Rigel blink on the lip of the window ledge, and closing her eyes, made a wish in the form of wordless prayer. She was distracted from higher thought, though, by the feel of a large, calloused hand sliding the length of her thigh and dipping round with obvious intent. "I thought you were asleep," she said on a sharp intake of breath. "Not entirely," came the answer, the owner of the voice sounding much more alert than he had a moment before. "I'd have thought you were too stiff." She rolled back as his body tipped over her own, in the beginning language of two bodies well suited to each other. "I'd say stiffness was a necessary element to the operation at hand." Casey nudged her knees apart to prove his point. "You know," she nipped at his neck, an action that caused him in the past no end of sweet distress, "what I mean." "Ah." It was half-word, half-groan, as his body found the sanctuary of her own. "You'd be referring to the back end, as opposed to—" "Sweet Jesus, do you know what that does to me?" "As opposed to?" she prodded. "As opposed to the front—" "Stop that." "On second thought, don't stop." "And—" "You could injure yourself, though." Casey snorted and threw the quilt back with one arm. "Well, Jewel, if I do, it'll be in a good cause. Now, if you can't think of a better use for your tongue, can you at least have the grace to keep it— that's nice, that is— silent?" After that, conversation ceased and desisted for quite some time. Chapter 17. The Water Under the Bridge. When approached with the notion that his brother was about to embark on yet another civil rights march with the bruises and contusions of the previous one still in recent memory, Casey ventured the thought that Pat might very well have gone stark raving mad. "If you're completely intent on killing yourself in this manner, there isn't much I can do to stop you. You've no need for anyone's permission, but if you want my approval and support, I'm not inclined to give it. It'll be a bloodbath,
the police won't protect you, and the Paisleyites are going to see to it that you pay for your cheek. It's sheer madness." 3 days into it, Pat was inclined to agree with his brother's less than charitable summation of the event. Things had started out mildly enough. Some 25 of them gathered at City Hall on New Year's morning, under the blankly haughty gaze of Queen Victoria, stamping chilled hands and feet, full of youthful fire and an uncompromising zeal to remember their goals and stick to a program of non-violence, to break beyond the boundaries of religious hatreds and show that they marched for the rights of all oppressed, be they Catholic or Protestant. Their objectives were clear, simple and to the point. One man, one job. One family, one house. One man, one vote, and a repeal of medieval repressive laws. In the 3 days it had taken to get from Belfast to Claudy, however, it had lost some of its straight edges and clear-eyed values. The lot of them had been kicked, punched, cursed, called a variety of inventive invectives, plus all the old standbys. Teague, Tig, Fenian bastard, and so forth. They'd been detoured off the original route 3 times, for their own safety, the police had sternly said, only to be led like lambs to the slaughter, straight into an ambush. Everyone was exhausted and jittery from the tension, and today was likely to be the worst day of all. Today they were headed for the gates of Derry, but first, they had to cross Burntollet Bridge, where trouble on a larger scale than what they'd thus far experienced was expected. To further complicate matters, Pamela had decided to come with him, and he'd felt a compulsion to keep an eye out for her. He'd also, since the Derry March, become rather unwillingly a sort of unofficial spokesperson for the civil rights movement. On this last morning he stood, clutching a mug of lukewarm tea, wishing for something stronger to clear his head, and tried to gather his thoughts into a stream of coherency. Pamela, yawning, sat cross-legged on the ground, rolling her own cup of tea between her hands, trying to get the last of its warmth. In front of them, the morning's initial speaker was just wrapping up his pep talk for the day, and Michael Farrell, generally acknowledged as one of the organizers and leaders, was giving Pat the nod to get on deck. Pat sighed, felt Pamela give his leg a nudge of reassurance, and stepped forward. He surveyed the higgledy-piggledy crowd in front of him, rumpled clothes, sleep-sticky faces, uncombed hair, and an overall air of stubborn resilience that he was rather proud to be a part of. Since his one mad moment in Derry, they'd come to see him as some sort of fire-eating nationalist, who would do what he had to for the cause, and damn the consequences. That image bore no resemblance to the boy in the mirror, but this morning, these people needed a little inspiration, someone to galvanize them and spur them on for the last 15 miles. He cleared his throat, took a last swill of tea, and began. "We've come 60 miles in these last 3 days, and if ye see it as a journey of the soul as well as the feet, then I'd have to say we've come much farther. We cannot turn back now. There are people in this country who may not know us, who may not like us merely because they think they know what we are all about, but we are marching for them. We are putting one foot ahead of the next for them, for our neighbours, our friends, and for those who would swear to be our enemies. We don't ask much, only for basic human rights, the right to have a roof over your head, food on your table, and to have your vote count for something at the ballot box. We ask that laws that go against every aspect of democracy, laws which revile the democratic process, be abolished. We ask that men not be imprisoned unjustly, tried unfairly, brought before kangaroo courts that are merely the shadow puppets for a police-run state. They tell us this march is irresponsible and misguided, that we should just be grateful for the opportunities we have, the things our generous government provides, grateful for run-down council housing, grateful to live in an environment that breeds disease and despair, grateful for education that does not meet the poorest standards, grateful for non-existent jobs and homes and dreams that they've made us believe we don't have a right to reach for. Well, I for one don't intend to say thank you to the man who stands on my hope and grinds my dreams under his heel. They may subjugate our bodies, beat our minds with bloody rhetoric, but no man owns my soul, and no man in a 50-guinea suit owns yours either. Today we wash our hands with the blood of our ancestors, with the blood of every oppressed man who ever stood and said no. We walk in the footsteps of those chained, beaten, flogged and killed for merely uttering the word no. It is said that man is the only beast that laughs and weeps, for he is the only animal that is struck by the difference between what things are and what they ought to be. Here today we know how things ought to be. We can see the future. It may be a distant light, but we can see it. He paused for breath as the morning air rippled past his face, chill with the season, and thought he felt, in passing, the warmth of his father's hand upon his head. We all know what we may face today, and that regardless of provocation we must hold firm to our policy of non-violence. It must be shown in all our actions how committed we are to these beliefs. They may stone us, beat us, rain down verbal fire upon our heads, but today— His gaze swept over the ragged crowd, and he felt again the reassuring pressure of his father's hand. Today we will be like Dr. Martin Luther King, and we— He reached into the air, reaching for the hand of a ghost, though the crowd, roaring its approval, took it as a thrust of empowerment. We will fear no man. A rousing cheer greeted the end of his speech, and smiling, he nodded to the crowd, feeling a strange surge of emotion from them, a thing that gave to him and pulled from him at the same time. The first leg of the morning's march was relatively quiet. There was the occasional shout of, "Say your rosaries now while you've still the chance," from hostile onlookers, the usual name-calling and kids scampering about wildly, waving Union Jacks. "Fine and future upstanding lodge members," Pat said to Pamela, who walked to his right, closer in to the body of the marchers. "I have to say all this police presence makes me nervous," he continued, only too aware that the police had come today in full battle dress, well equipped for a riot. "There's a bad feel in the air." Pamela looked crossly at a child who scampered past, merrily singing, "Up to our knees in Fenian blood." "There's always a bad feel in the air when there's people like this about. Ignore them. We'll be in Derry for afternoon tea," Pat said, with a reassurance he did not feel. The River Fawn lay 7 miles out of Derry. To its left was a low-lying field. On the right, the ground rose sharply, and was obscured from sight by a ragged hedge. It was towards this hedge the police motioned the marchers to protect them from any flying stones. "Christ, we can't see a damn thing now," Pat mumbled, looking warily up into the snarled branches. Along the high ground strolled a squad of police in ordinary dress, parallel but slightly in advance of the marchers. "Why aren't they decked out like their compatriots?" Pamela asked over the nervous babble that had begun to percolate in their ranks. "Don't know, but I don't think it's good." He shivered as a flutter of unease passed its fingers up his spine. The next field was well hedged and provided only strange, rippling glances of police strolling along, occasionally talking to men who seemed to be idly standing about in the fields. Seen through the lacework of grey branches and glossed leaves, it lent a slow-motion, sinister feel to the atmosphere, which was quickly tensing. Between the leaves and branches they could see more men, not police anymore, men armed with clubs and cudgels, their gait as easy as if they were out for a Sunday after-church ramble. The junction of the next 2 fields was a gully, overgrown with bramble and gorse, surrounded by tall trees. From these trees a young girl emerged, silver winter light pale fingering her brown hair against the shadow of the trees. A chilly smile turned her lips up at the corners. She couldn't have been more than 14. She raised her hand up from the shadows, the glitter of a large stone clutched against her small palm. A spasm of rage contorted her face, and she flung the stone straight into the marchers. "Incoming!" Pat yelled, as warning to those behind them, who couldn't see what was happening. But the girl's hand had unleashed more than her one stone, for it appeared that she had been the signal to those on the high ground. All around the marchers fell a hard, unflinching rain of stones, bricks, and bottles. Pat heard a scream behind him and turned to see a girl drop to the ground, blood streaming from a gash in her forehead. Stunned and blinking, she was pulled out from amidst the marchers by the police and towed toward one of their vehicles. What Pat could now make out on the high ground chilled him to the core. Close to 200 people milled about, all heavily armed, chatting amiably with the police, white-banded special constabulary amongst their ranks.
ducking his head every few seconds to avoid the rocks, screws, bolts, nails, and bottles that rained down with impunity. He saw men and a few women as well, armed with crowbars, iron bars, lead piping, cudgels, and some elaborately spiked and gleaming instruments of punishment. A small body of marchers broke, panicking through the hedge, seeking safety in the open field. The police herded them quickly back to danger in the open road, and it was then Pat saw what was happening, and knew the worst was still to come.
"Dear God, the police are here for them."
"What?" Pamela shouted back, her coat pulled up taut over her head, providing a fragile shelter from the missiles pouring down on them.
"The police up there on the bank are here to be certain we don't retaliate against them."
"No," Pamela said faintly, turning away from him toward the field. An industrial bolt missed her head by half an inch.
"Come on,"
Pat said grimly, and pulled her to his side, affording her what little protection his body could give her. Ahead of them, the field tapered to an end in a small laneway that was heavily treed. The lane met the main road at a sharp angle, providing a convenient bottleneck. The police flanked the marchers front and left, leaving their right flank completely exposed, and fully open to the head of the laneway. Pat cursed to himself. He was willing to bet they were being delivered like a tidy package into the hands of a bloodthirsty mob, delivered by the very men who were supposed to protect them. There was nowhere to go but forward, though, so the march pressed on, bleeding and bruised, the fallen culled from their midst by stone-faced policemen. The first ranks of marchers had barely come abreast of the laneway when from its dark tunnel burst what looked to Pat to be about 60 men, armed to the teeth with a dazzling array of homemade weapons. The police put up a slight show of resistance and then melted, like sieved butter, through the ranks of armed furies. Some few marchers managed to get past the armed cordon. Pat and Pamela were near the front, but not, as it turned out, near enough, for they, along with the main body of the marchers, were as effectively cut off as if they were cattle fed into a funnel. From the left, on a path hidden by the sharp turn of the main road, stood another phalanx of angry men, shored up by piles of stone, brought there especially for the occasion. The entire road was descending into chaos. Pat grabbed Pamela's hand hard. "We're going to have to break for it. Into the field." They both bent double, running as best as a slow crouch would allow, unable to dodge the sticks and stones any longer. Such was their profusion. A man dashed up from the left-hand side of the road and smacked Pat across the head with what appeared to be a broken-off chair leg. Then, not satisfied, he raised his arm and whacked Pamela solidly across the back. She let out a small oof of surprise, stumbling to stay on her feet as Pat pulled her harder towards the field. Around them, people screamed, were cudgeled to the ground, beat about the head, shouted and cursed at. Marchers dazed and injured staggered to their feet, limping towards the bridge, only to be forced off the road and into the fields where yet another armed contingent awaited just this eventuality. Out of the corner of his eye, Pat saw a man on his knees being cudgeled about the face and head.
"Say you're sorry,"
his attacker screamed, spittle flying from his furious lips.
"Sorry,"
the man said, hands held up to try and catch the blows.
"I don't believe you,"
his attacker replied, and set about quite happily beating the man again. The two of them stumbled onward, dodging clubs and rocks. Just ahead of them, a photographer raced, turning back and forth in a strange dance, his black eye on the world, clicking and whirring in rhythm with his steps. To their left, in an open expanse of field, an old woman was clubbed down with 3 sharp blows, and then finished neatly with a broadside to the face from a flagpole, on the end of which the Union Jack fluttered gaily in the breeze.
"We better help her,"
Pamela said, and before Pat could stop her, she'd slipped his grasp, and ran towards the prone woman. Pat cursed and ran after her. The old woman lay face down, grey hair streaked gruesomely with blood. Pamela knelt beside her in the long grass.
"We'll get you help,"
she said, patting the woman's outstretched hand. Pat saw the 5 men approach from out of a ditch before she did, and he reached her just in time to find the 3 of them neatly surrounded by 5 club-wielding brutes, smiles on their overheated faces.
"Well, what have we got here?"
Please, we need to get her to an ambulance, Pamela said, turning her face up towards them. She needs help now. Ah, where's the Pope then when you need him? Go ask him for help, Fenian bitch. The man raised his arm, extending the stick in his hand to full length, where a nail glittered evilly at the end of it. Pat stepped forward to shield her and caught the full brunt of it in his arm. He felt the nail rip a good 2 inches down before it was torn out. He heard a sharp scream and saw Pamela being dragged by one arm and her hair towards the river. 3 of the men had taken her, while the other 2 stayed behind, clubs slapping their hands, a look of anticipation in their eyes. He knew he'd never seen such concentrated hatred before. He stood for a long moment, eyes locked with their own, feeling the breath wash in and out of his lungs, and then feinted to the left, and as they lunged, shot through to their right, running for the river. The bank was awash with armed attackers, throwing people into the river and forcibly clubbing them back into it when they tried to crawl out. He couldn't spot Pamela in the melee, and panicked, his mind churning with all the ugly possibilities. He scanned the bank and the water, where people were waiting in a panic for the far side. His heart skipped a beat, halted for a terrible split second, as he saw a black-haired girl, face down in the water, and then resumed beating a second later, as a man pulled her out. It wasn't Pamela. The photographer from moments before was hip-deep in the river, trying to keep his camera above water, his precious pictures safe, while a man slogged behind him, repeatedly hitting at the photographer's arm with a lead pipe. And then he saw her, 15 yards upriver from the photographer, kneeling in the river, hair streaming and eddying on the river. He started to run, and then crashed to his knees, as a stunning blow caught him hard in the kidneys. His attackers, having knocked him to the ground, were happy to deliver a couple of blows to his head before they moved on. Rising up on his knees and fighting back a wave of nausea from the pain, he desperately searched the river again, and saw Pamela struggling to get up on the bank, and saw the man on the bank who waited, spiked stick in hand for her. He yelled and then cursed his stupidity. For hearing his voice, she'd raised her head and gave the stick-wielding thug the opportunity he'd been waiting for. The nail caught her right below the cheekbone, sinking deep in the hollow until it made contact with her upper jaw. Even from a distance, he could see the surprise in her face, the shock, and her first instinct to tear away from the offending object. Blood sprayed as the nail tore out, and then streamed brightly down her face. He made the water's edge seconds later, the look on his face enough to make the attacker seek meeker pastures and flee back towards the bridge with great haste. He checked both banks of the river, and seeing they were still thronged with swinging clubs, he grabbed Pamela by the shoulders and pushed her upriver through the current. "How's your face?" he asked tightly in her ear, as he glanced behind him, to be certain no one was following. "It hurts," she said in a small voice, the hand that clutched the side of her face streaked with drying and fresh blood. "Where are the police?" "Standing on the road, talking to the stone-throwing bastards." "Oh, God," she said hollowly. "How can this be happening?" "It's Ireland," Pat said bitterly. "How could it not?" They had to wait a good half-mile by Pat's estimate before they reached a comparatively safe spot. Pat made her sit and then hunkered down in front of her. "You're going to have to let me look at your face." She nodded, but didn't move her hand away from her face. He took her fingers gently and pried them away from her skin. They came away with a sticky, sucking pop, a fresh well of blood appearing in their absence. With all the blood, it was hard for him to tell what the damage was, though it didn't look good. There was a deep, open gash following under the cheekbone, and blood was beginning to run out of the corner of her mouth from the cut inside. "How bad is it?" He shook his head, forcing a smile onto his face. "Not so bad. A couple of stitches and it'll be fine." "You're not a good liar, Pat," she said, and made a grimace that he realized with a shock was meant to be a smile. "I suppose I got the better end of it. They spent a good minute trying to decide whether they should throw me in the river or rape me. All things being equal, I'm glad they decided on the first option. Are you okay?" I'm okay. He looked around, eyeing the pale winter light. We'd best get back on the road. Find you an ambulance. What the hell is that? From the sodden ball of her coat, she had pulled a square black object. Exactly what it looks like, she said, and checked the camera over for damage. Yes, but how'd you get it? The photographer threw it to me. I guess he thought I'd have a better chance of keeping the pictures safe than he would. But I saw him with his camera only minutes ago. I think he must have had two, one to decoy and the other with the actual goods in it. And which do you have? Won't know until the film's developed, will we? There's extra rolls taped to the bottom, too. She looked the camera over with an air of excitement that disturbed Pat. That thing is only going to invite all sorts of trouble. You'll never get it past the police when we find you an ambulance. She rose to her feet, clothes soaked and icy, a look of grim determination on her face. I'll not go in one of those damn police tenders, not after what they did. I'll walk. There's only 7 miles left to Derry. Let's go. It was a shattered and bleeding lot that staggered into Derry, while their opposition seemingly had jumped in their cars, taken time for tea and refreshments, only to show up in force on the streets leading into the town. Faces now unhappily familiar appeared in the escarpments of Spencer Road on the outer fringes of Derry. Stones rained down and police, amiable-faced and compliant, allowed the attackers to have their fun. Once again, Union Jacks danced at the front of the marchers, leading the way into the town with old Orange songs that gloried in the spilling of Catholic blood. And then, after 75 miles of road, paid for with blood and broken bones, the marchers were denied entrance within the walls of the town, on the grounds that it was too inflammatory. Sacred and hallowed orange ground is more like it, Pat muttered, as the weary mass of marchers was shunted down yet another reroute. They're letting those bastards up inside the walls, though, you'll note. Leaves them in an optimum position to keep dropping rocks in our heads, with the police neatly lined up to protect them against us, of all things. 4 days ago I'd have thought you were cynical, Pamela said bleakly, a bruise spreading out from her cheek in deep and heavy shades. Ahead of them loomed the Guildhall, and the streets were now lined with crowds of friendly, cheering faces. Pat searched them wearily, without even knowing what he was looking for, until he saw the fine blonde hair, the freckled nose, and the smile that burst out from the mass of faces at him. She was waving wildly, and he, grinning back, was swept past her and onto the Guildhall Square. Michael Farrell, injured on the road into Derry, was hastily brought in from the hospital to speak to the weary crowd and the people of Derry. He summarized the events of the march, reiterating the goals and intents of the people's democracy. He was followed by other speakers of the PD, and then he nodded at Pat, a questioning look on his face. Pat nodded in return, and winding his way through the crowd, took the speaker's platform. Well, I suppose if nothing else, he began, we've shown them that these Fenians have no intention of lying down. A triumphant roar greeted his words. He held his hands up. All joking aside, though, it's been a difficult few days, and some of us are lying in the hospital as a result. But we stuck to the promises we made ourselves. We marched for the rights of our own people, and people who likely would have been more than happy to see us dead today. We can be proud of ourselves, and of all the people who supported us. Now I, for one, could use a hot meal and a soft bed. He rejoined the crowd amidst tremendous cheering, people patting him on the back and clasping his hands. His eyes glanced past them all, flickering here for a moment, there for a second, until at last his eyes lit on a small, light, intense person, who smelled, even in the melee and crush of bodies, of lemon verbena and lilacs. Hello, he said, feeling suddenly shy. Hello yourself, she said. I've come to offer you that hot meal and soft bed, if you've a mind for it. That'd be grand, but I've got to get Pamela to a hospital first. Pamela? She said, an embarrassed look flashing across her fine features. Aye, she's my brother's girlfriend. Oh, she flushed self-consciously. She's welcome to come as well. Just then, Pamela came up, squeezing through the massed crowd, blood-streaked rag pressed to her bruised cheek. Riots and small scuffles were already breaking out in the streets as Sylvie led them down and away from the Guildhall. "There's small first-aid clinics been set up in the houses, or we could get you to the hospital, though you might wait a while for someone to attend to you. Are you in a great deal of pain, then?" she asked,
brown eyes sympathetic, but not pitying, as she surveyed the mess on the left-hand side of Pamela's face.
"Do I need a lot of stitches?" Pamela asked, giving Pat a level look. "Aye, you'll need a fair few and a good cleaning." "Is there anyone at the clinics qualified to sew up my face?" "I know just the place to take ye," Sylvie said firmly, and led the way out of the crowd and away from the developing trouble. The place turned out to be the front room of a small 2-up, 2-down on the bogside. "Is Father Jim here?" Sylvie asked a harried-looking woman, who was putting rags onto the boil in the kitchen. "Aye, he's out back, taking a minute." "I'll be back," Sylvie said, and true to her word, returned a moment later with a rangy, dog-collared man in tow. "I'm Father Jim," he said, and went directly to Pamela. "Let's see what we've got here, girl." "You're American," Pamela said, and winced as the crushed fabric was pulled away from her face. "You as well," Father Jim said, and nodded to Sylvie, who swiftly disappeared into the kitchen. She returned with a bowl of steaming cloths and a tray with alcohol, sterilized instruments and swabs on it. Pamela blanched when she saw the array of wickedly sharp needles. "It's all right," Father Jim said reassuringly. "I've got to clean the tear up before I can assess the damage, but I've got Novocaine to numb your face." He turned and donned a pair of surgical gloves. "I was a medic in Vietnam. I've patched up worse than this and seen them come away with only a little scar. Now you'll need to sit down. Maybe your friend here," he gave Pat a cursory glance, "can help to hold your head still." Pamela sat in a kitchen chair that seemed provided for the purpose, and Father Jim pulled a stool up near her, angling himself so the maximum amount of light hit her face directly. "Are you ready?" She swallowed, took a shaky breath and nodded. "All right." Father Jim soaked a sterile cloth with alcohol. "This is going to hurt like holy hell." Pat took her head between his hands and realized he was shaking. Pamela's right hand came up and covered his own. "Today we fear no man, right? Not?" She gave a wary glance at Father Jim as the cloth approached her cheek. "Even him," she finished, and promptly passed out. Chapter 18. Peace be unto you. Pamela felt like sifted smoke, fine, airy, and able, like the angels, to dance lightly upon the head of a pin. The small part of her brain that was recovering from the shot of Novocaine and the painkillers that Father Jim had given her told her she wasn't actually invisible or invincible, but she quashed the thought swiftly and continued on her way. She hadn't actually intended to lie to Sylvie. She really had been going out for a breath of air. But then she'd seen an altercation occurring down the street, and light-footed, the drugs drowning out danger signals, had followed the sounds of rage and fear. The camera had still been around her neck, and so when she'd seen a group of thugs beating an old man, she'd begun to shoot the pictures. They'd been so caught up in their savagery they hadn't even noticed her, which, unfortunately, only added to the aura of invincibility she felt snugly cloaked in. Now, however, confusion was beginning to set in just the slightest bit. She wasn't entirely certain she could actually find her way back. Everything looked the same. Red brick on the left and red brick on the right, and cobbled pavement under her feet. Quite suddenly, she wished Casey were there to protect her, to guide her by the hand out of this maze of narrow, winding streets with buildings that seemed to loom ominously over her head. From a distance, she heard singing, a vaguely familiar melody that she couldn't place in the jolting sound of breaking glass. The voices approached, and she, still confused, sidled towards it. As the words of the song became audible, she recognized the song as one she'd heard the flag-waving children singing. Pat had told her it was called Derry's Walls.
For blood did flow in crimson streams on many a winter's night. They knew the Lord was on their side, to help them in their fight.
The voices paused for a moment, and there was the sound again of glass shattering, and falling out into the street, and then they happily resumed. At last, with one broadside, kind heaven sent them aid.
Pamela turned the corner, stepping up into the shelter of a shop entryway, and crouching, peered down the street.
The scene before her, freezing her blood cold. A group of about 20 policemen swinging riot clubs were the singers. On the apex of every verse, one would step from formation, raise his blackthorn stick and smash a window out. They were only about 12 yards away from her, coming around the twisting close. It was too late to run. They'd see her certainly if she stepped out into the street. But if she stayed here in this dingy entryway, clutched in close to the filthy brick, she might escape notice. They'd taken up a new tune, with a somewhat jauntier beat, the leader twirling his club in the air like an orchestral baton. A rope, to hang the Pope, a pennyworth of cheese, to choke him. She managed to shoot off the last 2 frames on the film as the men gleefully shouted the end of the ditty. She leaned back into the brick, breathing rapidly, swimming in adrenaline, fumbling as she removed the finished roll and fought to control her fingers enough to insert the new one and wind it onto its spool. When the camera was securely locked into place, a strange silence had descended onto the street. Holding her breath, she peeked around the corner and saw to her horror that a small man, his back hunched discernibly on one side, was coming up the street. He'd a bag of groceries under one arm, and his gait was extremely awkward by virtue of one leg being a good 4 inches shorter than the other. The police were grouped loosely, like a pack of milling wolves, waiting leisurely for the prey to present itself. The little man walked with his head down, in a manner that suggested it was the habit of a lifetime, a necessity demanded by his crooked body. He was only about 12 yards off from the police when the unnatural silence seemed to finally impress itself upon his senses. He looked up, blinking, eyes aslant in a soft, dreamy face. From her hiding place, heart thumping painfully, Pamela thought he looked like a tiny owl, forced to look straight into the noonday sun, dazed and uncomprehending. "'Tis a bad day to be about on the streets, Paddy," said one of the idling policemen, blackthorn stick swirling in a delicate eddy from the base of his palm. "Me name is Timmy, not Paddy. 'Tis Timmy, you know." Pamela felt her heart crash into the pit of her stomach. The man had the bright, innocent voice of the mentally handicapped, of one eternally trapped in childhood. He had no intimation of danger, no instinct to warn him, no shred of self-preservation. "Timmy, is it? Were you named for the monster who fathered ye?" Timmy shied away a bit, the grocery bag knocking against his side. "No, Ma'am named me for the saint, she did, you know. Named me for him, didn't she? Grace, mercy, and peace to follow him all of his days, and mine as well. Grace, mercy, and peace from God our Father and Jesus Christ our Lord. Born on a saint's day I was, and named so." He was doing an agitated little dance now, the words rolling off his tongue faster and faster, setting up a chain of freneticism in his body by their well-worn recitation. "Timothy made miracles, you know, he did then, and Ma'am says I pray hard enough to him, and some day he'll make me whole then, won't he? Won't he then?" He nodded vigorously, seeking approval from the men who ringed him now entirely, evenly spaced, cutting him off from any salvation. "I've got to go home now. I'm bringing Ma'am her tea, I am. Tea and milk and the papers. She likes them every evening, 6 on the dot. Timmy, she says, we'll have the tea then, won't we, Timmy? And she'll read me the paper. Ma'am doesn't like me to be late, so excuse me then. Excuse me then, please." He shuffled his feet in a small circle in a vain effort to sidestep the men in his path. "Grace and peace be unto you," he said, rocking his upper body back and forth in agitation. "Grace and peace be unto you, and excuse me then, please. Got to be home before dark then. Home before dark or Ma'am'll be scared. She will then, won't she? Won't she?" His free hand had begun a frenzied jig up and down the side of his body, like Rachmaninoff caught in the last frenzied notes of a piano crescendo. "A genuine freak," said one policeman, his bright blonde hair catching the dim light in the streets. "A freak and a Fenian. 2 words meaning the same thing. What's that called? I said, what's that called, freak?" The man lifted his club and struck it hard in the bent curve of Timmy's neck.
Timmy shook his head frantically, the hand fluttering in the dark of the street like a damaged butterfly.
Pamela swallowed hard, clicked the flash of the camera on by feel alone, and stepping into the street, called out loudly,
"Two different words meaning the same thing are a synonym, you dumb bastard."
Then she lifted the camera, shut off 3 frames, the flash illuminating the street like explosions of lightning. And then she ran as she had never run before in her life. Ran blind and without a mental map, with absolutely no idea of where she was going or how this might all end. Only knowing she had to get those men away from that poor, frantic, broken boy in the street. She could hear them behind her instantly, knew they were young and strong and able-bodied, and even though she was fleet of foot, that it was only a matter of time before they caught her. And then there'd be hell of a kind she couldn't quite imagine to pay. The streets were dark, cobblestones slick with damp, one winding into the next as she took bends willy-nilly, scraping her elbow on a brick corner, thumping her shoulder hard on a post, trying frantically to discern in the unfamiliar blurred terrain a place to hide, a hole to bolt through, a white rabbit miracle to shoot her from this world to the next. Then she saw it at the top of the steeply curving street she was running up, a black laneway that shot sharply right off the street. She spared one last frantic glance behind, then slid hard into the turn and ran for the shadows. She hid in the overhang of a doorway, heard the thumping of her pursuer's feet go past the head of the lane, and waited until all was silent before venturing out. The lane was pitch black, a narrow ribbon between close-set buildings,
ending in a solid brick wall.
The only light a dim glow reflecting off the wet pavement at its top end. She looked up, squinting in the dark, trying to gauge the height of the wall and judge if she could scale it in the blackness, when a voice slid through the dark at her back. "You left something behind." She froze, recognizing the voice of the blonde policeman, hearing now in the thickening silence the sound of his stick swirling in the air. "Turn around," he ordered, and she turned slowly, hands out and palms up. A brilliant flash of light cut into her eyes, and it took her a second to realize he was shining a flashlight directly into them. "You forgot your film," he said pleasantly, and she heard the sickening sound of it unspooling and dropping delicately in an exposed pool at her feet. "Nasty dressing on your face," he continued in that same chillingly polite voice. "Did our bold laddies give you need for it up by Burntollett Bridge?" "Did they? It's impolite not to answer questions when you're asked them," he said, and caught her unawares with a sharp slap of his club to her face. She could feel the stitches burst under their bandaging, and a warm swell of blood soak them. The light blazed in her eyes again. "My mother always said Fenians bled green with gangrene, but you seem to bleed red. Curious, isn't it?" The club poked at the waistband of her jeans. "My mother also said Catholic girls were impure, dirty creatures that a boy shouldn't sully himself with. But I've always preferred to decide these things for myself. And I've always been curious to see if soulless bastards, such as yourself, bleed at all," said a mild voice in the darkness. The light suddenly flew into the air, turning end over end, accompanied by the sound of flesh hitting a solid brick wall. "Grab that flashlight, would you, Jewel, and see if you can't find the bastard's handcuffs." "Here," she said breathlessly a minute later, shining the flashlight onto the policeman, only to see that he was shoved ruthlessly against the wall, Casey's forearm like an iron bar against the back of his neck. Against the man's neck sparkled a glint of razor-thin steel, from which a tiny pearl of tremoring blood began to collect and fall. Casey cuffed the man's unresisting hands behind his back, and then stepped away, flashlight still trained on his eyes, blinding him as effectively as the absolute darkness would have. "Get his identification," Casey said sharply. She stepped forward and took it out of the man's coat pocket gingerly. She shone the light on the laminated surface of the small card. "Constable Bernard McCopsey," Casey said out loud.
"Now there's a name I'm committing to memory."
"And I," he paused ominously, "have a memory like an elephant. Do you have a family, Constable? A wife who's alone at night, and wains sleeping tight in their beds?" "Do you?" "What's your name, you coward?" the man managed to gurgle out between lips mashed against brick. "You want my name, do you?" Casey whispered, a soft hiss in the darkness. "I'll do you one better, Constable. Here's my signature." There was a sharp cry from the man against the wall. "It's yours to keep. A little something to remind you next time you pick on a helpless man and a bit of a girl. And before you sleep at night, remember that I, unlike the people you took such pleasure in beating today, have no compunctions about the sanctity of life. Leastwise, not the life of scum such as yourself." He added something guttural in Gaelic, and then spit at the man's feet. "Come on, Jewel." Pamela felt the reassurance of his big hand grasping her own. "Let's get the hell out of here." They fled into the dark, the street black and silent, though further down she thought she caught flashes of fire and the sound of people screaming. They ran for what seemed miles, ran until their legs felt like rubber, and the winter night sat at its apex. And everywhere they ran, they saw fire, broken glass, people knocked into the pavement, people standing stunned in the street. What's happened?" Pamela fought to catch her breath, and Casey led her down a back lane, slowing and finally stopping in a patch of darkness, the sounds of devastation and madness distant. "The police have gone crazy. They're determined to show the upstart Catholics just who the boss in this city really is, just in case today gave them any ideas." He was bent over, chest heaving. "What the hell did you think you were doing back there? You nearly got us both killed." "I couldn't leave that poor man alone in the street, Casey. They would have beat him badly." "Oh, I understand the motivation, Jewel," he breathed out shakily. "But they'd have done worse to ye if they caught you. What if I hadn't been there?"
"How'd you know?"
she asked, leaning against the wall as the fear took her directly in the knees. "Had a bad feeling about this whole venture, but I woke up this morning with knots in my stomach, and figured I'd best come up and see the situation firsthand, and then drag the two of you home. Found Pat at Sylvie's house, and she said you'd stepped out for a breath and not come back. Pat and I divided up the streets, and thank Christ I spotted you when I did. I was waiting for the police to go by before I let you know I was about. But then they started bullying that poor man, and I knew I'd have to step in if it actually came to blows. But then you leaped out into the street and all hell broke loose. It was no easy task keeping you in sight after that, without being spotted by the bastards myself." He stepped towards her, touching her wounded cheek gently, his hand coming away bloody. "That bastard. I'm sorry I wasn't there to prevent this from happening." She shook her head wordlessly, a painful knot spreading in her chest, and he wrapped his arms around her, stroking her hair with a shaking hand. "Won't he follow us, Casey?" "Not any time soon. I handcuffed him to a pipe. Took all the presence of mind I had not to slit his throat then and there. We'd best get out of Derry as soon as possible, though we'll have to find you medical attention first." "Oh, Casey." She shivered against him, the events of the day beginning to catch up with her. "I was so afraid without you." "And I without you," he whispered back. A half hour later they crept through the back patch of yard at Sylvia Larkin's home. Pat opened the door to them, his face white and tense. "Oh, thank God," he breathed when he saw Pamela, and then as he took in her battered face. "What happened?" "A story," Casey said tersely. "Best left for later. Right now I've got to get her to a doctor." "That, I believe," Father Jim ducked under the lintel of the kitchen doorway, "would be my summons. Sit down," he said to Pamela, and then, "Sylvie, you know the routine. Alcohol, needles, suturing thread." "Are you a doctor?" Casey asked, eyeing the tall, raw-boned man suspiciously. "Medic," Father Jim said shortly. "Came over here to visit family and relax, if you can believe it." He peeled the soaked bandage away from Pamela's face, peering critically at his ruined handiwork. "All right, Pamela, let's freeze you up and try this again. I ran into Pat as he was searching for you, and came here to see if I could help in any way. I suppose it's fortunate I did." "The police have gone mad," Sylvie said, laying Father Jim's tray down beside him, and then moving to fill and boil the kettle. "They were stoning my neighbour right in the streets and screaming for all us Fenians to come out and get what they ought to have given us 50 years ago. Some of them looked as if they'd been drinking, and Mrs. Tuttle from up the street said they stormed into Wellworth's and just started battening all the customers and smashing the glass out of the counters. When the lawmakers are the lawbreakers, there is no law," Pat said quietly, watching with a strained countenance as Father Jim filled a hypodermic syringe with Novocaine and began to apply it in measured amounts to the area surrounding the wound. "I'm sorry, Casey," Pat said softly. "I didn't look out for her the way I should have. This is all my fault." "We'll discuss it later," Casey said gruffly, and sat down, taking Pamela's hand in his own, murmuring things to her only she and possibly Father Jim could hear. "How badly will I scar?" Pamela said it low, so Pat would not hear. Father Jim, who had learned the hard way in Vietnam to differentiate between those who wanted the truth and those who wanted a version they could live with, gave her a hard look, and sighed, seeing she was of the former school. "Not so terrible as you're imagining, but it will be noticeable. I'll make it as thin and straight as I can, but I can't completely erase the damage." "Just do the best you can," she said, and closed her eyes as Father Jim began picking the torn stitches out of her cheek. That night Derry became a storm of devastation. The police rampaged through poor Catholic neighborhoods, indiscriminately beating men and women, smashing windows and howling abuse at the various inhabitants, swearing to make the roads run red with blood, to rape the women and torture the men. They did what they could to make good on the promise. In the days that followed, there would be story upon story of outrage after outrage. Prime Minister Terence O'Neill responded in the wake of the violence with a long speech which in essence blamed the marchers for all they got, and gave a passing slap on the wrist to the men who'd attacked them. In Northern Ireland it was business as usual, a case of the downtrodden finding a neck lower than their own to step upon. The Catholics, the Fenian other, had been shown again who ruled, whose blood had been spilled for Ulster and the Union Jack, who owned the government and the streets and the people. And that, as far as the Unionist government was concerned, should have made an end to it. Of course, it was only the beginning.
Chapter 19. Lace Curtains. The Boston Irish were a race unto themselves. In the beginning, Boston was the least Irish of cities, and had someone in the know been around to advise the hopeful immigrants, they would have told them that Boston was the last place in the Americas for an Irishman to settle. Boston's roots were sunk deep in the earth of Puritanism. Puritans, regardless of leaving Mother England under the lash of religious persecution, were, nevertheless, Englishmen, with the English love for law, order, refinement, and liberty. England's coin of humanitarianism had always been tarnished on the underside, however, by an equal love of subjecting other nations and cultures to their imperialist agenda. Regardless of the colonist streak of independence, there still existed a cultural bridge between the Old World and the New that the first Americans took great pride in. A bridge built of a common language and literature, of constitutional rights and taxation, based on representational government. A bridge shored up by old stereotypes and prejudices. The English and the Irish had been at war in one sense or another for 500 years, and the colonists seemed only too happy to continue the old war on new soil. The New England colonies were founded on the principle that no man be deprived of life, liberty, or property, save through due process of law. No man, it seemed, except the Negroes and the Irish. The first Irish to emigrate to the New World were Protestants, in the main from Ulster, an estimated 200,000 to 250,000 during the colonial years. These first immigrants, unlike the mass of Catholics who would follow later, tended to scatter upon the shore, to Pennsylvania, New York, Maryland, Virginia, the Carolinas, Georgia, and the less populated areas of New England. As early as 1753, history records police being called into the Boston harbor, where an angry mob of people were trying to prevent the Irish immigrants from coming ashore. Boston was already acquiring a reputation for its hard-nosed congregational biases, for feeling that people of different background and culture were lesser, unclean, and most certainly unwelcome. Fleeing their homeland because of high rents, disastrous harvests, food shortages, and ballooning prices, the Irish, despite their Protestant faith, faced a hostile and sometimes violent reception from the New England colonists. Nonetheless, as was the usual case, the worst of the animosity would be saved for the Catholics, who would come in starving, sickened droves, when the famine drove them from their homeland. The Catholics, despite virulent persecution and oppression from both the English and the Protestants to the north, were more reluctant to depart from Ireland. Tied to the land by social conditions, they were, by circumstance, more rural, less literate, and bound to clan and parish. The harsh poverty of their lives meant that often familiar faces in the land you were born to were the only continuity life offered. However, there were tragedies even the Irish could not endure. When the rebellion of 1798 failed, Protestant troops were unleashed to suppress any sign of insurrection, in whatever way was deemed fit. Men, women, and children were flogged, beaten, hung, and murdered for so slight an infraction as wearing the green ribbon of the Revolution. The Act of Union was the final blow, however. Despairing of ever gaining independence from their country, the Irish began to emigrate to shores where hope might again be resurrected. It wasn't until the famine, though, that the Irish Catholics began to set across the ocean in vast numbers. 2 years of failed crops, winters of freezing rain, icy gales, no wood to burn, no crust of bread to eat, and the drama of seeing tens of thousands of their countrymen die in the fields and roads, convinced many of the Irish that in Ireland there was no future, only a past that threatened to happen again and again. But if the Irish had expected a warm welcome and open arms from the Americans, they were to be sadly disappointed. In Yankee-dominated Boston, the reception was even chillier. The Brahmin class of Boston, who held in their white-gloved hands the reins of education, culture, and civic duty, had the undiluted Anglo-Saxon abhorrence of Roman Catholicism, and an inbred contempt of all things Irish. It was fine for the Irish to starve and die, as long as they did it quietly and on their own shores. Faced with hostile natives and a system they could never hope to penetrate, the Irish tended to congregate together, knowing there was safety in numbers. The waterfront of Boston soon became crowded with congested tenements riddled with unsanitary conditions, several families often sharing a claustrophobically small space, ill-lit, unheated, and rife with the spectre of disease. Men could only get temporary work, and often the women would become the breadwinners, hiring out as domestics to the elite of Boston, who didn't mind the Irish scrubbing their floors so long as they never thought of walking across them. Editorials of the time castigated the new immigrants as filthy and wretched, evil foreign-born paupers, idle, thriftless, poor, intemperate, and barbaric. They were also accused of making the city of Boston into a moral cesspool, setting their children out to beg and thieve, and of importing their vile propensities and habits from across the water. In an alien country, faced with rejection and isolation, with a people who saw their culture as wrong and coarse, the Irish closed ranks and became a world unto themselves. They understood lost causes, insurmountable odds, battles that were lost before the first shot was fired, and the failure of every hope they'd ever cherished in their own land. They never, though, understood how to lie down and stop the struggle. If their race was fated, so be it. If God had turned his cheek and abandoned them, well, he'd done so before, and they'd survived. They would bend, but as a people, they would never break. It was this backbone they brought to America and to Boston. Eventually their spirit would out, as would their numbers. In the 5 years between 1850 and 1855, the Irish accounted for half of the total increase in Massachusetts' population. In a state and a city jacketed and ruled by Puritan ethics, even the old Yankee corps had to distastefully admit the Irish were becoming a body to reckon with, and a community with the numbers also had the likelihood of evolving into a solid political bloc, whose votes were likely to all swing in the same direction. Slowly, the Irish began to see that the United States was not just a refuge to bide time in before the return to the old country, and that despite harassment, libel, and ostracism, their voices, if their cry was loud enough, would be heard in this strange new land. The city of Boston was divided up into electoral districts called wards. By 1876 there were 25 wards in the city, and with the migration of the Irish into the suburbs and outer neighborhoods, they began to wield a mighty political club. Each ward had its own boss. These ward bosses were the recognized center of power in their neighborhood. The ward boss was the big man on the streets, the purveyor of favors, loans, and empathy. He was the man who would look after his own, and their interests, who knew the intricacies of his district's streets and back lanes. He understood that the needs of the immigrant poor were basic and held to 3 tenets: food, clothing, and shelter. If he could provide these things, he would have the people's undying loyalty, particularly at election time. Though being ward boss was a means to political power and personal advancement, most Irish ward bosses didn't abuse their power. It was a way to give their own people, friends, family, and neighbours, what they needed, to provide a helping hand that spared the Irish the humiliation of begging at the austere Yankee knee. The Irish ward bosses practiced human politics as opposed to the rational politics of the world of corporations and bureaucracy, which often viewed the individual as irrelevant to the larger political machine. Politics were the one battlefield that the Irish saw they could win on, could gain respect and power in a society that despised them and had consigned them to a permanent underclass. Politics didn't care if you'd been born in a filthy hovel without the means to put food on the table and clothes on your back. It cared only for ambition and sheer bloody-mindedness. This the Irish understood completely. They also understood the path to such political power was not necessarily paved with roses. If the price to be paid was in the currency of bribes, chicanery, extortion, blackmail, and intimidation, well then, at least the process wasn't boring. The Yankee ethic of fair play and gentlemanly conduct during an election was brushed aside, and the Irish took to the political stage with drama and flair. By December of 1884, the city of Boston elected its first Irish-born Catholic mayor. For the Irish community, there was no looking back. Political maturity would come in the 20th century when the name of Kennedy made magic right across the country. The Irish Americans, even as they began to climb the ladder of political ascendancy and to gain, if not the riches of fabled America, at least then a certain respectability, didn't forget what and where they'd come from. Ireland and her interests were never far from their hearts. Clan na Gael was formed in 1858 and became, to some extent, the American wing of the Irish Republican Brotherhood. The clan would fund the 1916 Easter Rising and, through Eamon de Valera, would supply the money to start the Irish Press. They would use their influence with politicians and power brokers to further the cause of Irish emancipation. The pull of the mother country would eventually lessen, but Ireland would not be forgotten. By the 1960s, Clan na Gael would be a somewhat spent force, having splintered into ineffectuality, but the memory of an immigrant, even 2 generations removed from degradation and poverty, could still be stirred by a longing for the homeland never seen. Which was how Casey found himself sitting in the office of Lovett Haggerty, a man who held within his considerable fist the far-flung strings of Boston's Irish population. Rumour had it that the Irish were on the way out in the corridors of Boston power. No one, it seemed, had thought to inform Lovett Haggerty of this fact, however. In his plush, tilted leather chair, with the fumes of a $50 cigar coiling about his head, he seemed blissfully unaware of it. Lovett Haggerty, some said, was the last of the old-time political bosses who had once ruled all of Irish Boston. He still understood that the key to political power was the listening ear and attentive eye. He was the product of an unlikely marriage, one between a mother who came from an old Yankee family and had Brahmin sensibilities oozing from her finely poured skin, and a tough, enterprising first-generation Irish-American lad. Despite predictions of doom and gloom, and being disowned on the maternal side of the family, the marriage had prospered and was now in its 53rd year. Lovett Haggerty was the oldest son of 5 children. He'd been named Lovett after his great-grandfather on his mother's side, and though he'd taken his fair share of teasing over the moniker, he turned it to his advantage during his first run for alderman, using the tagline, "Love it or leave it. Vote for Lovett Haggerty." Whether or not it contributed to his remarkable win or not was moot. Lovett understood the nature of the political beast, and it understood him. He was that rarest of creatures, a Boston hybrid combining Irish drama and oratory with good old-fashioned Yankee shrewdness and know-how. He could do a backroom deal securing himself 500 Union dock workers' votes and then take tea on the hill with Mrs. Cabot Lodge, and not turn a hair in the process. He was America's child, with all the immigrant's ambition and the inherent American belief in limitless possibility. He also had an unaccountable and deep-running belief in lost causes, hopeless fights, and a fondness for the underdog, which, to this point, hadn't hurt his political career, though it hadn't helped it in any discernible way either. Love, as his cronies and fans called him, studied the man in front of him, and wondered if that wasn't all about to change. "How much money exactly are we talking about here?" he asked, noting that the man's face remained impassive. Clearly he understood something about backroom dealings himself. "Several thousand in seed money, enough for a decent first haul of arms, and an introduction to the head of what's left of Clan na Gael over here." Love nodded. A nervy demand, but he liked that. The man knew he was likely to try and deal him down. "And you think I can provide such an introduction?" "So I've heard." "I think you may be misinformed." "I don't think I am." Love sighed. He wasn't going to be able to wiggle away from this. "Listen, Mr. Riordan, it's been a long day and I'm hungry. Can I interest you in joining me in a bloody steak and a good bottle of whiskey?" "Now you're talking." An hour later, the two men sat back easy in their chairs. Dinner, as bloody as promised, had been consumed and they were halfway down the contents of a bottle of Bushmills whiskey. A contented glow had set itself up at the table, and promised to last as long as the whiskey did. They chatted easily about Irish affairs both in Ireland and in America, about the gilded glory days of Honey Fitzgerald and P.J. Kennedy in Boston politics, and then about more personal matters, the son in college who showed no ambition, the daughter who was consorting with an Italian of questionable character, and how the missus wanted a new house with a conservatory in it, even though no one played the piano or any other instrument for that matter. "And yourself, is there a wife at home?" Love had asked, as he lit one of his infamous cigars and handed a fresh one to Casey. "No, not a wife, at least not yet." He laid the cigar politely to the side of his plate. "You have the look of a man doomed to find himself at the altar in the near future. I'd bet money on it." "Do I? What else might you be inclined to bet money on, Mr. Haggerty?" Love had sighed. The man was incorrigible. "Do you have a few days? I'll need at least 2 to sniff out the situation and see what sort of funds can be funneled through discreet channels. I'll need to know what's in this for my colleagues and myself." "The freedom of a small nation," Casey said, and swallowed the remainder of his whiskey with one quick movement. "You're serious, aren't you?" Love had drained his own glass and took a long, speculative puff on his cigar. "You busy for the next 3 days?" "Nothing to do but await your answer like a moony suitor," Casey said easily. "Good. I'd like to show you around the city, give you a feel for the place, introduce you to some people who could be useful in the future." "And how will we explain me?" Casey raised his eyebrows in amusement. "My long-lost 7 times removed cousin from the old sod ought to suffice. Here in search of my American roots. Amongst other things, Mr. Riordan. Amongst other things." Casey leaned across the table, and Love got a sense of how intimidating the man could be, if he so chose. "I think, if we're going to get into the revolutionary bed together, you'd best call me Casey." "Casey, I like the cut of your jib," said Love at Haggerty, and shook hands with the boy from across the water, upon whom he'd just bestowed the most Yankee blessing of all. The irony of it was lost on neither of them. America was a revelation to Casey, or at least a bit of it controlled and owned by Love at Haggerty. Love seemed to have the ability to be in 10 places at once, to shake hands, kiss babies, and listen intently to the woes of a plumber whose wife had just left him for a mechanic and whose business was going under. The man never seemed to tire or grow irritable with the endless demands his various constituents placed upon him. "People need help, and I'm here to give it to them. That's what got their vote in the first place, and that's what will keep it. As soon as I forget that, I'll be drummed out of office, and deservedly so." The pace of his life was hectic, and yet as smoothly organized as a well-oiled machine, and through it all, Love's black-haired, blue-eyed Irish charm stayed firmly buttoned in place. There were deals, calls, and last-minute saves, all done with lightning-quick reflexes and maneuvering worthy of a snake charmer. And at night, there was the family to be attended to. The pert blonde mistress installed in a pretty little apartment in a smart section of the city, and the deals done over cards in back rooms into the wee hours of the morning, and still he'd be at his desk by 8 o'clock the next day. On the morning of Casey's 3rd day, Love broke from his morning meeting early, and told the secretary to take messages. He'd be back the next day. "Come on, there's something I want to show you," he said to Casey, taking the stairs down from his office at a jaunting pace that belied the scant 2 hours of sleep he'd managed to fit in the night before. His car took them to Beacon Hill, once bastion and sanctuary of Boston's merchant princes. Beacon Street, Oliver Wendell Holmes had once said, was a sunny street of the sifted few. It still seemed so, with its gently curving streets and great spreading hardwood trees shading its pavements, the terraced lawns and elaborately arched entrances. It was a neighborhood of wealth and privilege, of gold-edged lives lived out in oak-paneled libraries and brilliantly lit ballrooms. "It's something, ain't it?" Lovett said, gesturing for his driver to stop. "They say old John Fitzgerald used to sell papers up here as a boy, and dream of the life that went on inside those pretty walls. I used to walk up here myself as a boy. I'd wait until twilight, when all the families would be in having their evening meal, and the light would spill out across the lawns, and I could watch them unobserved. Let's walk, shall we?" They left the car and strolled along the wide avenue, lined with overarching elms, dark and heavy with mist on this winter morning. "See this house up here?" He pointed to a mansion set upon a knoll, its side turned to the street, so that it would not have to observe the comings and goings of the street. Snow covered the grounds thickly, but Casey knew in the summer there would be long swaths of velvety lawn, sweeps of flowers, and the buzzing of bees fat on such prolific nectar. The house itself was elegant, pillared in the Greco-Roman fashion, colored in soft umber, its mullioned windows reflecting back the snow as it softly dropped from the twisted trunks and branches of oaks, elms, and maples. "It's a beautiful house," Casey said, feeling some response was required. "Isn't it, though? Takes a lot of people to keep a place like that running. Footmen, valets, cooks, housemaids, parlour-maids, ladies' maids, governess. Of course, that was in the glory days, when ladies took tea each day and presented one another with calling cards, and the rooms were lit with the soft glow of gas lamps, and the governesses wore starched and ruffled white, and young ladies went to dancing school and were presented at cotillions. My daddy used to deliver groceries to the back door here, and I used to come up here in the dark and stare through the windows, the poor little mucker in the snow." "Whose house is this?" "My grandfather's, of course," Lovett Haggerty said with a smile that contained a rueful sadness. "I worked up the courage to go to the door once, took every ounce of daring I had. They wouldn't let me in to see the old man, said I'd no right to come to the front door, but he came out to see what all the kerfuffle was."